Hello everyone, this is a series for those who love the genres of martial arts, fantasy, and are fascinated by captivating cultivation systems. The story follows So Thien Thursday, who is reincarnated in a different world and finds himself performing a ghost marriage ritual with a deceased person. The bride is none other than the princess of the reigning dynasty. Facing betrayal from his family, slander from passers-by, and oppression from powerful figures, So Thien Thursday acquires a golden finger that grants him supreme cultivation techniques, marries an exceptional beauty, and battles supreme masters wielding the power over life and death. With such unstoppable momentum, he overcomes all obstacles, crushes every conspiracy, and ascends to the pinnacle of life. Now that he stands at the peak of this world, he feels that his life has finally lived up to the reputation of a transmigrator. In the hall, white silk ribbons flutter in the air, mixed with the bright red glow of wedding lanterns, creating a truly eerie atmosphere. Amid the bone-chilling cold of the Taitan Kingdom's royal palace, the shrill cry of a eunuch echoed. "Hurry, bring the groom here, we mustn't miss the princess's auspicious hour!" Accompanied by this, a handsome young man in a vibrant red wedding robe, supported by 2 attendants, entered the ceremonial hall. He is none other than So Thien Thursday, the young master of the So General's household. The shout of "Second bow to the parents!" echoed, and So Thien Thursday's consciousness gradually cleared. Evaluating the situation in front of him, his mind was in utter chaos, unable to distinguish between reality and dream. So Thien Thursday, exhausted, opened his heavy eyes and looked at the scene before him. In front of him stood a beautiful girl with silver-white hair, supported by 2 attendants, wearing a bride's gown. She was Princess Ko Nu Tom of Taitan Kingdom. Seeing such a beautiful bride, So Thien Thursday was so excited that he had a nosebleed. Is this the bride? Oh my god, she's a super beauty. Doesn't this mean the next step is entering the bridal chamber? So Thien Thursday was curious and thrilled, but the eunuch's next words made him spit blood in shock. The couple will bow and enter the tomb together. He angrily jumped up and screamed, scaring the attendants around him. What the hell? A ghost marriage? This is a nightmare. I was living peacefully, and now this ghost marriage nonsense. The attendants were terrified and quickly fled in panic. The corpse has risen. The young master of General So's family has come back to life. In the room, So Thien Thursday strained his weak back as he tried to stand, feeling the pain deep in his bones. That's right, now So Thien Thursday can feel it, the pain of being slammed onto the floor. His nerves felt like they were hit by a massive sledgehammer, sharp pain and shock. What is this pain? This isn't a dream, it's reality. Dazed, he looked at the ancient wedding scene in front of him and wondered, have I traveled through time? Is this real or fake? What era is this, and there are still such outdated time travel comics? Suddenly, countless images intertwined and surged into So Thien Thursday's mind, making his head ache and his face contort in pain. Is this the original owner's memories? The original owner was also named So Thien Thursday, the youngest son of Gen. With strong backing but no talent or aptitude for martial arts, Mo Dung Jong Noyet never allowed So Thien Thursday to practice martial arts. He lived a life of indulgence, drowning in wine and women every day. Being spoiled and corrupt, So Thien Thursday became a notorious, tyrannical second-generation heir in the capital. Moreover, not long ago, So Thien Thursday died of an unknown illness. The original So Thien Thursday couldn't see the problem, but after the modern-day So Thien Thursday reincarnated into this body and reviewed the memories, he helplessly realized the harsh truth. Damn it, I've reincarnated into the body of a fool. How could he not even see that his stepmother was problematic? That stepmother who secretly beat him until he was on the verge of death. This is so over the top, not even TV dramas would dare to show something so absurd. After screaming a few times, So Thien Thursday collapsed helplessly. Ugh, I'm done for. This body is too weak, I might not survive these days. Help me. Outside, the palace maids frantically burst through the doors and ran out of the hall, shouting loudly. It's not good! It's not good! The young master of General So's house has risen from the dead! There's a ghost! So Thien Thursday's stepmother, Mo Dung Jong Noyet, who was standing next to the Empress of Taitan, Tu Mac Nan, loudly questioned. Outrageous! The Empress is still here, and you dare to speak of ghosts? Your Majesty, it's true! The body of young Master So has really risen, it might really be alive again. Seeing the 2 maids so terrified and speaking incoherently, So Thien Thursday's stepmother finally turned to her niece, Mo Dung Tuet, and said, Tuet Ni, go in there and see what's going on. As she said this, she secretly transmitted a message to Tuet Ni. Remember, Sothien Thursday must not survive today. Mo Dung Tuet nodded solemnly. And don't worry, I understand. Inside the room, Sothien Thursday was resting against the wall. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head to look, and exclaimed in horror. Mo Dung Tuet. Oh no, she's here to kill me. Mo Dung Tuet may not be as formidable as Mo Dung Jiang Noi yet, but she's still a 6th level expert. This doesn't look good. Murong Shui stepped in with a cold face, covered under the moonlight, and spoke thoughtfully. Young master, you've been sweating a lot, are you not feeling well? Let Shui take a look at you. As soon as she said this, her hand grabbed Shirtian Shu's leg and started transmitting mystical energy into it. In a panic, Shirtian Shu screamed in his head. System, where are you? Everyone who transmigrates has a system. If this energy flow pierces my brain, I'm dead for sure. The mystical energy destroyed the meridians in his body, causing blood to flow from Shirtian Shu's eyes and nose. At this moment, deep within Shirtian Shu's soul, a clear sound echoed along with a beautiful light in the form of a pearl. Detected that the host's life is in danger, activating the Grand Dream Pearl Heavenly System. In that instant, in an indescribable space within Shirtian Shu's consciousness, the pearl released a suction force, swallowing the mystical energy that Murong Shui had just attacked his body with, presenting the host with a grand beginner's gift, the ability to see through things. Additionally, the host gets a chance to draw a lucky prize. The body that was heavy with pain was immediately soothed by the system, causing Shirtian Shu to let out a sigh of relief. This is the Grand Dream Pearl Heavenly System? What exactly is this? How powerful is it? Before Shirtian Shu could fully comprehend the situation, his eyes were transformed by a stream of warm water flowing through them. Thanks to the ability to see through things, Shirtian Shu could see the blood vessels, bones, and meridians in other people's bodies, and even some indescribable parts. The people surrounded by flames must have blood energy, which only martial artists possess. The stronger the martial artist, the more the blood energy condenses into flames and bursts out fiercely. On this side, Sothien Thursday is studying his new skill, while Mo Dung Tuet is utterly terrified because the mystical energy invaded, yet Sothien Thursday is still alive. If that's the case, Mo Dung Tuet doesn't hesitate to grab Sothien Thursday's robe collar and pull him close, making Sothien Thursday startled and shout. Hey, don't just touch me like that, I can see everything clearly. Unexpectedly, instead of attacking, Mo Dung Tuet pulls Sothien Thursday onto her body, placing his hands somewhere inappropriate. He is helpless, pressed against her body, unable to move. What is this woman up to now, not giving anyone a chance to react? Unfortunately, she's much stronger than Sothien Thursday, so he can't get up at all. Suddenly, Mo Dung Tuet starts trembling and screams loudly. Let go of me, you disgusting pervert, let me go! Seeing her like this, Sothien Thursday immediately realizes what she's trying to do and thinks to himself. This is bad. But it might already be too late. Her piercing scream echoes outside, quickly drawing the attention of the court officials outside. Mo Dung Jiang Noyet, her stepmother, is the first to burst through the door, only to find her beloved niece kneeling and crying on the floor. Your Majesty, Auntie, I just wanted to check the young master's body. But who knew, the young master, he tried to assault me. The pitiful tears and weak demeanor of Mo Rong Shui easily garnered sympathy from the civil and military officials around. See, I already said Sothien Thursday is a scoundrel. Who would have thought that in broad daylight, he would dare commit such an outrageous act? He just married the princess, and is already fooling around with another woman. This is a disgrace to the royal family. Your Majesty, you must punish him. Sothien Thursday was in a state of panic, damn it. Given the current situation and the original owner's reputation, no one would believe it even if I claimed to be framed. I must stay calm, I have to find a way to save myself. Mo Rong Jiangyu knelt sincerely before Her Majesty. Your Majesty, with things as they are, the sudden awakening of my nephew and the foolish actions he has committed have truly tarnished the princess's honor. It's entirely my fault for not teaching him properly, which led to this disaster. Please, Your Majesty, deal with this matter justly. Mo Rong Jiangyu will not utter a single word of complaint. Sothien Thursday widened his eyes, trembling with horror at her despicable performance. Finally, the Empress, who had been silent all this time, coldly gave her order. Guards, take him outside and behead him for me. Sothien Thursday clenched his teeth and screamed internally at the perilous situation. It's not over yet. It's not the end. I still have a chance to turn the tables. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, the bright pearl within Sothien Thursday's soul began to glow with mysterious inscriptions. Congratulations to the host for drawing the needle technique, reversal of life and death. The living will return to the dead, bones will be reversed, and yin and yang will be defined. Sothien Thursday thought to himself, since he was about to be beheaded, it would be useless to use it on himself. A flash of inspiration struck, and Sothien Thursday turned to look at the princess lying in the coffin. The skill of keen vision allowed him to easily detect the faint traces of life flickering on her body. This princess still had weak pulses, meaning she was not completely dead. Without hesitation, Sothien Thursday knelt before the Empress and shouted, "Empress, I must save the princess!" "Wait, don't behead me yet!" The Empress, startled by his words, hurriedly asked. "What? You can save the princess?" "Yes, just give me a few acupuncture needles, and I can use my unique technique to save her." As soon as he finished speaking, the old imperial physician, Lai Chuang-tan, who stood by, turned pale and stepped forward to question. "How can this be? I've practiced medicine all my life and never misdiagnosed. The princess's heart has stopped." "Empress, don't listen to this young man's nonsense. You brat from the So family, how dare you touch the princess's body and speak nonsense here? We can't let him disturb the princess's peace." Amo Dung Jong Noyet turned and sternly warned. "Thursday Ni, do not speak recklessly." Under the scrutinizing and questioning eyes of everyone around, Sothien Thursday calmly responded. "This is an ancient acupuncture method that can reverse life and death, which I learned from an old book. You, imperial physician, are like a frog at the bottom of a well, slandering others. What a disgrace for a doctor." His disdainful words angered the imperial physician immensely, causing a loud argument, which finally led the Empress to burst out in a powerful voice. "Silence!" Then the Empress looked at Sothien Thursday and said, "I don't care if you're telling the truth or lying, but I will give you a chance. If you can really wake up the princess, I will turn your marriage into a truly joyous occasion. But if you can't save her, I will give you the most brutal punishment in this world until you die." Listening to the Empress's cold and chilling proclamation, Sothien Thursday frowned and nodded because there was no other way out now. Finally, the civil and military officials were all driven out of the room, leaving only Sothien Thursday, the Empress, and the princess on the bed. "Your Majesty, there is something I hope you won't be angry about. I need to undress the princess to perform acupuncture," Sothien Thursday said softly while checking the acupuncture needles on his table. The Empress thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "All right, the patient needs a physician. You focus on the treatment, I will step outside." Watching the Empress's figure leave, Sothien Thursday respectfully bowed. A beautiful woman who acts decisively without being picky truly deserves to be called Empress. Now, the next step is to treat this princess. The young man approached the bed where the princess was lying and adjusted her position accurately. The princess's attire is gradually removed, revealing her tender and delicate body, captivating anyone who sees it. Although Sothien Thursday is truly lustful, now is not the time to focus on that. Faced with the threat of losing his own life at any moment, he seriously holds the acupuncture needle in his hand. Half an hour later, those waiting outside had grown impatient, so the imperial physician approached the Empress to remind her. "Your Majesty, it's been half an hour. That lustful boy might not only fail to treat the princess but also..." On this side, Amo Dung Tuet also approached her aunt and whispered, "Aunt, that Sothien Thursday knows nothing yet dares to recklessly claim he can save someone. It's truly ridiculous. This time he's dead for sure. Indeed, even if we don't take action now, Her Majesty the Empress will surely take his worthless life. Just wait and see the show." At this moment, the door, which had been tightly closed for half an hour, was opened again. Sothien Thursday stepped out, looking exhausted and panting heavily, smiling as he spoke to the Empress. "Your Majesty, fortunately, I am not ashamed to report that the princess has come back to life." His words were like a heavy bomb dropped into the hearts of those around, shocking them greatly. Immediately, a whole group of people, led by the Empress, hurriedly rushed into the room to see how the princess was. The imperial physician approached to take the princess's pulse, then excitedly responded, "I knew it! How could that worthless person possibly know anything about medicine? The princess wasn't just harmed, her body was desecrated by that wretched boy." Upon receiving the diagnosis, the surrounding civil and military officials angrily shouted, "That scoundrel must be punished! In broad daylight, he dared to assault a common girl, deceive the Empress, and disrespect the princess's body. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The commotion around them made Sothien Thursday irritated, so he loudly interrupted. You bunch of worthless imperial physicians, shut the hell up. Outside the door, stepmother Mo Dung Jong Noyet and Mo Dung Tuet had also rushed in. What greeted their eyes was the heroic figure of Sothien Thursday pulling out a hairpin from the princess's forehead. The tiny hairpin was swiftly withdrawn, followed by a trickle of fresh blood. Immediately, the princess's body started to move, and she coughed up a mouthful of poisonous blood. Seeing her beloved daughter move again, the empress couldn't hide the joyful astonishment on her face and shouted, Tom Ni! Your Majesty, the princess's toxins have not been fully eliminated, so I used a needle to puncture her soul gate. This way, the toxins will gradually be expelled, and she could fully recover in 3 days. Sothien Thursday explained while the queen embraced her daughter silently. Your Majesty, I can save the princess, but I resent this incompetent royal physician's nonsense. Not only did he misdiagnose the princess's death, but his mistakes almost made us miss the last chance to save her. The royal physician, being directly accused, shook his head in fear. I did not. Didn't you? If I hadn't risked my life to save the princess, what use would you be here? Tell me, what purpose does a royal physician like you serve? Sothien Thursday's sharp questioning left the royal physician trembling, seeking the queen's help. Finally, the queen sighed and declared, All right, since the princess has revived, this is a joyous occasion. Sothien Thursday and the princess have completed the formal marriage ceremonies, so his status as consort will remain unchanged. However, considering their young age, they can defer the ritual ceremonies for 3 years. Sothien Thursday can stay with the princess in the princess's residence. At last, Sothien Thursday could breathe a sigh of relief, but Mo Dung Tuet, standing behind, was nearly losing her mind. How is it possible? How could Sothien Thursday, this useless person, save the princess? Those unique acupuncture techniques are only seen in legends. He must have gotten lucky. Everyone had their own thoughts before the empress made this decision, but Mo Dung Jong Noyet, the stepmother, quickly knelt down and thanked the empress for her grace. However, she mentioned that her son had been frail since childhood and couldn't burden the princess's household. She humbly requested the empress's permission to stay by her son's side to take care of his meals and lodging. Seeing this despicable tone, Sothien Thursday was furious, while the empress reassured her. Lady So, there will be servants to attend to him in the residence. The empress only wanted someone from the household to stay with him, worried that if he were to cause trouble again, there would be someone to manage him and prevent others from blaming the empress and the princess. The stepmother really was scheming to kill him, even sending someone to monitor him. However, now that Thien Thursday was a prince consort, he had every reason to refuse her request. But the empress's next words terrified Sothien Thursday to the core. This is simple, I grant permission. Upon receiving the empress's nod, Mo Dung Jong Noyet and Mo Dung Tuet bowed in gratitude. However, at this moment, Sothien Thursday realized that from now on, he would no longer be controlled. The pressure since his rebirth made him tired, and he let out a long sigh. In the end, everything still depends on oneself. After that, the empress ordered everyone to disperse while consort Sothien Thursday stayed at the princess's residence. The officials, imperial physicians, and even Sothien Thursday's stepmother all left before the empress's command. At this moment, Sothien Thursday, in his wedding attire, sat wearily by the door. Seeing this, the empress asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "Your humble servant is fine, just regretting that I couldn't fully save the princess. Her life is still in danger, but as long as I continue the acupuncture, there is still hope," he replied. "Really? When will you continue the treatment for the princess?" The empress, unable to hide her anxiety, asked, seeing a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Sothien Thursday bowed his head in exhaustion, sweat dripping from his body. "I have already performed acupuncture today. We must wait until tomorrow to continue. Currently, your humble servant has a headache, dizziness, and weak limbs. Even if I wanted to continue, I might not be able to," he continued. Indeed, Sothien Thursday was truly tired, but at present, the princess was his lifeline, so he had not completely saved her earlier. Only this way could he buy more time to develop. After hearing what Sothien Thursday said, the empress immediately turned to Mo Dung Tuet and ordered, "Mo Dung Tuet, quickly take the heavenly book to the resting room. I will summon the best physician to examine him. The princess's illness cannot be delayed, it must be treated by him." Sothien Thursday was taken back to his room to rest, and as the Empress said, skilled imperial physicians were invited to check his pulse. His vital energy was depleted, and his liver and kidneys were weak. He wouldn't live much longer. Mo Dungtuet stood by, pretending to be worried and asked, "Is there really no cure?" The physician dejectedly shook his head. "I am powerless and cannot treat him. My mediocre skills are useless for his condition. The situation is too dire," he said, which made Mo Dungtuet secretly happy. "Is there no other way?" the Empress anxiously asked. "Your Majesty, the national teacher might be able to treat him, but the nation requires his presence, and he has been away for months. Currently, he cannot be contacted. Now, we can only rely on the prince's luck. However, if a master mystic uses mystic energy to save the prince, he might live for a few more days." The old physician's diagnosis was relatively accurate, but it only made the Empress more frustrated. Master mystics are body-cultivating warriors. Ordinary people rarely encounter them. How could we easily find one soon? So Thursday, only this young man knows the medical skills to save the princess. Could his acupuncture technique for reversing life and death work on himself? In the end, with no other options, the Empress had to pull everyone out to let the prince rest. After they left, Thursday, who had his eyes closed, slowly and secretly opened his eyes and called out, "Can the system check my body a bit?" Immediately the system with a light blue glow appeared in front of Thursday. "Ding dong, checking the host's body. Please maintain your current state and do not move. The host's body check is complete. The body condition is extremely weak. Remaining lifespan is 7 days, 12 hours, 13 minutes, and 15 seconds. Hearing the system's announcement, Thursday helplessly cried out, "Damn it, am I really only going to live for 7 days? I don't want to." Before he could worry, the system displayed a notification board again. The system has currently collected 4 types of talismans to extend the host's life. The host can use 5 days of lifespan to get a choice opportunity. Does the host want to proceed with the selection? Anyway, I only have 7 days left. Adding or subtracting 5 days doesn't make much difference. Only a fool wouldn't choose, haha. Upon receiving the command, the host has chosen not to use 5 days of lifespan to get a choice opportunity. Please take good care of yourself. Damn it, this system has voice recognition, but no intelligence, right? I clearly chose to agree. Upon receiving the host's command, if the host wants to change the selection, it will consume 2 days of lifespan. Do you decide to proceed? This time, Thursday didn't hesitate, and continuously pressed the agree button. Deciding anyway, there's still half a day of lifespan. As long as I succeed in maintaining my life, there's nothing to fear. After pressing agree, the system displayed a series of choices for him to decide on. But looking at this board, even an idiot can see that he should choose the extended lifespan option. Congratulations to the host for choosing the extended lifespan option, consuming 5 days of lifespan. The remaining lifespan is 12 hours, 2 minutes, and 38 seconds. Please close your eyes, relax, and receive the system's gift. Welcome, host, to your first time actively entering the Great Dream Pearl Heaven space. The host's strength is too weak. Especially for the host, the mysterious energy seed is activated. Wishing the host success in cultivation and soon becoming immortal. Feeling the difference in his body, Thursday couldn't help but ask, "Does this mean that as long as I sleep and enter the dream realm, I can cultivate and enhance my strength?" That's right, but what exactly is mystical energy? The hazy surroundings made Thursday feel like he was dreaming in broad daylight, and with a slew of new information appearing, he couldn't grasp everything immediately. In this world, those who possess mystical energy seeds are incredibly rare. Practicing mystical energy is far more powerful than martial arts. The host's body is currently collecting 100 threads of mystical energy, which can upgrade to level 1 mystic scholar and extend life by a year. Haha, this is awesome. I didn't expect that just by sleeping, I could become stronger. System, I love you. I'm Mo Dungtuet, just you wait. Once I level up to mystic scholar, I won't fear you anymore. Within the world of the Grand Dream Pearl, Thursday was thrilled to start training and rapidly increase his power. But in reality, Mo Dungtuet coldly opened the door and stepped into the room, checking for anyone approaching the host with malicious intent. Host, please wake up and leave the space to avoid becoming a fool. Indeed, her malice was not concealed at all as she approached Thursday's bed. Suddenly, Thursday sat up and shouted, Amo Dung Tuet, do you know disturbing someone's sleep can get you cursed? I'll curse you to become an airport. An airport? But before he could get angry, he was captivated by her ample bosom. Meanwhile, Amo Dung Tuet pondered and asked, "What is an airport?" Haha, so Thien Thursday leered, face close to her bosom, thinking, "Well, in this life, it seems she has no connection to an airport, haha. Alright, young master is sick and needs to rest. You should leave." "No, young master, madam told me to take care of you, so I must stay by your side. Since you're sick, I need to take even better care of you." Of course, so Thien Thursday wouldn't let her stay by his side forever. He had to find a way to make her leave. Otherwise, how could he sleep and cultivate? "Sister Tuet, go back to the manor and bring me some money, belongings, and clean clothes. Also, call Thursday Nak and Dong Nak here to take care of me." Amo Dung Tuet coldly shook her head and said, "They didn't take good care of you. After you die, madam will sell them to the servants' market." This unexpected news shocked So Thien Thursday, who shouted, "What? Sold? Oh no, my beloved twins!" Relying on the original owner's memories, he remembered that he had two personal maidservants named Thursday Knock and Dong Knock who had been warming his bed for 5 years, loyal and gentle. And now, those adorable twins had been sold? Damn it! The only comfort I had in this world was ruined by this wretched woman. Anger made So Thien Thursday glare at Mo Dung Tuet with a murderous look he could not hide. "Aren't I alive again? Hurry up and buy them back." In response to his demand, Mo Dung Tuet unhesitatingly retorted, "They're sold, and there's no buying them back. Moreover, this is the fate of servants. They have no right to choose. You're going to die soon anyway. Let me take care of you. Why aren't you happy?" He coldly glanced at her, and So Thien Thursday's voice became icy, full of chill. "Do you know that I feel really sorry?" So Thien Thursday thought to himself. "You like to monitor me, huh? Fine." Immediately, his hand slightly reached out, beckoning. "This body of mine hasn't been well nourished. If I can't undergo acupuncture, what if the Empress holds me responsible? If the Empress blames me, can you handle it, Tuet Ni? Or maybe you should warm my bed for me instead." So Thien Thursday's rogue demeanor and perverse face, combined with his provocative words, immediately infuriated Mo Dung Tuet. She screamed with a voice full of killing intent. "What are you doing? Get your filthy hand off me!" So Thien Thursday coldly pushed her onto the bed, exposing her round bottom right in front of him. Mo Dung Tuet blushed with anger and yelled, You really think that just because this is the princess's residence, I won't dare to teach you a lesson? This is a right given to me by the lady of the house." From this angle, combined with the X-ray vision ability granted by the system, So Thien Thursday couldn't help but curse. "Damn this X-ray vision! I can see everything clearly!" Unable to hold back, So Thien Thursday slapped her bottom hard, making her jump. "Go ahead, hit me if you dare. My body is weak now. If you hurt me, and I can't save the princess, you definitely won't have a good outcome either." In a fit of rage, Murong Shui turned around and launched a martial attack. "Shirtian Shu, you despicable wretch! Are you tired of living?" But halfway through her attack, she had to stop herself, while Shirtian Shu calmly stood there and asked, "Well, if you're not afraid of death, go ahead and strike." "What? You don't dare? Weren't you so fierce just now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shirtian Shu slapped her hard across the face, leaving her stunned. "A lowly creature like you, not even worthy of being raised, dares to strike at me? A woman who doesn't know her place." Perhaps never in her life had Murong Shui been so humiliated and disrespected, so she couldn't help but shed angry tears. "No, I have to stay calm. This mangy dog isn't worth my time. I don't need to drag myself down to his level. After all, he only has 7 days to live, there's no need to rush." Murong Shui immediately turned and left, afraid that if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to resist killing Shirtian Shu. "Stay in your room. I'll go back to the barracks to get your things." "Hee, Shui, your body is stunning. You must sleep with me tonight." Shirtian Shu waved her off with a smile. After seeing that woman off, Shirtian Shu grinned with satisfaction, guessing that she wouldn't return for another hour and a half. So this was his golden opportunity. He clumsily crawled back onto his bed. So Thien Thursday currently has less than half a day to live. You must break through to the Xianshi level within this half day to have any hope of making it in time. The current goal is to condense the Xianshi seed in the Dantian into 100 Xianshi threads. Mo Rong Shui returned to Mo Rong Jiangyu's mansion and reported to her. And, as expected, Imperial Physician Tun has decided that unless the National Advisor intervenes, So Tian Thursday won't live beyond 7 days. Mo Rong Jiangyu nodded calmly. Yes, I originally planned to arrange a wedding between him and the princess to secure our family a royal title. Although unexpected events have occurred, that waste can only drag on for a few more days. Just make sure you watch him closely. I understand, but So Tian Thursday also wants me to bring Thursday Nak and Dong Mak to warm his bed. Her words made Mo Rong Jiangyu's face immediately contort in anger. That rebellious waste is about to die, and he's still thinking about such filthy matters. Ignore him, you don't need to pay attention to him. Mo Rong Shui then put on a wrong face and complained. But aunt, he keeps trying to force me to comply. Mo Rong Jiangyu's eyebrows furrowed tighter, her eyes sharp. Are you saying he has been inappropriate with you? Her aunt's words startled her, she waved her hands in denial. No. Yes, if nothing happens, just endure for a few days. If after 7 days he still isn't dead, then take care of him yourself. While the two of them were plotting on this side, in her private room in the princess's residence, So Tian Thursday was completely immersed in the world of Dai Mong Chao Tian that he had painstakingly cultivated. If you observe closely, you can see the mystical energy starting to flow across his meridians, then gathering at the dantian. It's unclear how much time had passed in the hazy space of Dai Mong Chao Tian, where time seemed to lose its meaning. When his mind became clear again, the mystical energy in his body had fully merged into a warm stream. Immediately, So Tian Thursday woke up, filled with joy because he had finally succeeded. Congratulations, host! You have ascended to Huinci and gained an additional year of lifespan. Haha, who would have thought that in just half an hour, So Tian Thursday could leap from a novice to a Huinci? His small life is temporarily saved, and as his power grows, his lifespan will surely lengthen. Becoming a Huinci means he now has a certain level of self-protection, capable of performing mystical arts. This means that if an opportunity arises, he can strike back at Mo Dung Tuet. Even before anything had happened, So Tian Thursday was already imagining Mo Dung Tuet's soft figure under him, calling out to her master with a coquettish voice. Wait a minute, suddenly So Tian Thursday realized mystical arts because Mo Dung Tuet is now a level 6 martial artist with the entry-level mystic warrior. Although So Tian Thursday can resist a battle, killing her is still too difficult. It seems that he must focus on cultivation, quickly cultivate to level 6 mystic warrior to be safe. Then he turned around and once again fell into a deep sleep. But this time things did not go as So Tian Thursday imagined when he couldn't condense mystic energy like before. The system urged him to quickly strike the meridians to clear all meridians and 720 acupuncture points throughout the body. Oh my god, it seems the system hopes he can lay a good foundation first. Indeed, he should clear the meridians before continuing to cultivate. Half an hour later, So Tian Thursday woke up again. This time he had only. It seems that to quickly kill Mo Dung Tuet, he must think of a way to find a helper to coordinate with. While So Tian Thursday was deep in thought, Mo Dung Tuet, with a face as cold as ice, pushed the door open and walked in. She coldly threw a cloth bag on the table and said that it was the item So Tian Thursday needed. So Tian Thursday hurriedly rummaged through the basket and asked in shock. Why is it all clothes and no money? Mo Dung Tuet sneered, mocking. A dying man still needs money for what? Her words made So Tian Thursday angry, but at that moment, his sharp eyes noticed something. In So Tian Thursday's eyes he saw that she was hiding a familiar jade pendant on her chest. Well hidden, you wretch! The jade I used to keep was stolen by her. Then, So Tian Thursday laughed and reached out to grasp the fabric over her chest. Fine, I don't need money, but you must leave something for me. Humph, how bold of you to hide the master's treasure. Holding his jade pendant, So Tian Thursday questioned her in a low voice. How did you know the jade was there? Mo Dung Tuet hurriedly covered her chest, gritting her teeth in anger. This was something she intended to keep for someone named Thian Ding Xie, but this worthless man had discovered it. When Mo Dung Tuet's aunt ordered her not to bring any money for So Tian Thursday, she only needed to bring him a piece of jade. Besides, Thian Ding Xie, who spent tens of thousands of silver on cultivation, would return next month, so all the wealth would go to him. Upon hearing this, Mo Dung Tuet joyfully asked, Thian Ding Xie is coming back next month? Yes, he has already reached the realm of the profound master. Once So Tian Thursday is dead, I will arrange everything for the two of you. Murong Shui shyly nodded with a flushed face. Auntie, I'll leave it all to you, I'll head back now. Yet this girl ignored the orders and secretly kept the jade pendant for herself to give to a man. Sui Tianshu, unaware of this, still warned. I'll let you off this time, but there won't be a next time. Murong Shui, though angry, could do nothing. Today was a beautiful day with bustling scenes of people passing through the inner city of Tandu. The street known as Nahan, usually very crowded, became oddly abuzz with excitement when they noticed a figure. It turned out the citizens spotted the figure of the demon, Sui Tianshu, and hurriedly fled in panic. The reason he came here was that he lacked a few handmaidens to warm his bed, so he came to take a look. You really can't get rid of that bad habit, can you? Aren't you afraid the Empress will get mad and have you beheaded? Anyway, you only have a few days left to live, so why not enjoy yourself? If you don't buy anyone, how about I warm your bed tonight? Murong Shui immediately shouted. You can just die slowly. Seeing her angry yet helpless look, Sui Tianshu was very pleased. Haha, the peony flower withers, the ghost still flirts, don't you understand? At that moment, a man stepped closer from the roadside, his shrill voice ringing out in greeting. Oh, isn't this young Master Sui? You've really come back to life, how wonderful! Sui Tianshu paused, looked at him for a moment, then suddenly recognized him. Ah, it's Lu Big Mouth, huh? Haha, thank you, young Master Sui, for still remembering me. What brings you here? I can show you the way. Great, it's true that whatever you lack, you'll soon find. So Thien Thursday thought to himself, then approached and asked. Before there were two maids following me, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock. You surely recognize them, right? Do you know which family they were sold to? Oh, young master, you've come at the perfect time today. They were just publicly auctioned off at Min Yen Pavilion. I heard many noble young masters and brothel owners participated. If you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to buy them back. So Thien Thursday glanced in the direction the wide-mouthed man pointed, handed him a few silver coins as a tip, and said, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me to Min Yen Pavilion. At this moment, inside Min Yen Pavilion, the host's loud voice drew everyone's attention. Everyone, I'm sure you all recognize these twin sisters, right? They are Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, trained by the General Huang Vo's mansion. They are of exceptional beauty, both skilled in martial arts, having reached the peak of the second level of the Tuesday and are proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their stunning beauty attracted many lustful gazes, but as soon as they heard the introduction, they frowned. You dare to sell such goods? These sisters may be charming, but who doesn't know they've served Sothien Thursday for 5 years already? They've probably been ruined by that lecher Sothien Thursday, and now you want to sell them to us? Haha, young master, I think you misunderstand. Sothien Thursday is weak, so these two maidens are still virgins. Hearing the host's explanation, the young master who had just asked was surprised and replied, Really? Of course it's real. Min Yen Pavilion has been in business for decades, always prioritizing honor. If I were lying, Min Yen Pavilion would willingly compensate you all 10 times the amount of the sale price. Haha, I can't believe Sothien Thursday is truly a worthless man, yet he became a royal son-in-law. But he's just a lucky scoundrel, probably used as a scapegoat by someone. The host's introduction made everyone around gossip about Sothien Thursday. These words naturally reached his ears, making him so angry that he slammed the table. Damn it! Who dares slander me by saying I have kidney issues? Very quickly, a customer couldn't hold back and urged the host to announce the starting price. Please be calm, everyone. The starting price is 3,000 taels of gold, and it won't be sold individually. A group of noble young masters and merchants quickly raised their bidding paddles. Naturally, the 3,000 taels of gold soon increased to 4,000 taels. And Mo Dung Tuet, standing behind Sothien Thursday, saw this and smugly thought, That jade's highest value is 3,500 taels. Let's see how you'll get those two maids back this time. Haha, poor Sothien Thursday. You don't even have the right to bid. Just wait for your maids to be enjoyed by someone else. Earlier, Sothien Thursday had asked the appraiser at this pavilion to sell his jade pendant, but it could only be sold for 3,500 taels, even though he bought it for 6,000 taels. Now, how can this meager 3,500 taels be enough to redeem those two maids? The noisy crowd quickly shouted out bids, and the number swiftly soared to 4,000 taels, with no sign of stopping. Moreover, those sitting here are all the children of wealthy families and high-ranking officials. With your situation, it's somewhat dangerous, but not without a solution. Suddenly, amidst the bidding voices of men, a sweet, melodious voice of a woman rang out. I bid 4,500 taels. The strange bid quickly caught everyone's attention. When they looked toward the bidder, they all showed expressions of admiration, recognizing her as the owner of the largest brothel in the capital. She is the Madame of Hua Vulu. Madame of Hua Vulu, Shangguan Yen, Miss Shangguan. She is a woman who is both alluring and mysterious, capable of easily enchanting any man who approaches. Who would have thought she would also want to buy these two girls? That's right, even though Shangguan Yen was born a courtesan, she sells her art, not her body, and is more than capable of training these two young girls. If trained by her, these young girls could definitely become the most valuable courtesans in the capital, with their status and worth increasing several times over. The atmosphere became hotter than ever with the appearance of Shangguan Yen, but just then, Sothien Thursday stepped forward and smiled, surprising everyone. I'm afraid I must disappoint you all. As long as I'm here, no one will take them away. Below, the two twin girls, upon seeing their young master, were so overjoyed that they burst into tears. But the host was displeased and questioned. Young master, so, what trick are you planning now? Are you really going to use your status as the royal consort to suppress us? What a pity, everyone knows that won't work. You should know that here, the one who offers the highest price has the right to speak. Of course, we also support barter as long as the price is right. Well, that's good. I'll leave Mo Dung Tuet here. This gesture isn't bad. His words startled Mo Dung Tuet, who clenched her sleeve tightly. Are you out of your mind? How dare those two servants compare themselves to me? Mo Dung Tuet, shut up. What belongs to me, no one is allowed to touch. Today, whoever dares to stop me is my enemy. Do you really want to provoke my wrath? Think carefully about the consequences. Mo Dung Tuet was so furious that she started trembling, thinking to herself, Auntie, I can't bear this anymore. Sothien Thursday's words drove Mo Dung Tuet mad with anger, while the guests around were delighted to watch the drama unfold, laughing and saying to each other, Sothien Thursday has gone mad. Mo Dung Tuet is no ordinary woman, yet he dares to sell her for those two maids. Haha, interesting. Thuan Quan Yen, the owner of Hoa Vu Lao, also spoke up. So it's you, young master, so. You're a regular at our Hoa Vu Lao. If you want these two maids, I'll yield them to you. Sothien Thursday glanced at Thuan Quan Yen for a moment, then smiled faintly. Of course, Thuan Quan Yen had her own reasons for doing this. It's said that Sothien Thursday came back to life during his ghost marriage with the princess. This is quite unusual, and now he's the royal consort. Hoa Vu Lao can't afford to offend him. Seeing Thuan Quan Yen's deference, everyone around was startled, realizing they shouldn't push their luck. After all, who is Sothien Thursday? Have they forgotten? Indeed, anyone who competes with him for what he desires never ends up well. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sothien Thursday felt secretly pleased. He knew well that using his status to suppress others wasn't right. What he needed was to stir up the fear these people had toward the original master. Now that he had temporarily made everyone yield, the next issue was money. Suddenly, the arrogant and domineering voice of Lai Huintan, the son of the Minister of War, rang out. You may be scared, but this young master isn't afraid of him. I'll bid 5,500 taels. I also happen to need 2 women to warm my bed. Seeing someone stepping up to provoke him, Sothien Thursday wasn't angry. Instead, he was excited, eager to watch. Ah, this foolish brat. Indeed, here, money is all that matters. Lai Huintan, fanning himself, approached Sothien Thursday with disdain. Sothien Thursday, you despicable man, refusing to associate with me. Today, I must beat you at least once. These two had always had a grudge against each other, so as soon as they met, they started bickering. They kept arguing back and forth but never resolved anything. Finally, Sothien Thursday made a suggestion with deep implication. Then let's place another bet like last time. If you win, the title of the most fashionable man in the capital will be yours. The foolish and hot-headed Lai Huintan quickly fell into the trap without realizing it. Humph, do you think I'd be surprised? Go ahead, say how we'll bet. Sothien Thursday chuckled, then turned to the auctioneer and asked, Lai Huintan wants to steal my title as the most fashionable man. Could you give us some time to have our little duel before we continue the auction? Haha. If So Tsong Tu and Lai Tsong Tu wish to entertain us with a duel, Min Yen Lao will certainly support it. Of course, the bet made everyone around very excited, ready to watch Sothien Thursday make a fool of himself, because they were certain that Sothien Thursday was a useless fool who could never win against Lai Huintan. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Lai Huintan proposed. Thuan Quan Yen, known for her fierce reputation, why don't we each come up with a riddle for her to judge who wins? Thuan Quan Yen cheerfully nodded, but So Thien Thursday shrugged and shook his head. How embarrassing for you. Wordplay is for bookworms. What does it have to do with us that we should compete in such a game? Thinking about it, So Thien Thursday said. I've wasted 10 years for nothing. Just by reading women all over the capital, I've mastered a unique skill. Do you dare to compete? Lai Huintan didn't think much and asked. What skill is that? So Thien Thursday turned to the audience and loudly proclaimed. With just one look, I can accurately tell any woman's measurements. Haha, I thought it was something special. Even an 8-year-old knows this trick. Do you think I can't do it? A challenge is a challenge. Who's afraid of whom? I'll set a rule. If you win, all the money on me is yours. But if you lose, every time you see Lai Huintan on the street, you must bow your head and greet me. Understood? Thuan Quan Yen listened as everyone agreed to the rules, then subtly waved to her maid. You two gentlemen have truly opened my eyes. If that's the case, then Ho Vu Lao will be happy to assist. These are the 4 junior sisters of our Hua Wu Pavilion. I invited the 2 young masters to compete with each other. Very quickly, 4 beautiful girls in different colored outfits stepped forward for everyone to admire. This competition is taking place right in the middle of the auditorium where the auction just happened, and almost everyone's attention is gathered here to watch the free show. So Thien Thursday, drooling, walked up to the girl in the bright red outfit and excitedly said, This is an exquisite woman. Her measurements are 90, 60, and 60. The named girl shyly nodded. The young master is absolutely correct. Lai Huintan, unwilling to be outdone, began guessing. Her measurements are 92, 64, and 93. The young master guessed correctly. The woman in white is 94, 58, 91. So Thien Thursday loudly declared. Lai Huintan immediately countered. The woman in blue is 96, 62, and 95. Just as So Thien Thursday happily pointed at the girl in blue and said, You're wrong, Lai Huintan. The girl in blue isn't 96, but 94. Lai Huintan angrily retorted. Nonsense! The woman in white is 94, obviously smaller than the one in blue. How could that be wrong? Everyone around agreed with Lai Huintan's guess, because clearly, the girl in blue is slightly bigger than the one in white. How could they be the same? Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, So Thien Thursday calmly walked up to the girl in blue, causing her face to turn as red as a tomato. Miss, you're padding your chest by 2 centimeters, aren't you? Let's see it. The girl blushed and awkwardly nodded before pulling out a pad from her chest. Lai Huintan stared blankly at the breast pad, wondering how it was possible. Did she really pad her chest? Oh my, I can't believe that So Thien Thursday even noticed this. In the end, Lai Huintan, true to his word, reluctantly handed over 10,000 taels of gold to So Thien Thursday. Haha, young Master Lai is indeed a man of his word, as expected of the most stylish man in the capital, haha. Satisfied with the amount, So Thien Thursday didn't hesitate and turned to the auctioneer. Let's continue the bidding. I offer 6,000 taels. All right, young Master So bids 6,000 taels. Anyone willing to go higher? In the auctioneer's cheerful voice, there was one person who couldn't be happy, and that was Lai Huintan. At this point, he belatedly realized that So Thien Thursday had outsmarted him. Damn it, this scoundrel took my money. How could I have been so foolish? Of course, no one else dared to bid now because who would dare challenge So Thien Thursday? After everyone backed out, the twin sisters ended up in So Thien Thursday's clutches once again. What a pity. Though things seemed to deviate from the plan, Mo Dung Tuet reassured herself that even if So Thien Thursday won the twins, he wouldn't live much longer. In contrast, Thuan Quan Yen found So Thien Thursday somewhat interesting. Finally, after 3 consecutive bids, the auctioneer struck the wooden table with his hammer and declared, If there are no higher bids, then the twin sisters belong to young Master So Thien Thursday. Pleased with the outcome, the auctioneer respectfully handed the twin sisters' indenture back to So Thien Thursday. Young Master So, here is the indenture of Thursday Knock and Dong Knock. Please take it. Haha, all right then, take this money as well. After some difficulties, the young man finally managed to satisfy himself by embracing the 2 beauties and returning to his home. Suddenly, just as they were laughing and chatting happily, a surge of murderous intent erupted from behind, startling So Thien Thursday. It turns out that in his anger, Lai Huintan couldn't hold back, wielding his fan to unleash a martial attack, but So Thien Thursday dodged it. So Thien Thursday, you and that girl in the blue dress must have conspired to deceive me. You're not going anywhere. Before So Thien Thursday could react, the two girls, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, charged forward and kicked Lai Huintan flying. You bastard! How dare you sneak attack our young master! Lai Huintana's servants quickly rushed over to check on him, asking if he was all right, which only made him angrier as he ordered, "Damn it, capture them for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, his subordinates attacked like mad dogs. Facing their ferocious assault were the two incredibly beautiful twin sisters. But upon closer look, their demeanor had completely changed. While they had previously seemed like sweet and pitiful girls, they now transformed into fierce warriors, effortlessly defeating Lai Huintana's underlings. "You bunch of useless fools, you can't even beat two little girls. What's the point of keeping you around?" Li Huintan scolded his subordinates, who were both worried and panicked. Not only were the people around them startled by the girl's abilities, but even So Thien Thursday almost forgot about this issue. Among the young people, the two of them are only second to Mo Dung Tuet in skill, and above all, they are extremely loyal to So Thien Thursday. "I won't let you harm my young master. All of you, get out of my way." A moment later, So Thien Thursday finally managed to leave this troublesome place with his two maidservants. But just as they stepped out the door, they were blocked by Li Huintana's men. "Li Huintan, Li Huintan, I knew you wouldn't accept your defeat. What now? Do you still want to finish me off?" Li Huintan took the treasured sword from his subordinate, pointed it straight at So Thien Thursday with a green energy emanating from it, and shouted, "This might be the last time we duel. No matter what, I have to beat you at least once. So draw your sword and fight me, So Thien Thursday." So Thien Thursday cheerfully shrugged and declined. "Oh, you're provoking me now? Then I won't agree. Don't be so bad-tempered, Li Huintan." Angered, Li Huintan immediately raised 5 fingers and promised a bet of 5,000 taels. "Do you dare to fight or not?" 5,000 taels made Thien Thursday's eyes sparkle as he smiled and clenched his fist in agreement, startling everyone around him. "Young master, do you not know that Lai Huintan, although not a martial artist by profession, has still practiced some martial arts?" The two maidservants were extremely worried, while Mo Dung Tuet was inwardly delighted and scornful, thinking Thien Thursday was foolishly courting death. Of course, no one realized that this was the perfect opportunity for Thien Thursday to test his own profound warrior-level strength, so he confidently waved his hand and said that he could defeat his opponent without using a sword. Isn't Thien Thursday a good-for-nothing who has been weak and sickly since childhood? How dare he accept the challenge? And he even said he wouldn't use a sword with such bravado. He must have completely given up on resisting. Thien Thursday's words entered Lai Huintana's ears as an insult, infuriating him. "You dare look down on me, Thien Thursday? Why don't you dodge?" Naturally, Thien Thursday dodged, and he did so expertly, quickly evading most of Lai Huintana's strikes with ease. "You scoundrel, Thien Thursday! All you can do is dodge like a rat, completely overpowered and utterly without skill. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Admit I've won, and I'll spare you." Suddenly, one of Lai Huintana's slashes struck directly into Thien Thursday's shoulder, sending blood splattering and shocking Lai Huintan even more. Warm fresh blood splattered. In his vision, the life force of So Thien Thursday was rapidly dwindling, flickering like a candle in the wind. Li Huintan, stunned beyond belief, stammered and shouted, "No, it can't be! Why didn't you dodge? Yes, why didn't you dodge? If you had just begged for your life, I would have spared you. I swear I would have. I only wanted to defeat So Thien Thursday once. I've never admitted defeat to anyone. I didn't want to kill him." "Why?" Just as Li Huintan was lost in his turmoil, the space around him suddenly distorted, and So Thien Thursday appeared safely right in front of him, looking eerie. It wasn't until this moment that Li Huintan was horrified to realize. You're not dead! You tricked me! You even learned this terrifying mystical art! So Thien Thursday, what have you done? How do you know this technique?" His mind in chaos and gripped by fear, Li Huintan screamed unconsciously, then immediately. He had no idea whether what he had experienced was real or a dream, only that in reality, he had knelt before So Thien Thursday. As for So Thien Thursday, he remained calm and profound, standing right in front of him without taking any action. The sudden turn of events left the spectators around the match completely baffled. "What? Has Li Huintan gone mad? The one just standing there is the victor. Seeing So Thien Thursday's cunning demeanor, could it be that he still has some unexpected ace up his sleeve? Lai Huantan was suddenly scared senseless. Everything truly is bizarre. It's truly bizarre. What kind of trick has Lai Huantan fallen into to be so terrified? So Thien Thursday didn't even move, yet that guy was scared into stupidity. Even Enmo Dungtuet was filled with endless questions but couldn't find an answer. After a brief commotion, when the crowd hadn't dispersed, a guard of Princess Vu rushed over, calling out loudly, "Your Excellency, we finally found you! Your Excellency, the Empress has summoned you back to the princess's manor to treat the princess." Hearing this, So Thien Thursday happily nodded. "Oh, I'll return in a moment." The people around still hadn't left, and were discussing with each other what had just happened. All they saw was that So Thien Thursday hadn't moved an inch, while Lai Huantan swung his sword wildly, and then knelt down to admit defeat. Truly strange. Even Thuan Quan Yen couldn't fully comprehend it at first, but she sensed that So Thien Thursday gave her a completely different feeling from before. Today's events caused a lot of confusion and raised many questions, yet in the end, So Thien Thursday calmly returned to Princess Vu's manor unharmed. "Your daughter greets the Empress." The Empress looked at So Thien Thursday's lively and energetic demeanor, and happily nodded in approval. "Not bad, it seems you found a way to heal yourself." "Maybe so, I believe it won't be long before I fully recover." So Thien Thursday calmly responded, but in his heart, he was secretly amazed by the Empress's sharp gaze. With just one look, she could tell how much his body had recovered. "All right, since you're recovered, quickly make use of the time to continue treating the princess. Everything you need has been prepared for you. I will wait outside the door." After the Empress left, So Thien Thursday approached to carefully observe the beautiful princess before him once more. It is said that this princess had reached the 6th stage of physical perfection since she was young, and this purple light seems to be her profound energy. Unexpectedly, even in this state of extreme physical weakness, her body could still condense a point of profound energy without the need for cultivation. This is truly a heaven-sent talent, a gift so extraordinary that it inspires admiration. However, the seed of her profound energy is in her brain, which will later produce snake profound energy. If the treatment harms the small meridians in the brain, it could lead to mental deficiency, a significant risk. I saved her life, so regardless of whether we become true husband and wife in the future, this is also a form of destiny. So Thien Thursday thought to himself as he continued his careful examination. His hand gently used an acupuncture needle, pressing it directly onto the acupuncture point between her brows where the profound energy was concentrated. "Today, I will use this gathered profound energy to clear her conception and govern her vessels." And so, after opening her meridians with acupuncture, So Thien Thursday guided the seed of profound energy through her body's meridians. The mysterious energy moves from the brain gradually down to the chest, clearing blockages and unblocked areas in the body. From the Ren meridian down to the deep Du meridian, the mysterious energy finally stops. These two acupoints, Ren and Du, are quite important in the body's meridian system and have a miraculous effect on martial artists, or those cultivating mystical energy. After persistent effort, So Thien Thursday finally took a deep breath of relief. She had successfully cleared the Ren and Du meridians. The mysterious energy returned to her brain, and the toxins in her body were also purified. It was time to wake up. As soon as So Thien Thursday finished speaking, the previously calm eyebrows of the princess twitched and then furrowed tightly. A moment later, she slowly opened her tired eyes and took in her surroundings. So Thien Thursday approached happily and asked, "Princess, you've woken up?" The weak princess softly asked. Who are you?" "I am So Thien Thursday," the young man who answered while trying to show his warm and caring handsome face in front of the princess. It seems that So Thien Thursday's tactic worked as the princess looked surprised and repeated the name So Thien Thursday several times. However, the bright future So Thien Thursday imagined didn't happen, as the princess suddenly delivered a heavy blow to his stomach, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. "You're the shameless, worthless scum who smuggled weapons, pushed an old woman into the sea, and raped a pig, aren't you?" The princess's look of disgust left So Thien Thursday stunned as he wondered why so many people hated the original owner of this body. At that moment, the princess realized her body was exposed, quickly covering her ample chest with her hands, blushing as she screamed, "Get out! Get out!" So Thien Thursday, standing to the side, tried to calm the agitated princess and gently advised, "Princess, please don't be agitated. I'm here to treat your illness, not to take advantage of you." Suddenly, the door swung open as the Empress, hearing her daughter's screams, happily rushed in. "Nu Tom, you're awake! That's wonderful! That's wonderful!" The young princess, upon seeing her mother, immediately threw herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. "Mother, ho 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 ho!" The empress, while comforting her little daughter, didn't forget to ask and scold her. "Tom Ni, why are you so foolish? Why did you try to poison yourself?" Hearing the queen mother's words, the princess was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook her head and explained. "I didn't commit suicide. The maid beside me brought some pastries, and I was poisoned after eating them." As soon as the princess finished speaking, the queen mother's expression turned terrifyingly furious. "What? Is that so? I've already figured it out. Don't worry, I will give you an answer and get to the bottom of this." "That's right, Queen Mother. What about Sothien Thursday? Why did you let him treat me like this? He even stripped me of all my clothes." The Queen Mother, embarrassed and flustered, responded. "Tom Ni, this is a long story." "Then please tell me, Queen Mother," the princess insisted. Reluctantly, under her beloved daughter's plea, the Queen Mother recounted everything since Sothien Thursday's resurrection and how he found a way to save the princess. Upon hearing this, the princess's face grew increasingly grim instead of relieved. "If that's the case, I must kill him." Seeing the terrifying look on the princess's face, Sothien Thursday hurriedly screamed. "Queen Mother, save me! Save me! No, Tom Ni, you cannot kill him." "Why not? He stripped me of all my clothes, and yet you defend him." "I think it would be better if I just died." Helpless, the Queen Mother turned to Sothien Thursday and said, "Please leave for now so I can talk to Tom Ni." Without hesitation, Sothien Thursday bowed his head and complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he turned and walked away, unaware that the Empress was still gazing at his back until he disappeared from sight. Only then did she quietly say to her daughter, "Nu Tom, in truth, Mother is not fond of Sothien Thursday either, but with him here, the Northern Yu Prince and those court officials won't force you into a marriage alliance anymore. Do you understand? But earlier he just..." "It's okay, my daughter, that was to treat your illness. After all, we couldn't just stand by and watch you die, right?" After some comforting words from the Empress, the princess's tone became more relaxed. "Mother, no matter what, I will never live with him. I hate him so much, I hate him to death." Listening to her pitiful lament, the Empress hurriedly embraced her daughter, soothing her with words of comfort. "Mother knows, don't worry, my daughter." The two of them continued their conversation inside, while outside, Sothien Thursday stood quietly, lost in thought. He looked up at the early morning rays shining down on the world and sighed, wondering. "Sothien Thursday, oh Sothien Thursday, why is it that everywhere you go, people despise you so much?" Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and frantic shouting interrupted Sothien Thursday's thoughts. Your Majesty, something's wrong!" "Your Majesty, the Prince of Northern Yu has arrived at the palace gate. He also said that he wishes to visit the princess." The maid's announcement echoed through the room, startling both Her Majesty and Princess Ko-Nu Tom. The Queen stepped out of the room and ordered Sothien Thursday. "I am currently unable to meet with the Prince of Northern Yu. Sothien Thursday, you are now the rightful son-in-law, so go and see him. Try your best to keep him from entering." Of course, Sothien Thursday could only bow his head and accept the order before leaving. It seemed that the Queen noticed his improved condition and wanted to use the Prince of Northern Yu to eliminate his status as the son-in-law. If Sothien Thursday cannot stop that man now, he will lose his last life-saving token. Given his current strength, if he loses the royal family's protection, Sothien Thursday will quickly meet a tragic end. Therefore, no matter what, he must overcome this challenge. As he gradually approached the princess's residence, he could already hear the chaotic noise from the soldiers in the distance as they tried to stop a large and rough man. "Move aside. Our prince must enter to see the princess." Faced with such a strong attack, the soldiers of the princess's residence tried to hold him back. "Insolent! This is not the Northern Yu Kingdom. Without an invitation you cannot enter the princess's residence." Sothien Thursday approached, observed for a while, and then sneered with disdain. "Tisk tsk, whose wild dog is barking so loudly at the princess's residence like this?" Your appearance and words immediately enraged the emissary from the Northern Yu Kingdom. That man named Hong Gwyn Luong shouted in fury. "You damn pale-faced wretch, where do you come from, daring to insult me like this?" With a single slash, his attack was easily blocked by two soldiers, who angrily shouted back. "How dare you? This is our son-in-law. How dare you act so insolently here?" Hearing this, the bull-headed Hong Gwyn Luong burst into loud laughter, mocking. Haha, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's So Tien Thursday, the most worthless person in the capital. A weakling close to death like a ragged straw bag, completely unworthy of your Western Qing princess. Not only did the emissary from the Northern Yu Kingdom look down on So Tien Thursday, but the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs also whispered among themselves. Oh my, why do you think our stunning princess chose such a disgraced and ruined son-in-law? Before they could finish speaking, a young man with snow-white hair, riding a massive beast, slowly walked in and loudly said, Kid, I heard your father is the famous General So Diem Hong of the Xian Wu army. I advise you to leave quickly, lest you tarnish the reputation of General Xian Wu. Don't think you can stop me, said the beautiful young man, who looked like a woman, and was none other than Prince Hobat Hoi of the Northern Yu Kingdom. The princess is my wife, under my care. It's not the place of a prince to visit her. So Tien Thursday could not back down, and secretly wondered why the Northern Yu prince looked so much like a woman. Aren't Northern Yu people supposed to be tall and strong, able to tear apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands? So Tien Thursday resolutely blocked the way, while the Northern Yu prince unleashed a terrifying aura, making everyone around, especially So Tien Thursday, feel as if they had fallen into a freezing abyss. So Tien Thursday mocked. You don't even see yourself clearly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy to face me? Confronted by the overwhelming aura in front of him, So Tien Thursday couldn't help but shudder because the blood energy of this prince was just like a Mo Dung Tuet's, able to radiate within a 6-foot radius. He was already a master at the 6th stage of body refinement. Moreover, the Water Queen of North Yu has the ability to tame beasts. It seems that's not just a rumor. It's said that the wolf beside this smiling prince can easily kill over 100 war horses, bite through a body refinement martial artist in one strike. So Tien Thursday thought to himself, how the hell can I deal with this? So, how about my wolf? Normally, its fangs and mouth despise unsightly people like you. Its nature has never been controlled. If it bites you to death, at most, I'll just say it went out of control and then kill it myself. You, a useless person dressed in fine clothes, will only die in vain. Before So Tien Thursday could say anything, Mo Dung Tuet, who was standing behind him, shouted loudly. How could the prince consort endure such humiliation? Please, teach these arrogant North Yu people a lesson. So Tien Thursday cursed silently. Damn it, this vile woman knows exactly when to provoke, trying to use me to kill someone. After a commotion, the North Yu prince jumped off his beast and walked straight towards the princess's mansion. Come on, let's go propose. The surrounding soldiers hurriedly raised their weapons to block him, but were so frightened by the terrifying aura of the North Yu prince that they couldn't move. Seeing no other option, So Tien Thursday had to step forward, raise his hand, and block the path. You must be Hobat Hoi, the North Yu prince, right? Even if your North Yu country is a barbaric and nomadic nation, you should at least know some manners, shouldn't you? How dare you disrespect the prince's name and casually call him out? You even dare to insult the North Yu kingdom. You're looking for death. The arrogant envoy shouted in anger but was stopped by Hobat Hoi, who then said to So Tien Thursday, Oh, you say I don't know any manners? That's right, Hobat Hoi. You want to meet the princess without an invitation, that's fine, but shouldn't you have prepared a modest gift at least? What gift have you brought for the princess? Hearing this, Hobat Hoi was momentarily stunned and muttered to himself. I really didn't think this through. Haha, since you didn't bring a gift, please go back and prepare one, then return. The envoy Hong Gwyn Luong disagreed and laughed, pointing at his own prince and boldly declared, Our prince himself is the greatest gift of all. What other gift could be needed? As soon as he finished speaking, So Tien Thursday put on a mocking face and feigned surprise, asking, Did you just say your prince is an object you can casually bring along? Haha, that's hilarious! Everyone around burst into laughter, making Hong Gwyn Luong embarrassed and further enraging Hobat Hoi, who seemed about to explode, shouting, Shut up! After shouting, Hobat Hoi turned to So Tien Thursday and coldly asked, emphasizing each word, Today, I have no invitation and no gift, but I still want to see the princess. How are you going to stop me? So Tien Thursday, unfazed, leaned in closer with a smile and asked, Prince, even with this intimidating attitude, you won't win the princess's heart. Do you even know what the princess likes the most? The princess's favorite is poetry, So Tien Thursday loudly declared, while the princess inside the room suddenly sneezed, as if someone had mentioned her name. If you, Hobat Hoi, are truly of noble birth, Then let's write 3 poems for the princess to judge. Whoever's poetry she dislikes must withdraw and no longer pursue her. Do you dare to compete? This suggestion from Sothien Thursday was like shocking news, leaving the surrounding maidservants bewildered and flustered. It's over, they thought. He actually dared to propose such a thing? I've heard that besides partying, he doesn't even know how to read. That's right, I've heard that he only knows how to draw turtles since he was a child, using them as pillows. How could he possibly know how to write poetry? Oh my God, while it's true that the princess really loves poetry, if Sothien Thursday competes in a poetry contest, it will bring disgrace to our nation and also make the princess disappear in shame. No one has any hope in Sothien Thursday's victory, so naturally, Hobat Hoi was amused by this suggestion and laughed out loud. It's funny, do you really think that I, Hobat Hoi, only know how to fight all day long? I've been reading and writing poetry since I was a child. And you, just an arrogant, boastful person who hasn't learned anything, dare to compete in writing poetry with me? Fine, then you pick the topic. Hearing this, Sothien Thursday generously shook his head. No, since I proposed the poetry contest, you can choose the topic to avoid claims that I'm bullying you. Alright, let's get to the topic. Hobat Hoi stood still, deep in thought about the subject, while his subordinates took turns mocking and ridiculing Sothien Thursday because their prince was praised for his literary talents by the scholars, rivaling that of a true scholar. And Mo Dung Tuet looked at Sothien Thursday's gloomy face, feeling immensely pleased. This kid is just looking for trouble. Let's see how miserably he loses later. After a moment of contemplation, Hobat Hoi looked up at the clear blue sky and suddenly said, I've been in Tan City for half a month, so I miss home a bit. How about we make the first poem about the northern grasslands of the Yu Kingdom? Alright, let's begin, haha. Sothien Thursday thought to himself with joy and confidence. I'll let you all experience the 5,000 years of preserved and developed Chinese culture and history. The Prince of the Northern Yu is competing in poetry with the useless son-in-law. Everyone, come and watch. The shouts quickly gathered a large crowd in front of the princess's residence to watch and gossip among themselves. Sothien Thursday felt helpless, not understanding why they had to compete outside like this, being watched like monkeys in a zoo. The eunuchs around felt uneasy, knowing that if the commoners found out about this, it would look very bad. They quickly went to report to the princess and the queen. Of course, the whole farce was meticulously orchestrated by Hong Guin Luong, as he ordered his subordinates to gather as many people as possible. Later, when the prince recited his poem, not only could he humiliate that useless son-in-law, but he could also display his talents in front of the people of the Western Tan Kingdom. He stood to the side babbling, while the Prince Hobat Hoi kept his eyes closed, deep in thought about his poem, imagining the grasslands, fine horses, and the annual summer hunts. If you're still pondering, why not let me go first? Sothien Thursday spoke loudly, then immediately recited a poem. Grass grows on the green fields, flourishing each year, only to wither again. The fire burns the fields, yet it cannot destroy all. When the spring breeze returns, life sprouts anew. As he passionately recited the poem, the expressions of the onlookers gradually shifted from disdain to astonishment, their eyes widening in amazement. The fragrance of the grass spreads far to the old paths, its lush green reaching all the way to the royal city. Now as we bid farewell to the noble prince, the grass is full of layers of parting sorrow. As the poem concluded, everyone around fell into a deep silence, lost in thought, except for the foolish envoy, Hong Guin Luong, who held his belly, laughing loudly and said, Haha, what kind of rubbish poem is this? It's nowhere near the level of our prince. Your Highness, please show this kid what a truly great poem is. As soon as he finished speaking, Hobat Hoi slapped him hard, making him spit blood, and scolded. You fool! How can your deaf ears judge whether a poem is good or bad? Ignoring his foolish subordinate, Hobat Hoi turned to Sothien Thursday with a scrutinizing look but did not forget to compliment. I truly underestimated you. You won the first round. That's not true, Your Highness. This brat is definitely up to something. There's no way that worthless fool composed that poem just now. Hearing this, Sothien Thursday laughed and said, You were the one who chose the topic, Your Highness. Are you suggesting that your prince helped me cheat? Your Highness, this subordinate is so brainless. I think you should kill him off early. Hong Guin Luong anxiously explained. Your Highness, please don't listen to him. I may be in Tai Tan, but I don't have the guts to harm anyone, Your Highness. Hobat Hoi, who had been fierce with his subordinate, suddenly spoke gently to Sothien Thursday. Don't pay attention to that idiot. Let's start on the second poem. Using Princess Nu Tom of Taitan as the theme, describe her beautiful appearance. While they were competing in poetry outside, inside the princess's residence, a maid hurriedly reported. Your Majesty, the prince consort and the prince from the north are competing in poetry. They want the princess to judge each poem. The loser will withdraw and no longer pursue the princess. The city walls are already packed with onlookers. The empress, astonished, loudly exclaimed, This Sothien Thursday is causing chaos. Of all things, he's competing in poetry? And making such a big fuss? Mother, I told you he couldn't be trusted. No matter what he competes in, he's just a worthless fool. Just then, another palace maid hurriedly ran in and presented a piece of paper to the empress. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Princess, this is the poem on the theme of the grasslands, composed by the prince consort and the prince from the north. Please take a look. Princess Nu Tom quickly stepped forward, grabbed the paper, and opened it to read. I'd bet it's just a few random scribbles. That worthless fool has tarnished our reputation again. They initially held a disdainful attitude, but when the empress and the princess read the poem, both were utterly astonished and exclaimed, What is this? Is this really a poem written by Sothien Thursday? Oh my goodness, every word is like a pearl, carrying an indescribable beauty. Your Highness, the princess, I personally saw the consort recite this poem himself. The servant reported. After a moment of shock, Nu Tom coldly tossed the poem aside, irritated and displeased. No matter how good the poem is, it's written about the northern plains of Baku. Clearly, he's trying to please that Baku prince. What a worthless person. Before the princess could finish speaking, another maid cheerfully ran in with a new poem. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the second poem has just been completed, and it's centered on the princess's appearance. All right, read it to me. Let's see how he describes me this time. The princess said. Eternal beauty without peer, a stunning figure that captivates the world, a face that amazes all who behold it. Listening to the poem that described her appearance, Nu Tom blushed with surprise and wondered. Did he really write this? Look how they're praising you, eternal beauty, captivating the world. Seeing her daughter's shy demeanor, the empress gently patted her head and teased. Isn't my daughter the one who captivates the world? Why be shy? Outside, after reciting those two poems, Sothien Thursday smiled and said to Hobat Hoi, Your Highness, I have finished writing the second poem. Now it's your turn. I wonder what kind of poetry you will compose to describe the stunning and world-shaking beauty of the princess. Hobat Hoi pondered for a moment, then sighed with a bitter smile. Your poems are unparalleled, likely to stand unmatched for 1,000 years. I am nothing but a lesser talent. At this point I admit defeat. The commoners watching from the beginning nodded in agreement with Hobat Hoi's admission of defeat. That's right, that's right. Whether the princess is beautiful or not, I don't know, but these poems are truly beautiful. Isn't Sothien Thursday supposed to be a frivolous and uneducated playboy? How could he write such powerful poetry? Hearing the chatter, the foolish envoy, still unwilling to give up, stepped forward to question. Your Highness, this boy has been obsessed with women since he was young. Clearly, he has been lusting after the princess for a long time. For all we know, he could have had a great scholar write these love letters long ago, only now bringing them out. So it can't be counted. That's right, with Sothien Thursday's status, it would be easy for him to find a great scholar to write poems for him. If he is to marry the princess, of course, he would prepare gifts to win her favor. But think about it, if someone could write such an extraordinary poem, they would have surfaced in the world long before now. Indeed, this is an unprecedented style of poetry. If there were truly a great figure with such world-shaking literary talent, they certainly wouldn't be some obscure, unknown person. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder and noisier, causing Sothien Thursday's head to ache. Stop gossiping, everyone. As for you, Hobat Hoi, suggest the theme for the third poem. Hobat Hoi forced a reluctant smile. I said I lost, and lost I have. Furthermore, Hobat Hoi suddenly changed his tone and demeanor, becoming much softer and more respectful. However, if Sir Huyn still wishes to continue, then I would also like to hear it. Can Sir Huyn compose a poem or literature that could be passed down for 1,000 years? For the third poem, how about using soldiers as the theme to depict how the soldiers of our two nations are? Sothien Thursday gladly agreed and quickly composed a new poem. Poured grape wine into a crystal cup, wanting to drink, the lute urges the horse to go, the sandy ground stretches far. Who cares? How many return from the battles of the past? With just 4 simple lines, it felt as if people were transported into a battlefield of endless white sands, the thundering hooves of horses reverberating through the vast space and time, striking the hearts of everyone who listened. A sense of heroic sorrow suddenly arose in the hearts of those around. Even the soldiers behind Hobat Hoi couldn't help but tremble with emotion, while Hobat Hoi himself was stunned and murmured, "How many return from the battles of the past? How many return from the battles of the past? Excellent. This might be the most beautiful moment in my life as a soldier. My heart has been moved by these verses. Sir Huin's poetry has reached the pinnacle of artistry. I am fortunate to meet you today. I am truly in awe. I will surely return to the Northern Yu Kingdom and have this final poem passed down for 1,000 years." Hobat Hoi respectfully clasped his hands and bowed sincerely before So Thien Thursday, but his foolish envoy still hadn't come to his senses and stepped forward to stop him. "Your Highness, I believe that you haven't lost at all. You fought So Thien Thursday using your weaknesses against his strengths. It shouldn't count like this. To put it bluntly, this brat is just distracting and obstructing us from meeting the princess. He must not be forgiven." As soon as he finished speaking, the foolish envoy drew his sword and suddenly rushed towards So Thien Thursday to attack. But before he could approach So Thien Thursday, another blade had already pierced through his body, accompanied by Hobat Hoi's cold voice. "Hong Nguyen Luong, is this disgraceful behavior of yours not enough to humiliate me?" Hong Nguyen Luong was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes, and stammered, Your Highness, why would you?" Facing his subordinate, Hobat Hoi coldly questioned. "On one hand, you claim to be acting in my best interest, yet behind my back, you secretly commit inhumane acts in Taitan. Just as Brother So said, subordinates as brainless as you should be killed sooner rather than later. Moreover, to strengthen the martial arts exchange between Baekyu and Taitan, I request the Taitan Emperor to allow me and Brother So to engage in a martial arts duel. I hope Brother So won't refuse." After the commotion, Hobat Hoi leaped onto his beast with his subordinates, dragging Hong Nguyen Luong's corpse as they headed towards the imperial palace. After they left, the eunuchs and palace maids of the princess's residence were still in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Consort, did you really?" Understanding what they were trying to ask, So Thien Thursday nodded and smiled. "He agreed to compete in poetry with me. If I don't accept, wouldn't I lose my dignity? Why are you all so surprised? Have you never seen me look this dashing before?" Hearing So Thien Thursday's teasing words, Mo Dung Tuet gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "Dashing, my foot! Could it be that So Thien Thursday is using this duel with the Baekyu prince to buy himself more time?" So Thien Thursday obviously didn't care about her thoughts, and he turned around to return to the princess's residence. "Just wait, and see how I'll defeat that prince of Baekyu." Ha! A moment later, in the princess's residence, the majestic So Thien Thursday from before was now awkwardly facing the empress and her daughter. He smiled wryly, scratched his head, and explained, I pushed Hobat Hoi away. Aren't you and the princess upset, your majesty?" The empress pondered for a moment, and then sighed. "I've already heard about your upcoming martial arts duel with Hobat Hoi. How could you possibly win? It's hard to gauge someone's literary talent, but I can clearly sense your physical condition, So Thien Thursday. You haven't even reached the basic level of chi refinement. There's no way you can win." Hearing the empress's concern, So Thien Thursday walked to the door, sneaked a glance around, then closed it. Seeing this, the empress sighed helplessly. "Even if you close the door, it's useless. News of the duel has likely spread everywhere. It concerns the royal family's honor." But contrary to what the empress imagined, after securely closing the door, So Thien Thursday turned around and boldly declared, "Actually, I'm a mystical cultivator and currently a level 1 mystic warrior." His words immediately shocked the empress and the princess, and they exclaimed in unison, "What?" Their reaction was understandable, since the chances of being born a mystic warrior are extremely rare, only 1 in 10,000. And yet, So Thien Thursday, please forgive me, your majesty and princess, for intentionally hiding this. In fact, many years ago, I secretly began my cultivation. I didn't dare tell anyone because I didn't want the Empress Dowager to notice. If I hadn't done so, how could I have brought the princess back to life? There's also another thing. The princess has a trace of mystical energy within her, so I took the opportunity to clear her Rin and Du meridians. Princess Ji Ruxing listened and then began to carefully sense her body. She discovered that it was indeed as Sao Tianshu had said. Without hesitation, the princess immediately sat down to focus her internal energy, and clearly sensed the situation in her body, as a stream of mystical energy burst forth around her. In the princess's consciousness, 2 acupuncture points in her body had clearly lit up, gathering a large amount of mystical energy. After circulating her energy for a while, the princess slowly opened her eyes, happily turned to her mother, and nodded. "It's true, mother. My Ren and Du meridians have been cleared, and I have a small amount of mystical energy within me." The Empress couldn't hide her joy and laughed. "Good, good. My daughter can now become a mystic warrior." Suo Tianshu then stepped forward and clasped his hands together. "So, Your Majesty, if you give me 1 month, I will definitely defeat Hu Buhui. Please, Your Majesty, help me." The Empress remained silent in thought for a long time, then happily nodded. "I will find a way to postpone the martial arts competition. You can focus on your cultivation without worry." Not only that, but the Empress also came over and gently patted Suo Tianshu on the shoulder, a gesture of approval that made him bow his head in gratitude. The system's voice also rang out, announcing that the host had gained 1 favor point from the Empress. Before So Tien Thursday could feel relieved, he caught the attentive gaze of Princess Ko Nu Tam, who had been watching him all along. Seeing So Tien Thursday look her way, the princess coldly walked past and said, "Contrary to the rumors, you're not as bad as they say. I will remember your kindness, and I won't forget it." "Ha ha, so she's a princess who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside," So Tien Thursday smiled unconsciously. Watching the queen and princess leave, So Tien Thursday felt incredibly relieved and at ease. Now, he could lie down and rest, knowing that if given the chance to impress, his future would undoubtedly be brighter. Today is a beautiful sunny day. Lai Huintan, the young master, is leaning against a tree, while the other idle young men nearby are playing with crickets. Lai Huintan, feeling both sleepy and exhausted, wonders why he has to spend every day with these bug-playing people. After a while, the auction results came in, and Lai Huintan received 200 taels, but he refused and walked away, saying, "You guys keep it and go buy more bugs. Don't call me again." "Young Master Lai, where are you going?" "It's almost time for the Grand Scholar. I'll go wherever I want. Can you stop me?" Ignoring the useless young men, Lai Huintan walked along the bustling streets of the capital with his servant. "Young Master, I heard today that you skipped the scholars' class again. Is that okay?" Li Huintan replied slowly while munching on roasted peanuts. "I don't like that boring literature class. I just want to become the top martial artist in the capital." At that moment, a young boy delivering newspapers ran down the street, shouting loudly, "Everyone, come quickly! The Prince Consort and the Prince of the Northern Yu Kingdom are competing in poetry in front of the princess's mansion. So Tien Thursday has composed 3 poems of the highest caliber, hailed as a great literary genius." The exciting content of the hot news attracted a large crowd to buy the newspaper. Even Li Huintan couldn't resist signaling his subordinate to buy a copy. Soon, the subordinate returned with a newspaper detailing the 3 poems that So Tien Thursday had just composed. The 2 of them buried their heads in reading the poems, their faces filled with amazement. "Did that So Tien Thursday really compose these poems? My goodness, not even the greatest scholars of our time could produce such masterpieces." The more Li Huintan read the magnificent verses, the angrier he became. He shouted loudly and crushed the newspaper in his hand. "Damn you, So Tien Thursday! Just wait, one day I will defeat you." Seeing their young master so furious, the servant turned to the other subordinates and ordered, "Go back and inform So Tien Thursday that they won't be getting those 5,000 taels anymore." Lai Huintan went mad and kicked the subordinate, sending him flying, then shouted, "Insolent! Do you want me to become a man of no faith? I lost to So Tien Thursday fairly, and if I want to win, I will win fairly and squarely." After saying that, Lai Huintan hurried away, leaving the servant puzzled. "Young master, where are you going?" "Where else? Back to class to write poetry. Next time I meet So Tien Thursday, I will definitely defeat him." Thuan Kuan Yen, beautiful and pensive, stared at the poems in front of her and wondered, could it be that So Tien Thursday was hiding his talent before? It's truly hard for people to see through him. The maid next to her asked, confused, could he have cheated or had someone else do it for him? No way. He composed it in front of so many people, and the topic was set by Prince Bakyu. How could he have cheated? Besides, who in the world has such literary talent? So Tien Thursday is becoming more and more intriguing. Ha! Meanwhile, elsewhere, the excited voice of the emperor echoed. Tom Ni, my dear Tom Ni, are you all right? You really scared me to death. Princess Ko Nu Tom helplessly pushed her father's face away as he leaned in close. Watching the father and daughter push and pull, the Empress standing nearby began recounting the event. This time, not only did Nu Tom survive, but she also gained a blessing in disguise by activating the Xianqi seed. All of this is thanks to Sothien Thursday. Your Majesty should reward him. Hearing the Queen speak up for Sothien Thursday, the Emperor was quite surprised and let out a sound of surprise. He didn't expect such a miraculous skill. He definitely deserves a reward. The man with snow-white hair but still exuding a handsome and benevolent appearance was none other than the Emperor of Taitan, named Ko Deep. Hearing his father and mother talking, Ko Nu Tom stood by, shaking her head in boredom. She couldn't deny that he was truly skilled, but he should only receive a reward after the martial arts competition. Father, are you worried about the competition? Her father's words shocked the princess. Father, you already knew? Haha, how could I not know about such a significant matter? Just now, Hobat Hoi came to the Holy Temple to meet with me, hoping I would agree to a duel between him and Sothien Thursday in half a month. The outcome will decide where you belong, Ko Nu Tom. These words fell on the princess's ears, making her unhappy, her face darkening. Father, they are trying to control my life. How can I marry them? If it happens again, I will definitely deal with them to the death. Seeing his daughter's frightening aura, both the Emperor and Queen were stunned. Oh my, such a fierce aura, no wonder she is my daughter, haha! When it was brought up, the Empress said she had heard about the poetry competition earlier. What exactly happened then? Under the curious gaze of the Emperor, the Empress had no choice but to recount the recent events. What? Sothien Thursday knows how to write poetry? Quickly, bring it for me to see. Of course, after reading the 3 poems, the Emperor had a stunned expression, as if encountering a heavenly being, just like those who had heard them. The poems are excellent. Who would have thought that Sothien Thursday would have such great talent? Did he really write these? Indeed, he did. However, he's not far from competing with Hobat Hoi. I hope your Majesty can extend the time for Sothien Thursday by another half-month. Time is not an issue. But do you think Sothien Thursday can win? Hearing the Emperor's question, the Empress silently thought for a moment before answering. Although Sothien Thursday is a profound cultivator, he has only just recovered from his illness. It's unrealistic to expect him to defeat Hobat Hoi in half a month. However, your Majesty, he has great confidence that he can defeat that young Prince Hobat Hoi in a month. The Emperor quickly saw through the Empress's slightly approving tone. Empress, I've always known your intuition is very accurate. You won't mention uncertain matters, nor do anything without benefit, and everything you do is for me. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to cultivate Sothien Thursday, aren't you? The Empress didn't hesitate and nodded. This man is not simple, your Majesty. He is not valued by the So family, and all the things he did before were to hide his ignorance and conceal his talents, barely surviving under the control of his great-aunt. Emperor Ko Deep, after hearing the Empress's words, looked at his daughter and sighed. I don't know much about the matters of the So family. Nowadays, So Diem Hong is the Xuanwu general holding significant military power. His eldest son has become a Xuanwu cultivator, and his younger son is equally strong with superior martial skills. They are both promising young talents. Now even the youngest son has become a Xuanwu cultivator. Doesn't that make the So family's power too great? Indeed, the Emperor's heart is as deep as the sea. It's impossible to fully understand it, and there are many things an emperor must consider, weighing the pros and cons. After much deliberation, the Emperor suddenly instructed the Empress. Empress, Sothien Thursday of the So family may be a useless person to them, but not to us. Guiding Sothien Thursday during this time is not a bad move. Alright, someone deliver my orders. The martial contest between Sothien Thursday and the Prince of Baku will be held as scheduled in 1 month. Warm rays of sunlight pierced through the lush green leaves, illuminating the ancient room. Princess Ko Nu Tom, tired, closed the book in her hand and let out a long yawn. This heavenly heart technique truly lives up to its reputation as a family secret technique. But what mysterious chi technique could that Sothien Thursday be cultivating? Oh my god, could it be that this brat is just going to give up and bow out during the competition? After much hesitation and worry, the princess decided to jump off the bed and go see what was happening. A moment later, at Sothien Thursday's room, Ko Nu Tam burst in, holding a secret technique book in her hand, loudly declaring, Sothien Thursday, I have this mysterious chi technique, you can learn it. But before she could finish her sentence, The princess fell silent as she witnessed So Tien Thursday embracing his twin maidservants. The princess's expression immediately became quite extraordinary. As for So Tien Thursday, he was stunned, feeling like he had been caught red-handed, and awkwardly asked, "Princess, did you just come from your palace? You scoundrel! Here I am trying to help you, and you're just playing around with women." So Tien Thursday screamed in pain. "Ow, ow, it hurts. Princess, please, let me explain." Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, seeing the situation becoming chaotic, hurriedly knelt before the princess and explained. "Princess, you misunderstood the young master. We are just maids massaging his shoulders." "That's right, princess. They are just maids, not some wild women." New Tom, hearing this, became even more furious. "There are so many maids in the mansion, yet they're not enough for you, so you had to buy these too?" At this moment, the door was suddenly flung open by another person, and Li Huintan's voice echoed. "So Tien Thursday, I, Li Huintan, always keep my word. I've come to pay the debt." Seeing a stranger enter, the princess shouted, "Who are you? How dare you sneak into the princess's mansion?" Li Huintan was taken aback by the scene in the room. "Oh my god, did I just witness domestic violence?" Son of the Ministry of Rights, Li Huintan, greets Princess Nu Tom. "Your Highness, I lost a bet of 5,000 taels to the prince consort, so I'm here to repay the debt." Seeing someone intervene, So Tien Thursday happily reassured Nu Tom. Yes, I told the guards to let him in if he came to pay. How bold of you, as the prince consort, to dare gamble outside." "Ha, princess, you've misunderstood. It wasn't gambling. Both the prince consort and I wanted to buy these two girls, so we made a bet, and I lost 5,000 taels. Nu Tom grabbed So Tien Thursday by the collar and questioned. "Is that true?" "Yes, it is. I swear, 100% true, no lies." Hearing this, the princess finally calmed down a bit but still held So Tien Thursday tightly, reprimanding him. "The most important thing now is your duel with Obat Hoi. If you lose and force me to marry him, I will kick you to death and then commit suicide. After that, we will be buried together." The terrifying aura of the princess made So Tien Thursday so scared that he almost wet himself, hastily nodding. "Don't worry, princess, I will definitely win," he said. Then, after some chaos, Ko Nu Tom stormed off in anger. Once she had left, So Tien Thursday approached Lai Huintan and patted him on the shoulder. "Haha, thank you for helping me out this time, Lai Tsong too, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain things to the princess." Lai Huintan, annoyed, tapped So Tien Thursday's hand with his fan. "Stop getting so close to me. I've already given you the money, and I will definitely beat you in the next match. We'll compete with your poetry skills." So Tien Thursday laughed, and shook his head. "Compete in poetry with me? Even if you tried for 8 lifetimes, you wouldn't win." Lai Huintan also smiled confidently. "Humph, just wait and see." Then, after everyone had left, the two maidservants, Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, knelt before So Tien Thursday to confess. "We're sorry, young master, we caused you trouble." All right, it was just a misunderstanding. Stand up quickly." Okay, stop crying. From now on, just serve the young master well, haha. "Don't worry, young master, we've been serving you for 5 years. We'll stay by your side for this lifetime." "Yes, young master, you must live well, otherwise, we don't know where we'll end up if we're sold off." Listening to the two maidservants' heartfelt words, So Tien Thursday softened and reassured them. "Don't worry, I may be just a first-level mystic, but that Hobat Hoi is a 6th-rank martial artist. But in just a month, your young master will surely defeat him." The two maidservants were astonished to hear that their young master had become a mystic and quickly chattered in excitement. "Haha, I, the young master, have incredible luck. I just happen to have a natural talent for cultivating mysterious energy, so of course, when I defeated Li Xianqing, I used my magical powers on him. Let me show you too as an experiment." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious energy within So Tien Shu's body channeled through his deep-set eyes, staring directly at the two maidservants. In that blink of an eye, one of the maidservants suddenly found herself in a strange, dark space. Before she could even grasp the situation, her body lost all sense of gravity, and she abruptly started to fall, startling her into a scream. In an instant, a hand emerged from the void, wrapping around her slender waist, preventing her from falling and calming her down. "How about that? My magic is impressive, right?" As she regained consciousness, the maidservant, still panting and blushing, stammered. "Young master's magic is truly extraordinary." Suddenly, The sharp, bossy voice of Mu Rongshui rang out nearby, drawing everyone's attention. Look at that! As soon as the princess left, you're already acting shy. So Tianshu, you're really bold. Damn it! Mu Rongshui always ruins my good moments, so Tianshu thought angrily, then immediately shouted out loud. Whether I get close to her or not is none of your business. From now on, you'll stay outside the annex of Thursday Knock and Dong Knock's room. Mu Rongshui was furious after being scolded directly, but was countered by So Thien Thursday. What are you yelling about? Don't forget, I'm now the prince consort. My affairs are none of your concern. Powerless against his status as prince consort, Mu Rongshui, despite trembling with anger, had no choice but to comply. Fine, I'll sleep outside. Just a scoundrel with 7 days left to live, so what if you outshine me for a few days? Watching Mu Rongshui leave angrily, So Thien Thursday quietly asked his 2 maidservants. Thursday Knock, Dong Knock, I know you two can communicate telepathically. If you join forces, you can defeat a 3rd-tier martial artist, right? Mu Rongshui is with the stepmother who always wants to harm me, and I'm looking for a way to eliminate her. But I need your help, so you two must train diligently, understood? Yes, young master, rest assured we won't let you down. Several days have passed, and despite So Thien Thursday's hard training, he has only opened his 36th acupoint. Now, the speed of opening the acupoints is slowing down. How can he quickly open all the acupoints? Lying on the bed, pondering his training, So Thien Thursday suddenly thought of something that startled him. That's right, I can perform acupuncture on myself to use external force to open the acupoints. Immediately he sat up and took out his precious acupuncture needle, thinking, let's give it a try. Even if it doesn't open the acupoints, it probably won't cost me my life. Thus, So Thien Thursday began the process of self-acupuncture to open his acupoints, a process that lasted late into the night but was still incomplete. Not knowing what time it was, So Thien Thursday sat up in bed again, cheering joyfully. Haha, I did it! I truly am a genius! I've fully unblocked the meridians of a level 1 mystic. It seemed that at the same time, the system's cheerful voice chimed in. Congratulations, host! You have unblocked all the meridians and 720 acupoints. Your eyes have evolved into the celestial moon eyes. Just like before when the system granted the ability to see clearly, this time, a warm current of unknown origin melted into So Thien Thursday's eyes, allowing him to perceive something miraculous. So Thien Thursday looked up at the ceiling, as if he could see through the tiles and gather the beautiful moonlight under the starry sky. Unexpectedly, his eyes could now absorb the essence of the bright moon to enhance the mystical energy within his body. Moreover, the system also congratulated the host on mastering the mirage art, Moon in the Water, a rather powerful mystic art. As long as So Thien Thursday thinks of something, he can manifest it, even if it's only an illusion. Suddenly, So Thien Thursday's face turned perverse and wicked. He imagined a most wonderful scene on a warm bed with 2 twin maidservants. Haha, how sweet that young master's voice is! Oh my, this is a great skill! I must practice it well! Yes, the delicate princess gently lifted her modest dress, revealing the beauty of the mortal world. My husband, it's getting late, let's rest now. And there's still that Mo Dung Tuet, who will plead with the young master to have fun with her until she dies. So many beautiful images appeared in his mind that So Thien Thursday's nose bled, and he spun around. It seems this illusion technique shouldn't be used continuously. It's not good for the body at all. Oh, I'm so dizzy, I should just sleep a bit. He once again laid down on his soft pillow and fell into a deep sleep. Naturally, during his sleep, the mystical energy in his body continued to accumulate, becoming more and more abundant and profound. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. And Mo Dung Tuet coldly approached So Thien Thursday's room to check on him because today was the 8th day, and she feared he might have already died. With a joyful and excited mood, she opened the tightly closed door, only to be surprised that the supposedly dead So Thien Thursday was alive and well, with an incredibly handsome and muscular body, smiling as he greeted Mo Dung Tuet. Oh, good morning. In a panic and disbelief, Mo Dung Tuet hurried back to report to her mentor. What? Didn't you say the royal physician predicted he wouldn't live past 7 days? Yes, I don't know why either. So Thien Thursday spent most of his time sleeping and didn't even bother to leave his room. I thought he was dead too. Who knew he would suddenly go out this morning, looking so refreshed? The granddaughter's report made Mu Rongjianyu's eyebrows furrow even more. All right, at this point, We can no longer keep him around. Before, I was wary of his mother seeking revenge, but now Tian Duong has become a profound master, and even found a good mentor. Hearing this, Mu Rongtuet was excited and happy. What? Brother Tian Duong has broken through to a profound master? That's great. Yes, so there's no need to worry about anything else. Tuet Ni, find an opportunity to deal with So Tian Thursday. Receiving the order, Mu Rongtuet felt incredibly pleased, with a face full of killing intent. Yes, I will definitely take action tonight. That morning, after meeting Mu Rongtuet, So Tian Thursday didn't think much of it and continued his process of sleeping and leveling up. It wasn't until late afternoon that the system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for reaching Profound Master Level 2, with an additional year of life. The ability to see through things has evolved. For specific functions, please explore them yourself. Initially, So Tian Thursday wanted to sleep a bit more, but the system kept notifying him, so he had to wake up and slowly open his eyes. He didn't expect to reach level 2 so quickly. At this rate, he'll reach at least level 5 Profound Master in a month. A moment later, Mu Rongtuet's clear but slightly strange voice suddenly echoed into the room. Your Highness, you've been sleeping all day. It's time for dinner. In the dining room, Mu Rongshui served delicious dishes with an unusually flattering and coquettish demeanor. I spent a lot of effort preparing this chicken soup. You must try it, Your Grace. In the past I was wrong, but from now on, I will serve you well, Your Grace. Please enjoy your meal. Her strange, overly friendly demeanor made So Tian Thursday wary, but he outwardly pretended nothing was wrong and engaged in conversation. Don't be so formal, I'm not used to it. Sister Shui, how about you warm my bed tonight? Contrary to her previous angry reactions, this time Mu Rongshui heard the teasing and sweetly smiled, nodding. Of course, if you order it, I must obey. I'm happy to warm the bed for Your Grace. I've never seen such a foolish villain who suddenly changes like Mu Rongshui. Naturally, it would make anyone suspicious, yet she acted so convincingly that So Tian Thursday had to use the upgraded insight ability he just received from the system. With his upgraded vision, he could easily see toxic fumes rising from the delicious dishes on the table. So Tian Thursday inwardly scorned. To poison me here? Such a lowly and brainless tactic. Your Grace, the food is ready, so why aren't you eating? Not expecting she would decide to strike so soon, So Tian Thursday played along and replied, How can I eat without chicken feet? Go outside and order me some. Today, I've recovered, so let's have some wine to celebrate. Mu Rongshui was slightly surprised and questioned. Are you really feeling better? Of course, go ahead. Yes, Tuet Ni will go get more food for you. Mu Rongtuet turned around and left again, feeling smug inside. Ha ha, eat well, and then go to bed. So Tian Thursday, tonight you must die. Inside the room, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak sensed something strange, so they approached their master to ask. Thursday Nak, Dong Nak, this day has come too quickly. We need to prepare a little. As So Tian Thursday spoke, he calmly pointed to the delicious dishes on the table. This food is all poison, be careful. Thursday Nak and Dong Nak were shocked and furious. What? Did Mu Rongtuet poison the food? She must be incredibly bold to dare poison you so openly, master. So Tian Thursday smiled, put his chopsticks down on the table, and calmly explained. She has wanted to harm me for a long time. It's just that the healer told her I only had 7 days to live, so she temporarily held back. I really didn't think she'd dare act at the princess's palace. She'll be back soon. We may escape today, but we can't avoid the 15th. Sooner or later she and I will tear each other apart, so we might as well take this opportunity to eliminate her. So Tian Thursday's sharp words and bold ideas made Thursday Nak and Dong Nak momentarily startled, but they quickly regained their composure. Master, just give us the orders and tell us what to do. Alright, you two should do it like this, and like this. I don't know what the three of them were discussing, but after a while, when Mo Rongshui returned, she heard Dong Nak and Thursday Nak shouting. Young Master! Young Master, what's wrong? Seeing Mo Rongshui approaching, Dong Nak and Thursday Nak, crying and panicking, shouted. Sister Shui, it's bad! It's bad! The young master ate only a few bites and suddenly collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain. Mo Rongshui, with a worried expression, stepped closer, placed the wine cup on the ground, and said, Don't panic, let me take a look first. All right, Sister Shui, please take care of the young master. We'll go get the physician. The two girls were about to leave, But before they could take a few steps, Mo Rong Shui unleashed a terrifying aura, and her cold voice echoed. No one is allowed to leave. You all stay here or I'll kill you. Since Mo Rong Shui was much stronger than them, her aura easily overwhelmed Dong Nak and Thursday Nak, forcing the two girls to freeze in place, not daring to move. Then Mo Dung Tuet looked at So Thien Thursday, writhing in pain on the ground, and smiled triumphantly. I was the one who poisoned the food. This poison will cause your liver to shatter into pieces, and then you'll die. Haha, So Thien Thursday, don't you understand yourself at all? You should have died 7 days ago, but why are you still alive? Do you know how much I've wanted to kill you these past few days? So Thien Thursday's face turned pale, sweat dripping down as if he was poisoned. He gritted his teeth and asked, Aren't you afraid that after killing me, my mother will take revenge on you? Haha, your mother? Who is she? You probably don't even know what she looks like. Do you know why your aunt has raised you like trash for so many years? It's because of your wretched mother. Your birth mother was just a concubine, and she gave birth to a beast like you. If your aunt wasn't afraid that she might have some power to avenge you, she would have killed you long ago. So why dare to kill So Thien Thursday now? Mo Dung Tuet squeezed So Thien Thursday's neck with both hands and replied, Since you're about to die, I'll tell you. It's because Thien Dung has become a mystic master and has a very powerful master. So stop struggling and just wait for death. A worthless person like you doesn't deserve to live at all. So Thien Thursday's weak, poisoned body was being strangled, unable to breathe, and his vision gradually became blurry, with blue veins bulging on his terrifying face. Suddenly, at this moment, a somewhat familiar, authoritative voice rang out from behind, startling Mo Dung Tuet. Mo Dung Tuet, you dare poison and kill the consort, and yet you don't kneel down immediately? Mo Dung Tuet turned around in shock, only to fearfully realize that it was the Empress. Her face turned pale as if she had turned to stone, wondering to herself, What's going on? Isn't the Empress supposed to be in the palace? When did she get here? Fear overwhelmed Mo Dung Tuet, causing her to hurriedly kneel before the Empress, bowing her head. Your Majesty, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Before Mo Dung Tuet could explain, a strong hand grabbed her hair and pulled, making her cry out in pain. At this moment, Mo Dung Tuet's vision became blurred, and the image of the Empress in her eyes suddenly twisted bizarrely. What is happening? Mo Dung Tuet squinted, trying to see clearly, only to realize in confusion that the person in front of her wasn't the Empress. That's right, the blurry image of the Empress had suddenly transformed into the hateful smile of So Thien Thursday. Late in realizing that she had fallen for the illusion, Mo Dung Tuet, consumed by the flames of rage, screamed, Damn it, it's fake? You lowly scum, how dare you deceive me? Just as she was shouting, Mo Dung Tuet coughed and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before she knew it, Swan Nak and Dong Nak had appeared behind her and simultaneously stabbed her twice, piercing her body. The eyes of the two maidservants gleamed like those of demons, showing no mercy as they closed in on Mo Dung Tuet. One of the girls gripped Mo Dung Tuet's slender neck tightly, causing her even more pain. What? You wanted to kill my young master? Unforgivable. Of course, Mo Dung Tuet was caught off guard and severely injured, but she was still a martial artist at the 6th level of the refining body realm. In her fury, her strength exploded entirely. A terrifying wave of inner force easily blew So Thien Thursday and the two maidservants away. You worthless lot, you still want to kill me? Bastards! In her madness, Mo Dung Tuet lunged at So Thien Thursday like a demon, leaving him helpless and questioning. Oh my god, is the 6th level of the refining body realm really this powerful? But fortunately for him, he quickly dodged the attack. At this moment, Mo Dung Tuet has nearly lost her mind, continuously attacking with deadly and vicious strikes. Damn it, how is this possible? With such severe injuries, she still has the strength to fight. Right now, Thien Thursday is no match for her, so he can only dodge and look for an opportunity. However, despite So Thien Thursday's desperate attempts to evade, the difference in strength between them is too great. In an instant, Mo Dung Tuet's sword thrust straight into So Thien Thursday. This time, he couldn't dodge and took the full force of the blade. The terrifying power of the sword sends So Thien Thursday flying backward, crashing into the wall. Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, seeing this, are extremely worried and scream out for their young master. Mo Dung Tuet's terrifying eyes stay locked on So Thien Thursday, filled with crazed thoughts. So Thien Thursday, today you and I will fight to the end. In front of her, So Thien Thursday, his body covered in blood, has collapsed and is no longer moving. Haha, my sword is extremely poisonous. So Thien Thursday, you fool, you must die. Your cowardly mother wanted to compete with my aunt, giving birth to a wretch like you. Just your existence makes me feel disgusted and furious. You are a disgrace to the So family, and all of you deserve to die. And Mo Dung Tuet's voice became hysterical as her exhausted body collapsed to the ground. If it weren't for my aunt and Thien Dung brother, how could a proud woman like me ever associate with someone like you? Haha, you're finally dead. The tasks my aunt entrusted to me, I've completed them all. At last, I can stand beside Thien Dung brother and become his woman. Ha! And Mo Dung Tuet's maniacal, eerie laughter echoed through the room until she couldn't bear her severe injuries and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, So Thien Thursday, who was supposedly killed by the extremely poisonous blade, stood up as if nothing had happened. It seems I've disappointed you, Mo Dung Tuet. Seeing that their young master was unharmed, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak were overjoyed. Mo Dung Tuet, open your eyes and see clearly. As So Thien Thursday spoke, he tore off his outer garment, revealing a thin layer of armor underneath. Mo Dung Tuet's attack had no strength at all and only pierced the armor, not penetrating So Thien Thursday's body. Seeing this scene, Mo Rongshue screamed in despair. No! Listening to every word from Shutian Shu, Mo Rongshue trembled all over and uttered each word. You deceitful and cunning scum, we've all underestimated you. But don't be so smug. My aunt and the eldest son will surely avenge me. You won't escape. You will face the consequences. Rolling in her own pool of blood, Mo Rongshue weakly uttered her last words until she passed away. You must die, you must die. After confirming that she had completely died, and knowing that this matter must not be known to anyone, Shutian Shu ordered his two maids. Clean this place thoroughly and hide Mo Rongshue's body. Make sure no one else finds out. If this gets out, not to mention Mo Rongshue's aunt and family coming for revenge, this happening within the princess's residence would make it hard for Shutian Shu to explain to the empress and the princess. They might even hate him more. So it's best to temporarily hide the body. As for Mo Rongshue, who gave up everything but was ultimately used by her own aunt, if it weren't for these family disputes, perhaps no one would have to die at the hands of those they trusted. However, a warrior at the 6th level of the decaying body stage with her acupoints sealed is still very formidable. In a month, Shutian Shu has to fight Hu Buhui, who is much stronger than Mo Rongshue. In the end, how can he possibly win? Moreover, Hobat Hoi possesses a special ability called Berserk, which makes him much stronger and more crazed. Therefore, defeating Hobat Hoi is harder than reaching the heavens. At this moment, it's crucial to start training immediately, and this training session is very important. It might even increase my cultivation by 1 level. Out of options, So Thien Thursday fell into a deep sleep until the system suddenly appeared and announced, "Congratulations, host, you've drawn the supreme Tai Chi technique. The requirement is to master it to perfection within half a month. Who would have thought that cultivating through dreams could randomly reward a technique?" Martial abilities are divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. Low-level abilities only have the stages of initiation, minor achievement, and major achievement. For medium-level abilities, in addition to these stages, there is also the method of guiding blood energy, and at the grand achievement level, there is also perfection. High-level abilities are the pinnacle, with an additional realm of transcendent mastery. Even someone as strong as Mo Dung Tuet only has a minor achievement in a low-level martial ability. According to what I know, Hobat Hoi's Berserk ability is merely a medium-level martial ability. Yet now, So Thien Thursday has received the high-level Tai Chi technique. The system kindly reminds him that only by relying on the mastery level of this ability can he hope to overcome the upcoming challenge. So Thien Thursday understands this and fears that this is his only chance to defeat Hobat Hoi. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Princess Ko Nu Tam entered. "I just returned from my father's palace. Someone reported that there was a loud noise in your room, wasn't there? So Thien Thursday, what are you doing?" Hearing the princess's question, So Thien Thursday slowly sat up from his bed, thinking of a reasonable answer in his head. Strange, why would the princess come here? Could it be that she's discovered something? Usually, I have people watching So Thien Thursday's room. She probably isn't reassured about him. "Princess, I was just focusing on my cultivation, so I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings." The explanation made the princess even more curious. What kind of cultivation would make such loud noises? Haha, actually, There was a small issue with my cultivation. So Thien Thursday scratched his head awkwardly. I have to think of a way to cover this up, so don't blame me for teasing you, he thought to himself. But before So Thien Thursday could finish speaking, the princess angrily grabbed his collar. How could you? My entire future depends on you. If something happens to you, what will we do about next month's competition? I won't allow any mistakes, understood? So Thien Thursday was startled, then smiled as he grabbed both of the princess's arms. Of course I know. I will definitely win for you, princess. This issue is also related to you. That day when I was treating you, I had to absorb all the poison into my body to completely remove it from yours. But this poison is harder to detoxify than I thought. Hearing his explanation, Ko Nu Tam suddenly felt shy and guilty. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't want to owe you anything, so I'll definitely find a way to help you. So Thien Thursday feigned ignorance and continued, there is one way, but I don't know if the princess is willing to help me with it. What way? I've gathered all the poison in my chest, but it's too close to my heart. I can't use crude methods to pull it out. Now, if you help me suck out the poison, it won't affect my cultivation anymore. Kunu Tam immediately became embarrassed and panicked. Suck it out? How am I supposed to do that? You don't mean to use my mouth, do you? So Thien Thursday nodded. Exactly, there's no other way, princess. She was utterly stunned by his words, unable to believe it. You're not trying to trick me, are you? What kind of crazy way is this to cure poison? So Thien Thursday put on an innocent, guiltless face and assured her. How could I? This is all for cultivation. Treating me will help you create antibodies to the poison. It won't harm you, princess. You'll even help me detoxify. This is the best way. After a moment of hesitation, the naive princess reluctantly nodded. All right. I don't want to owe you anything. This all happened because of me, so I'll take responsibility. Originally, So Thien Thursday was just teasing for fun, but he was taken aback when the princess agreed. He was momentarily dazed, not expecting her to agree. She seems really kind, and quite adorable too. Was I being too harsh by deceiving her like this? While he was lost in thought, the princess suddenly kicked him, sending him flying backwards onto the bed. Immediately she climbed onto the bed, pinned So Thien Thursday down, and said, Hurry up! Quick and efficient! Why do I have this strange feeling in this situation? But whatever, So Thien Thursday doesn't care much, just enjoy it first, haha. The princess's luscious red lips and seductive look slowly opened, with her soft, cherry blossom-like tongue touching the wound on So Thien Thursday's chest. The warmth from their skin and the overly intimate contact made both of them feel hot, as if they were being steamed in a boiler. A strange sensation like an electric current tingled through So Thien Thursday's entire body, causing his arms to twitch involuntarily. Finally, his hand aggressively placed itself behind the princess's neck. So Thien Thursday was overwhelmed by this amazing feeling and silently screamed in his mind. Oh my God! So soft, so comfortable. After trying hard to suck, the princess finally tiredly lifted her head and sighed. I think it's fine now, take a look. But before she could finish her sentence, she realized So Thien Thursday had fallen asleep at some point. Damn it, how did he fall asleep, this bastard? Nu Tam hurriedly shook So Thien Thursday to wake him up, but it seemed to have no effect. He couldn't even say a word of thanks, completely unguarded. After being frustrated for a while, Nu Tam eventually got off the bed and left, thinking that after all, it was him who helped her, so he must have been training hard for this battle. Perhaps he fell asleep because he was too tired from training. I shouldn't be too harsh on him. Of course, So Thien Thursday didn't fall asleep due to exhaustion, but because he was immersed in training in the Dai Mong Chao Tien. In his dream, the progress of practicing Tai Chi had reached 30%. Now he could use the illusion technique in the dream, and everything moved according to his will. This Tai Chi technique was quite similar to the Tai Chi he knew in his previous life, and after fully understanding Tai Chi, the practice would become easier. So Thien Thursday would likely master this technique soon. Another night passed quickly as the warm rays of sunlight shone down on the world. So Thien Thursday woke up refreshed after a long sleep. Unknowingly, he had practiced Tai Chi all night, but both his body and spirit were fine, even better than yesterday. Moreover, just one night has passed, and my energy threads have increased by 30, more than an entire day of cultivation. At this rate, it's not impossible to gain 50 threads in a single night. In 8 days, if I can't reach level 6 Mystic Master, I should at least be at level 5. Then I won't have to fear Ho Bat Hoi anymore. Feeling joyful, he opened the door and called out, "Thursday knock dong knock, come here and see the results of my all-night training." In the training yard, Sothien Thursday asked the two girls to spar with him. However, they were worried about injuring him since he had never learned martial arts. Hearing this, Sothien Thursday laughed, shook his head, and said, "It's fine, just go ahead and attack." With no other choice under Sothien Thursday's command, Thursday knock and Dong knock reluctantly charged forward to attack. Their movements were quick and agile, but Sothien Thursday was even faster, easily dodging their strikes. "Dong knock, you're good, but your moves can't touch me." While dodging and commenting, Sothien Thursday didn't forget to gently push her forward with a light palm strike. Thursday knock, surprised by his skill, didn't miss the opportunity to attack. "Thursday knock, you seize opportunities well, and your strength is decent. It's just unfortunate that you ran into me, haha." Sothien Thursday, neither fast nor slow, raised his hand to block the attack, then used the Taiji technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds to easily push back Thursday knock. "Even though you all train harder than I do, I can still overcome you. It seems the effectiveness of Taiji techniques is quite good, huh?" Hearing that, the two girls scrambled to get up from the ground, puzzled. "Young master, when did you start practicing martial arts? This technique is so powerful." Sothien Thursday immediately put on a proud look. "I didn't learn this from anywhere else. This is a high-level martial art that I created while sleeping. Don't worry, I'll teach it to you too in a couple of days. The young master is amazing. You can even create high-level martial arts while sleeping? You should know that the So family only has one high-level martial art, and yet you were able to create your own. Moreover, someone who can create their own martial techniques is truly a rare genius, because most martial artists in the current world practice techniques passed down from ancient times. Who would have thought that someone once nicknamed the Useless One, like you, young master, could now create such surprises and miracles?" Under the warm golden sunlight, Thursday knock and Dong knock became even more devoutly reverent towards their young master than ever before. Sothien Thursday was also very happy to teach them martial arts. Is there any feeling more wonderful than holding beauties like this in your arms? They continued training in the courtyard until late into the night without returning to their rooms. Suddenly, both Thursday knock and Dong knock heard something strange and quickly reported it to Sothien Thursday. He also sensed that something was off with the atmosphere, so he used the system's inside ability to investigate. With this miraculous power, Sothien Thursday's vision began to spread out, even penetrating through thick walls. A moment later, the pupils in Sothien Thursday's fiery eyes shrank in surprise when he discovered something. It turns out that in the distance, around the walls of the princess's mansion, there are many assassins in night attire surrounding it. Sothien Thursday was startled for a moment, thinking that those assassins were sent by his wretched stepmother to kill him. However, after a moment of observation, he dismissed that thought. Because the direction the assassins were heading was towards the princess's palace, not Sothien Thursday. If that's the case, then someone is trying to kill the princess. More importantly, how did they infiltrate this place? Could there be an insider? The situation was too urgent for Sothien Thursday to think much, so he ordered Thursday knock and Dong knock, then rushed straight ahead. "There are assassins, you two stay in the room and don't run around. Wait for me, understood? Young master, let us go with you to protect you." Sothien Thursday quickly ran forward and shouted back, "I know my limits. I don't need your protection. Wait for me to return, watch over Mo Dung to its body, and take good care of yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Sothien Thursday leaped onto the high wall and jumped far away. While continuously speeding up in pursuit, he gritted his teeth and silently prayed in his heart. "Princess, you'd better not let anything happen to you. If you die, I won't survive either." Recently, Sothien Thursday's strength had also increased significantly, so leaping over rooftops and scaling walls wasn't difficult for him. Very soon, he landed on a rooftop and observed the assassins. The assassins moved too quickly, they've already reached the princess's residence. It's as if they had practiced beforehand. Clearly, someone revealed the princess's location, allowing them to sneak in while the imperial guards were off guard. If this continues, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. This unexpected situation is truly unforeseen. Just thinking about it, Sothien Thursday immediately took a deep breath and shouted loudly, echoing through the quiet night. "Assassins! Assassins! Quickly, send someone to protect the princess. Princess, hide quickly, don't let them find you. They want to kill you." The loud sound startled the assassins, making them all turn their heads towards Sothien Thursday. In the study, the princess was engrossed in reading under the candlelight, when suddenly, a voice reported, "Your Highness, assassins have attacked the residence, but the prince consort has distracted them. He also ordered you to leave the room immediately. The Imperial Guards are in position." What? So Thien Thursday did that? Unfortunately, he might become their first target for revenge. Master Lu, you go help him. I'll personally command the Imperial Guards. Lu hesitated. But the Empress ordered me to protect you. Go now. With the Imperial Guards here, nothing will happen to me. So Thien Thursday must participate in the competition, and nothing must go wrong. Seeing the princess's resolute stance, Master Lu nodded in agreement. Outside the princess's room, the Imperial Guards quickly gathered and formed a protective circle. Meanwhile, on the other side, after So Thien Thursday shouted a warning, the assassins sensed something was wrong and decided to retreat. On the rooftop, So Thien Thursday quickly fled because it seemed the assassins had noticed him approaching. All of them were at the 6th level of energy cultivation, and if he wasn't mistaken, the leader was at the 8th level. The power of these assassins was terrifying. After fleeing for a while and still being pursued, So Thien Thursday quietly stood on the rooftop, pretending to be inscrutable, and said, "Who gave you permission to act on your own? You all know that if I hadn't warned you, your worthless lives would have been over, right?" Below, the assassins had stopped, quietly watching So Thien Thursday with caution. Seeing him so calm, they suspected there might be an ambush around, so they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you warning us? How bold! You should have fled when you encountered us." So Thien Thursday stood on the rooftop under the moonlight and burst into laughter. "You fools! I'm saving you! You almost ruined that lord's plan." His words startled the leader of the assassins, who exclaimed, "Wait, the lord you mentioned, could it be that person? Only that lord could assign us a task. Who are you to have also received an assignment?" Seeing that he could deceive them, So Thien Thursday continued his act and raised his voice. "The assassination of the princess was something I proactively reported to that lord. And you lot, how dare you storm the princess's residence so brazenly and get exposed? Don't you know the princess's residence has been long set up with traps, just waiting for you to walk right into them?" So Thien Thursday's tone was so sincere that the assassins started to panic and question each other. "What's going on? Didn't they say that if we broke in from the prince consort's place, we wouldn't be noticed? Could it be that she's deceived us?" So Thien Thursday keenly listened to every word they were whispering and silently sighed in relief. "Got it. Usually, suicide squads like these wouldn't know who their superiors are connected to. Moreover, it doesn't matter where that superior is, as long as they can manipulate them." After thinking for a while, the leader of the thieves loudly said to So Thien Thursday, "You must have a hidden agenda to be hiding like this. This place isn't suitable for staying long, so why don't we go together now? We're just a branch of this operation, so we don't know which organization you're from." So Thien Thursday had of course never heard of such a secret branch, but he pretended to remain calm and replied, "So you are the underlings of the secret investigation team? It seems like you guys are everywhere. It's just that I wonder if you've ever heard of the animation division of Dang Tan? Huh? What is that? Sounds pretty rough." Of course these assassins had never heard of such a strange name, so they were stunned. "You don't know because your level is too low, haha." So Thien Thursday laughed, but just at that moment, more assassins gathered from afar, approaching closer. They were holding swords in their hands, filled with murderous intent as they looked at So Thien Thursday. "It's not that we don't believe you, it's just that we want to see for ourselves what level the animation division of Dang Tan is at. Also, we're not really a secret investigation team, we were just talking nonsense. That filthy brat dared to deceive us. Man, kill him." Immediately, the assassins charged forward, causing So Thien Thursday to panic and curse inwardly. "Damn it, where the hell are the Imperial Guards? They're so slow." The situation was incredibly dangerous, but suddenly a figure descended from the sky, stomping heavily on the assassin's blade, forcing him to stop his attack. Lu Yen, the princess's bodyguard, appeared in front of So Thien Thursday. "Young Master So, apologies, Lu Yen is late." Finally, someone came to the rescue. So Thien Thursday let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "No, you're not late at all. You came just in time, haha." The woman named Lu Yen, with hair as red as blood and crimson pupils, glared at the assassins. "How dare you intrude into the princess's manor? You deserve death." The aura she emitted was so terrifying that the leader of the assassins couldn't move, his eyes wide with fear. "Her presence is overwhelming. The intelligence report didn't mention this woman as a variable. In the end, they were so terrified that they had no choice but to retreat, shouting to each other as they fled. Lu Yen said nothing, watching the backs of the fleeing assassins, and slowly drew her long sword. In So Thien Thursday's view, Lu Yen seemed to disappear, turning into a streak of light weaving through the assassins, leaving only clean cuts followed by warm blood. In just a moment, many assassins simultaneously fell to their deaths. Lu Yen, beautiful and fierce like a goddess, calmly descended into the empty courtyard surrounded by bodies. So Thien Thursday was speechless, shivering at the sight of the carnage, thinking to himself, "Too strong. Is this really the year of Mo Dung Tuet?" As he thought of this, he forced a bitter smile, realizing his own ignorance. Mo Dung Tuet is nothing. To those outside the 6th level of the Qi condensation stage, it means nothing at all. Meanwhile, the lead assassin, barely clinging to life, was approached by Lu Yen, who pressed him for answers. "Who sent you here?" Realizing his fate, the assassin didn't utter a word but clenched his teeth, shattering the poison pill hidden inside. With sharp senses, Lu Yen quickly noticed his action, immediately gripping his throat to stop him. "Spit it out for me. Who gave you permission to die in front of me?" But in the end, it was too late. That man had already died from his own poison, making Lu Yen furious. So Thien Thursday noticed and approached to remind her. This assassin acted too quickly, clearly prepared beforehand. There could be more assassins. "Lu Yen, go check. Don't worry about me. I'll head to the princess's location soon." Lu Yen listened, clasped her hands, and nodded. "Be careful, young master So." As she left, she couldn't help but glance at So Thien Thursday. Her impression of him gradually changed. She had always heard he was just someone who sought pleasure, but today, he showed great courage. Rumors really shouldn't be trusted. After she left, So Thien Thursday stood silently, gazing at the pile of assassins' corpses, lost in thought. A smug smile slowly appeared on his lips, as there might still be another way to deal with Mo Dung Tuet's body. The next day, Mo Dung Zhang Noyet, the grandmother, sat crying before Mo Dung Tuet's body. "My poor granddaughter, how could this happen to her?" She angrily glared at So Thien Thursday and cried out. "You tell me the truth. What exactly happened last night? How did Mo Dung Tuet suddenly get burned?" Faced with the accusations, So Thien Thursday responded with a carefully crafted explanation. "Auntie, there was an assassin last night. Sister Tuet fought the assassin to protect me, but unfortunately she was killed. They tried to dispose of her body during the night. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have lost my life too. Auntie, I'm also heartbroken that Sister Tuet is gone. Auntie, all the assassins have been punished, and I've avenged Sister Tuet. The important thing now is to give her a proper burial." So Thien Thursday's stepmother, of course, didn't believe these words and was so angry she was trembling. "How could Tuet protect you? Others might not know, but how could I not know this? Tuet only wished for your death. Now, without any evidence, you can say whatever you want. But So Thien Thursday, don't think this matter ends here." Watching her hug her granddaughter and leave, the princess whispered to Lu Yen beside her. "It seems like there's some gunpowder smell between these two." "Your Highness, fortunately, young Master So held off the assassins long enough for me to catch up. As for Mo Dung Tuet, I'm not clear on the situation. Furthermore, the assassin's intrusion was too strange. I suspect there's an enemy close to the princess who leaked the information." "I think so too, but I don't know who it could be." "Yes, who could have done this?" Ko Nu Tom's face became frighteningly calm. "Mo Dung Tuet is dead, and that's that. It would be good if we could do something, but now So Thien Thursday is what's important. I don't want anything disturbing his mood or affecting the competition. The princess has ordered that before the battle, Lord Lu will guard the young master's courtyard. Yes, I am also following the princess's arrangements to prevent another assassin attack. These chests contain many treasures and medicinal herbs. I appreciate the prince consort's efforts in stopping the assassins." So Thien Thursday couldn't refuse such a generous gesture, happily inspecting each chest one by one. The princess was thoughtful, and though it might seem polite, this is what friends like us should do. These rare treasures are truly hard to come by, but unfortunately, I have no use for them. The prince consort also noticed that each item here is extremely difficult to obtain. Naturally, it can be imagined how much time the princess spent on behalf of you and Prince Bakyu. The prince consort said he couldn't use them, but does that mean he wants to disappoint the princess? So Thien Thursday smiled and shook his head. "Though I can't use them, if my two attendants use them, their cultivation will have a chance to improve. It can be said that these items are being put to their best use, which wouldn't waste the princess's kind intentions. The two girls, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, excitedly widened their eyes as they gazed at the treasures and shyly asked, "Are these for us? How could we be worthy of such rare treasures? Besides, these were collected by the princess especially for the young master. We aren't worthy of using them." Hearing this, Sotian Thursday turned to ask Lord Lu. "Our princess isn't so petty, right?" The red-haired girl nodded. "Of course, the princess has given them to the prince consort, so he can do whatever he wishes." "Then, Lord Lu, during this time at our place, please make yourself at home. As for Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, let's go. I will help you to increase your cultivation by absorbing these rare treasures." Watching the three of them leave, Lord Lu fell into contemplation. Such precious treasures, yet he didn't even glance at them. How could he advance his cultivation so quickly? Never mind, the princess has put in so much effort. I hope she hasn't chosen the wrong person. In the bathroom with a warm pool already prepared, the two girls, Dong Nak and Thursday Nak, approached in unison. "Young master, how would you like us to assist you? Please give us your instructions." Standing silently to the side, Sotian Thursday inadvertently voiced his thoughts, wondering if he could ask the two of them to undress. But that can't be done. As their master, it would be disrespectful to their thoughts. Besides, I'm a proper student, and can't do something as domineering as ordering women to undress. Sotian Thursday muttered to himself, unaware that every word was heard by the two girls. However, the future still holds many things they need their help with. Enhancing their strength with precious treasures would also ensure his safety a bit more. The angel and devil within Sotian Thursday continued to struggle, while the two girls silently looked at each other and made a decision. Our fate is closely tied to the young master. If he is so considerate, we shouldn't make it difficult for him. Let's show the young master that we completely trust him through our actions. So, as Sotian Thursday was muttering, he heard the sound of clothes being removed behind him, causing his face to turn as red as a GAC fruit. In an instant, the two beautiful girls had stripped off their clothes, revealing their pure white bodies like pomelo flowers, and immersed themselves in the beautiful warm water. Young master Thursday Nak and Dong Nak are willing to follow your arrangements. Look at this scenery and listen to this sweet voice. Isn't this heaven on earth?" Sotian Thursday felt like he was about to explode with admiration for how clever these twins were, but no matter how captivated he was, he couldn't forget the main task. So, he instructed them to close their eyes and quietly feel the energy as he would guide it to strengthen their meridians. Although the assassins from last night were strange and need further investigation, the most important thing right now is to quickly improve our strength. Only by doing so can we avoid being at the mercy of others. Ultimately, we must protect our own destiny. Just as Sotian Thursday predicted, the power of the stars and the energy from the heavenly treasures in the bath successfully elevated the twin sisters' realms. In just 1 hour, they broke through from the second level to the third. Moreover, during this process, it was surprising that there was no harm done to Sotian Thursday's body. In fact, without realizing it, he had reached the 4th level of the mystic warrior rank and had mastered Tai Chi to an extraordinary level. The cultivation system in this world is divided into martial arts cultivation and mystic cultivation. Martial arts cultivation has a breakthrough called body transformation, with the highest level before body transformation being the 9th level. After reaching the body transformation stage, the physique becomes immortal, stepping into the same intersections as mystic cultivation. However, mystic cultivation is divided into mystic warrior, mystic master, grand mystic master, and great mystic grand master, with each rank further divided into 9 levels. But mystic cultivation requires a unique innate mystic energy seed to practice. It sounds grand, but the starting point of mystic cultivation is actually very low. Compared to martial cultivation, both physical strength and martial power are crushed by martial cultivators. However, once you reach the level of a meditation master, you can look down on a martial cultivator at the 9th level of body breaking. As for Sotian Thursday himself, he is a dual practitioner of both mystic and martial arts. To put it simply, with the power of a level 4 mystic warrior and mastery of the Tai Chi martial skill, he can reach the level of a level 5 mystic warrior and could fight against Hobat Hoi at the 7th level of body breaking. Not yet, still lacking a bit. And if you don't work hard, you won't win the lady's heart. If Hobat Hoi goes berserk, he'll be hard to stop. So after a morning of training and enhancing the meridians of his 2 maidservants, Sotian Thursday decided to stop. Thursday Knock Dong Knock, that's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. And the daily habit of a cultivation genius is, if you can sleep for 1 more second, you'll be awake 1 second less. Basically, everything's possible in dreams, haha. The next day, Sothien Thursday woke up in a very excited mood because he had a great sleep and absorbed a lot of mystic energy. Without Mo Dungtuet disturbing him, life was truly wonderful. As he happily rushed out of his room, Lu Yen appeared like a ghost right in front of him, startling Sothien Thursday so much that he screamed out loud. Your Highness, can you really still sleep? The princess invites you to dinner. After a moment of panic, Sothien Thursday calmed down, awkwardly nodded. I know, just don't block my door like that again, you nearly scared me to death. Oh my, Mo Dungtuet just left, and now another Lu Yen is here. The guy walked out of the room sadly while Lu Yen wondered to herself, apart from eating and sleeping, can he really defeat Hobat Hoi like this? Of course, that night, Sothien Thursday still kept his promise to have dinner with Princess Ko Nu Tom. I asked around, and these are all dishes you like. If you want anything else, just tell me, and I'll have them make it for you. Princess Ko Nu Tom talked for a while and then noticed Sothien Thursday staring at her face, which confused her. She asked, Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me instead of the food? Hearing that, he widened his eyes and replied, Because you've been so nice to me lately, I'm not used to it. Ko Nu Tom shot him a sharp look. If I'm so nice to you, can you defeat Prince Bakyu or not? Seeing the princess like this, Sothien Thursday smiled wryly. So we've finally gotten to the main point. Turns out, you only care about me when there's something to gain. Princess, don't worry. If I can't win, there's no way he can beat me either. I'm confident that we'll at least draw. He was so confident thanks to the Tai Chi and mystical arts he'd been practicing for a long time. Of course, Ko Nu Tom didn't understand the full extent of Sothien Thursday's abilities, so she was still very worried. Hobat Hoi is extremely famous on the Bakyu battlefield and has never lost. And you, my son-in-law, have internal injuries and unstable cultivation. Haha, I know the princess doesn't believe me. How about we make a bet? If I win, in front of others or behind their backs, you have to call me husband or son-in-law and let me stay in the princess's residence, okay? Ko Nu Tom thought for a moment, and then looked at him with disdain. You wish. But looking at her expression, it doesn't seem like she'll refuse this proposal, maybe she might even agree. Although he partly guessed her answer, Sothien Thursday was still incredibly surprised by her blunt words. Agreeing? Aren't you afraid that I might actually win? As for the husband thing, I was just saying it randomly. Ko Nu Tom didn't understand Sothien Thursday's thoughts and remained very calm, slowly enjoying the food on the table. Stop overthinking and finish your meal so we can go train. Out of options, the guy happily ate with Nu Tom. Meanwhile, in his study, Lai Huintan was diligently writing when 2 servants approached and reported. Sir, now everyone believes that Sothien Thursday can't win, so he's definitely done for. This means there's no one left in Taitan who can compete with you for the number 1 spot. Those words made Lai Huintan furious, and he turned to scold them. Damn it, do you think my reputation is worth nothing? Sothien Thursday must be defeated by my own hands. Don't you two have any work to do? Get lost and don't waste my study time. The 2 servants, instead of being upset, were overjoyed and cheered emotionally. Study? Young master, you're finally studying? If the master hears this, he'll be so happy he'd break his legs. Young master, please show us what you're writing. Lai Huintan ignored them, stroking his chin and staring at the paper in front of him, wondering. Something feels off, but I can't figure out what. All right, since you're here at the right time, take a look at this for me. Then, the young man handed the paper to his 2 servants, leaving them speechless as they read it. Oh my God, what is this? Replace Sothien Thursday in the competition, then convince the princess to remarry, or persuade Hobat Hoi. If that's not possible, kill Hobat Hoi instead. The more the 2 servants read, the more terrified they became, their eyes widening. Before they could regain their composure, Lai Huintan boldly shouted. Sothien Thursday cannot die so easily before I get to him, so I must protect him. Oh dear, young master, please calm down. Of course, not only Lai Huintan was concerned with Sothien Thursday's whereabouts. Even his stepmother had people tracking Sothien Thursday's every move. Grandmother Mo Dung Jong Noya listened to her subordinate's report, and then smiled like a venomous snake in the dark. Ha! Even in his state he dares to accept the challenge from the Northern Yu Prince? All those years of my guidance haven't been in vain. Very good, very good. It seems I don't need to do anything. Let's see that useless person perish on his own. Thus, for the time being, Sothien Thursday had a period of peace where no one dared to disturb him until half a month later, the day of the competition arrived. The luxurious carriage carrying Sothien Thursday and the princess traveled from the princess's residence all the way to the royal palace before coming to a stop. As he stepped down from the carriage, the young man let out a sigh of relief and teasingly asked the princess, "Nervous? We're comrades in arms, after all, right, princess?" But at that moment, the princess paid no attention to his teasing because just a moment ago, she was astonished to sense something strange. "What's going on?" "Earlier, I noticed an unusual aura about him, a tremendously powerful one, but it disappeared just as quickly. Was it an illusion?" As for Sothien Thursday, he didn't pay attention to the unusual princess, and heroically marched forward. "Let's go, princess, the battle is about to begin." The battle is about to start, with a large crowd of citizens, officials, palace maids, and eunuchs gathering closely together to watch. Hobat Hoi appeared with his fierce beast, and that menacing appearance made everyone around him very wary. "Prince, you must not be careless for even a moment in this battle." Hobat Hoi listened and nodded in response. "I know. Until the opponent is completely defeated, anything can happen. I still remember the national advisor's teachings." At that moment, the noisy crowd ahead blocked the way, forcing Hobat Hoi's group to stop. The one causing this commotion was none other than Lai Huintan, who kept shouting to the crowd, Come, everyone! Place your bets on whether Hobat Hoi or Sothien Thursday will win. This is your one chance to strike it rich." "Nonsense! Those swindlers dare to block the way. Get out of here." The national advisor beside Hobat Hoi immediately ordered the beast to step forward, but Hobat Hoi stopped him. "Wait, I know this man. He's the son of the Western Tan General Lai Trong Min, Lai Huintan. North Yu and Western Tan have been probing each other for years, and neither has gained any advantage. But now, the two nations have decided to put aside their enmity and prioritize peace, and he has contributed greatly to that effort." Lai Huintan stood amidst the crowd, his keen ears catching the praise. He turned and smiled. "Your Highness flatters me. I was merely helping my father. The Western Qin and Northern Yu are close allies. I simply placed the aspirations of both nations above all else, letting the water flow naturally." Hobat Hoi approached with a deep smile. "I'm not flattering you, but the memory of you is indeed unforgettable. 3 years ago, you and your father came to Northern Europe to negotiate peace, and you even openly challenged me at the place where you claimed your first victory. Although I didn't exert much strength in our fight, the sight of you suffering yet refusing to admit defeat left a deep impression on me. But what game are you playing this time, Lai Huintan?" Being reminded of the past, Lai Huintan was naturally displeased, but he forced a smile and explained, "How could I pass up this chance to make money? Now many people are betting on your victory. No one is wagering on Sothien Thursday. In that case, I'll be the first to bet on Sothien Thursday's victory. I have high hopes for the things everyone else disregards. Who knows, it might turn out to be a dark horse." At that moment, a soldier from the Northern Yu approached Hobat Hoi and whispered, "Your Highness, if we don't leave now, we'll miss the time and might lose by default." Hobat Hoi's gaze turned sharp and cold as he looked at the feigning ignorance of Lai Huintan. "You're deliberately blocking my way, aren't you?" Suddenly, a savage smile spread across Hobat Hoi's lips. "You all know I've never heard of rules, so you're trying to trap me?" Hobat Hoi immediately jumped onto the back of his beast, then suddenly appeared behind Lai Huintan as if teleporting, grabbing his neck with one hand. "Out of respect for the friendship between our two nations, I'll spare your life. Take a good look at this battle and see who can save you," he said, tightening his grip on Lai Huintana's neck, causing him unbearable pain, leaving him speechless. Seeing their young master being attacked, Lai Huintana's guards naturally rushed to help, but they were too afraid of Hobat Hoi to take any action. Listening to the increasing noise around him, Hobat Hoi smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I'll be at the hall shortly, but first, I need to clear the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Hobat Hoi's strong hand tightened around Lai Huintana's neck and slammed him hard into the ground, nearly shattering it. The impact sent shockwaves in all directions, while the people around fled in panic. Seeing the prince easily defeat his opponent, the royal advisor couldn't help but praise. "As expected of the prince, your power has grown even stronger." Up ahead, Hobat Hoi turned towards the hall, not forgetting to remind, "Royal advisor, place your bets on me to win. Lai Huintan, in this match, I will make you lose so badly you won't even have a pair of pants left to wear." A moment later, during the contest, the eunuch began to announce the decree. His Majesty commands that this match is a friendly competition between the two nations of Baku and Taitan. The purpose is to strengthen the bond between the two countries. Friendship comes first, winning and losing comes second. In today's match, regardless of whether the prince or the groom wins or loses, either is allowed to harm the other's life. While listening to the eunuch read the imperial decree, the national advisor wondered why his prince was so angry with Lai Huintan. Angry? No, I just want to see them pay for their mistaken judgments. Suddenly, the eunuch's next words shocked both Hobat Hoi and the national advisor. The outcome concerning Princess Nu Tom will not be determined by today's match. There can only be one groom, but there are many outstanding daughters in the royal family. So if the prince wins this match, he can form an alliance with the emperor. The national advisor murmured in shock that this was not what had been discussed previously. No wonder His Majesty intervened and turned the original duel between Soithian Thursday and me into a friendly competition between the two countries. Clearly, His Majesty is trying to undermine Princess Nu Tom's bet. It seems that compared to me, His Majesty is more satisfied with groom Soithian Thursday. But Prince, don't forget that Baku needs time to recover. We cannot afford to turn against them. Even if we go head-to-head, we won't be able to leave the Emperor's palace. These words, of course, Hobat Hoi understood, but a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. All right, I won't kill him now, but I won't let him leave the arena in one piece either. There will be another chance later. As long as Soithian Thursday dies, what reason does he have not to marry Princess Nu Tom to me? Sitting in his seat, Soithian Thursday couldn't help but sigh after hearing the eunuch's announcement. The Emperor clearly intended to look after him, but it's also obvious that he isn't confident he can defeat Hobat Hoi. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Hobat Hoi's strength may be at the 6th level, but combined with his unique blood rage, he's actually no less powerful than a master at the 7th level. Soithian Thursday turned around and was surprised to see a familiar face bruised like a pig's head. He muttered to himself in astonishment. Why does this seem so familiar? Lai Huintan angrily snapped. At such a critical moment, can't you stop joking around? Oh dear, isn't this my little ATM? Don't tell me you got beaten up by Hobat Hoi. Lai Huintan immediately denied it in panic, as if someone had stepped on his tail. No way. Even if he gave him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare. I'll make sure my father cuts off all trade with Baku and make him suffer the consequences. Anyway, I helped you investigate his background, and I think you have a chance of defending yourself against him. If you really can't win, just surrender. This is our territory, that scoundrel won't dare to act out. The Emperor will definitely protect you and the princess. In short, no matter what, you can't die. Only I am allowed to defeat you, got it? I'll be watching you closely from below. Watching Lai Huintana's back as he left, Soithian Thursday couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, that's the funniest thing I've heard all day. But it's really amusing how he got beaten into a pig's head just to help me. But today's match might not end in a draw, right? After waiting for the Emperor, Empress, and Princess to all arrive, the eunuch once again loudly announced that the match was about to begin, asking both sides to take their positions. Soithian Thursday, you don't need any weapons? Let me remind you, my swordsmanship is flawless, so don't blame me if you get hurt. Facing Hobat Hoi's sharp blade, Soithian Thursday nonchalantly dug his ear, saying, Go ahead, I don't like using those things. Besides, you're the guest, I should be courteous to you. Not allowing the two to argue for too long, the referee jumped into the arena and declared, Are you ready? The match officially begins now. As soon as the word begin was uttered, Hobat Hoi's figure in front of Soithian Thursday suddenly disappeared without a trace. Soithian Thursday was momentarily startled, but immediately sensed the terrifying killing intent and successfully dodged a surprise attack. Of course, Soithian Thursday's ability to evade this dangerous strike surprised Hobat Hoi more than anyone else. How is it possible that he dodged that strike to the neck? Effortlessly avoiding the dangerous attack, Soithian Thursday quickly retreated backward, distancing himself from Hobat Hoi, then touched the wound on his face with a teasing smile. Hey, you're not jealous of my face, are you? How are you going to compensate me for this scratch? Although he appeared calm on the surface, Soithian Thursday couldn't help but shudder inside because it was too dangerous just now. He almost didn't dodge in time. The strength and speed of Hobat Hoi are truly overwhelming, worthy of being at the 6th level of body breaking. Even if one dodges his blade, it's impossible to avoid the sharp waves of blade energy that follow. It seems like a head-on confrontation is impossible now, but that's just as well. In that case, allow me to show you the marvels of my Tai Chi. The prince's perfect strike descended like a demon from the heavens, fiercely slashing at the consort, forcing him to clutch his head in disarray and retreat hastily to the edge. Now, the consort has regained his strength and continues the cyclical battle of the century. Even before the fight had started, Sothien Thursday had already been driven back, leading Lai Huintana's friends to continuously mock him and belittle Sothien Thursday, causing them to argue incessantly. Of course, Lai Huintan didn't want to say much because his mind was entirely focused on the match in the middle of the arena, silently praying. Sothien Thursday, winning or losing isn't important. What's important is to keep yourself alive. At that moment, from behind, a seductive figure approached with a sweet voice. So Tsong Tu is truly mysterious. I've never heard of him before. Not only is he unparalleled in literature, but he's also trained in martial arts. What an interesting person. The person who approached was none other than Thuan Quan Yen, the owner of Hoa Fu Lao. Thuan Quan Yen walked as she marveled. The number one gentleman truly exists. Sothien Thursday has been hiding for so many years, so why isn't he hiding anymore today? Could it be that because he's become the imperial consort, and escaped the cage, he dares to reveal a part of the iceberg beneath the surface? It seems that everyone in this world has underestimated you, Sothien Thursday. Thuan Quan Yen thought to herself while glancing at the high platform where Princess Ko Nu Tom sat anxiously. She couldn't hide the nervousness in her heart, with chaotic thoughts swirling. Father has decreed that the outcome of this competition does not affect my fate, but Sothien Thursday. In another room, Sothien Thursday's stepmother Amo Dung Zhang Noyet also watched the battle through a window, with her father Amo Dung Fook standing behind her. The old man Amo Dung Fook coldly observed the fight, disdainfully wondering to himself. Where did that wretched outcast from the So family learn such strange martial arts? Could it be that his mother taught him? Down in the arena, Sothien Thursday strikes a rather strange pose, causing Hobat Hoi to wonder. Is this some martial art I've never seen before? Are you planning to use this to duel with me? What kind of strange pose is this? It seems that Sothien Thursday's earlier dodge wasn't entirely due to luck. Hobat Hoi mutters to himself. All right, if you're ready with your stance, then let's continue, he says. As soon as he finishes speaking, the sharp blade in Hobat Hoi's hand instantly flashes behind Sothien Thursday with unbelievable speed. Here it comes again. Sothien Thursday seems unable to keep up with the speed, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he jumps and dodges once more. In the arena, Sothien Thursday continuously dodges, and their speed is so fast that it's almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Oh my, Hobat Hoi is serious now. The prince is completely overpowering and beating the consort. I guess if this continues, the consort's stamina will be the first to give out. Amidst the laughter of the spectators, the emperor suddenly asks his daughter. What's wrong, my princess? I've already decreed that this match has nothing to do with your fate. No, father, I'm not worried about that. After all, Sothien Thursday's cultivation is still limited, and all he does is eat and sleep all day. Haha, are you worried about your consort Tomni? The princess quickly shakes her head. No, father. All right, it seems my daughter has regressed in her martial arts training, and you've underestimated the son-in-law I've chosen. Could it be that you haven't noticed anything strange in the arena? From the beginning until now, Sothien Thursday has always held the upper hand. Upon hearing these words from the king, Ko Nu Tom was shocked and blurted out. The upper hand? Ko Nu Tom belatedly realized it, but Hobat Hoi, who was fighting Sothien Thursday, grew more humiliated and panicked the longer they fought. How could this be? This bastard actually dares to completely block all my sword techniques and every single one of my attacks. The empress observed up to this point and smiled faintly, for her prediction had been absolutely correct. Indeed, Sothien Thursday completely controlled the fight, as Hobat Hoi's fierce slashes were all deflected by him. From start to finish, it seemed like Hobat Hoi was overwhelming Sothien Thursday, but in reality, he didn't land a single hit. None of them hit, not even one. In the end, unable to hold back any longer, Hobat Hoi angrily shouted. Brother So, why do you keep hiding? If you keep defending like this, how can you live up to your status as a prince consort? Stop dodging, and I will seize your princess wife. Seeing the sharp blade approaching him, Sothien Thursday laughed confidently and loudly retorted. Haha, you noisy beast, get lost! First try touching the hem of my robe, then we'll talk. In an instant, Sothien Thursday's hand seemed to contain a magical power that completely controlled Hobat Hoi's stormy attacks. A common technique in Tai Chi, where the martial artist harnesses energy to counter hard with soft, suddenly sent Ho Bat Hoi flying backward. The strike seemed light, but its lethality was terrifying, making Ho Bat Hoi's eyes bulge in disbelief. Even the spectators around the battlefield were utterly shocked by this scene. No matter how shocked and horrified they were, the truth had already unfolded on the battlefield when Prince Ho Bat Hoi was sent flying backward by just a single move. What is going on? What exactly just happened? The consort delivered a single kick that completely countered the prince's attack. How could the terrifying strength of Prince Ho be neutralized so easily? Of course, the atmosphere of the match has become hotter than ever, and so Tien Thursday didn't let his guard down after pushing back his opponent because things were far from over. Look at Ho Bat Hoi's condition. It seems he's entered a berserk state. Ho Bat Hoi is slowly standing up, his eerie eyes fixated on So Tien Thursday, while his entire body appears to be burning with an invisible flame. The national advisor, who had been quietly observing since the beginning, noticed the prince's state and cheered with joy. Haha, the fun is about to end soon. With the berserk state unleashed, the outcome of this match will be seen very quickly. No one can truly understand just how terrifying the prince's berserk power is, haha. The moment Ho Bat Hoi entered the berserk state, the one under the most pressure now is So Tien Thursday, as he can no longer follow Ho Bat Hoi's movements. His speed and strength suddenly increased, causing countless slashes on So Tien Thursday's body. His speed was too fast for So Tien Thursday's current abilities to keep up with. If not for his mastery of the Taiji fist, he would have died from the previous attack. As soon as So Tien Thursday stepped out of his attack stance, Ho Bat Hoi, now enraged, charged at him again in the blink of an eye. The ferocity of the assault left So Tien Thursday no time to breathe. Every move was a lethal strike. This guy has truly gone mad. Does he really want to kill me? Without time to think, So Tien Thursday instinctively widened his eyes and immediately cast the 6th-level mystic technique, Azura's Nightmare. His eyes opened wide as if containing the entire profound universe within, causing Ho Bat Hoi's mind to descend into chaos, trapped in an endless illusion. The world before Ho Bat Hoi became twisted and insane, and the pounding headache made him clutch his head and scream. Azura's Nightmare was successfully cast, and the opponent is now forced to witness their deepest fears. The mystic power So Tien Thursday unleashed for the first time on this battlefield proved to be immensely powerful. From the very beginning, I didn't want to reveal my identity as a mystic too much, but now that Man has put so much pressure on me that Taiji Fist can't solve. Old man Murong Fu immediately shouted in shock. This is level 6 illusion. How could he be a mystic? Isn't he supposed to be useless? No matter how panicked everyone around him was, inside the battle, Hu Buhui was almost going mad in the illusion, slashing wildly like a beast without landing a single hit. Meanwhile, So Tien Thursday quietly observed each of Hu Buhui's actions, waiting for the right opportunity. When he sensed the moment had come, he immediately launched a powerful palm strike to Hu Buhui's chest. The strike landed directly as Hu Buhui, in his chaotic state, couldn't avoid it, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. That was indeed an illusion. I didn't expect this person to master one of the hardest techniques of a mystic. Not only that, the martial skill he just used is certainly not ordinary, it's at least on a master level. So Tien Thursday truly gave us a pleasant surprise. The reason both the Empress and the Emperor are so pleased is that, in all the cultivation systems of the world, there is an extremely rare spiritual force called mystic cultivation, and the hardest skill to master in spiritual force is indeed illusion. Below the battlefield, after unleashing a powerful strike, So Tien Thursday didn't stop but continued to attack relentlessly. Today, I, the royal son-in-law, will teach you to understand the principles of life. As humans, you must know the importance of propriety, integrity, and honor. Don't take what others cherish, like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. I must teach you not to bully the weak with your strength, or else you'll learn what it means to meet someone stronger. As humans, humility should always come first. You must learn to be tolerant and forgiving so that you can know when to hold on and when to let go, leaving yourself a way out. If you can convince others with reason, don't resort to violence and challenge everyone you meet. With continuous punches and sharp words, So Tien Thursday delivers them all to Ho Bat Hoi. Finally, he tells you to go back to where you came from. As soon as he finishes speaking, the strongest blow strikes Ho Bat Hoi directly. Princess Ko Nu Tom springs up from her seat and stares intently at the battle, because victory has been achieved. When someone is happy, there will certainly be someone else who is sad. The Grand Preceptor couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. What a marvelous counterattack! Although the royal son-in-law's assault wasn't fatal, its speed was too fast, rendering the opponent powerless. It seems the son-in-law is ready to rise again. That's right, Hobat Hoi was knocked out of the arena by So Thien Thursday and can be considered defeated. The eunuch observed for a moment, and then loudly announced the final result of the duel. But before he could continue, Hobat Hoi's voice suddenly rang out. I haven't lost yet. How is that possible? The prince is standing up again. Hobat Hoi's Indomitable will quickly help him steady himself, trembling as he used his sword to support himself and rise. I definitely cannot lose. On the brink of despair, Hobat Hoi suddenly recalled his childhood. At that time, they were just a group of children on the icy plains, surviving by hunting fierce beasts for meat. The food in their area soon ran out, and they needed to expand their hunting grounds. However, venturing farther meant it was easy to fall into the lairs of dangerous monsters. But they had no choice, because while adults could endure hunger, how could the elderly and young children go without food? All right, tomorrow we'll go even farther to hunt, the old clan leader said, setting out early, hoping the prince could lead them out of this difficult situation as soon as possible. The prince they spoke of was none other than the young Hobat Hoi, quietly sitting and reading a book. Wow, the clothes of the Western Tan people are so splendid! I really like this one. Hobat Hoi flipped through the book pages for the children gathered around, smiling as he said, Okay, once you've made your choice, let me know. Next time I go to Western Chin, I'll bring it back for you. When will that be, Your Highness? Next time, can I come along? I really want to visit the Central Plains once. I heard the mountains there stretch endlessly, and there are many, many lakes with crystal-clear blue water. The innocent children dreamed of a distant, beautiful world, only to start fighting each other over it. This scene played out daily, making Prince Hobat Hoi laugh. Suddenly a sweet voice called out from behind him. Prince brother! Prince brother, this outfit is so gorgeous. But isn't this birthday gift very expensive? A young girl in the characteristic and splendid attire of Western Chin approached him hesitantly. Seeing the girl, Hobat Hoi smiled sweetly and shook his head. So young and already thinking about saving money? But it's okay. Oh, you're so beautiful. When you grow up and wear this, you'll look stunning. The prince's handsome smile and graceful demeanor left the girl bewildered. Immediately, she ran up and hugged the prince tightly. Thank you, Prince brother. Prince brother is the best. I also want to grow up quickly so I can always be by Prince brother's side. I want that too. Me too. Seeing the kids starting to argue, Hubuhui smiled and sighed. Alright, I will wait for you all to grow up healthy and strong. Once you're a bit older, I'll take you away from here. When the time comes, we'll go wherever you want and enjoy the beautiful mountains and rivers together. I promise. That's right. Hubuhui had promised them in the past. He said he would take everyone away from this desolate, cold place. He firmly believed that as long as they had ideals, they could achieve them one day. But before that ideal could become reality, a terrible day came, and a nightmare unfolded. In search of food, their tribe had to expand their hunting grounds, but they mistakenly entered the territory of a high-level magical beast. The beast tracked their whereabouts and suddenly attacked the villagers. Everyone was engulfed in horrific screams as streams of fresh blood soaked the white snow. That day became a nightmare that soul unrepentant could never forget. Yes, that feeling of helplessness and despair is unforgettable, watching helplessly as one by one, those he loved were devoured by the beast. It was a power that a child like Northern Star could not resist, leaving him to the whims of fate. Everything seemed to become a sorrowful painting etched deeply into the soul of this young man, forcing him to change. The terrifying image of the monster appeared right before his eyes. A familiar pale pink robe soaked in the crimson of blood. The sweet smile of the beautiful girl flashed back in Hobat Hoi's mind. Since then, apart from fear, a mix of rage has been deeply. Hobat Hoi was enraged as he witnessed the loss of his loved one, which triggered the latent power in his small body. It was the first time that Prince Hobat Hoi understood what true fury was, and he also entered a berserk state. With one small hand, Hobat Hoi flung the giant monster away. The terrifying power unleashed by that child injured the monster so severely that it bled. Perhaps in the most desperate moments, people truly discover greatness within themselves. Sometimes, rage and despair can become a strange force that changes many things. On the vast grassland, snowy mountains loomed in the distance, and a cold, desolate wind blew through, carrying a few fresh blades of grass and the rich scent of the earth. Amidst the desolate scene filled with smoke and fire, with the silent body of the monster, Prince Hobat Hoi stood still in the night. His body was covered in numerous wounds, and his hand was tightly gripping a piece of pink fabric. It was the piece of fabric that had fallen from the clothes of that beautiful girl. Everything had come to an end. The hopes for a bright future and far-fetched dreams all ended that night. From that day on, Hobat Hoi killed the naive version of himself. When facing the foolish, weak-willed traders, he showed no mercy. To survive in this wilderness, they had to tame the beasts and see them as allies. Later, to improve the tribe's life, they frequently traded with people from the Central Plains. Even so, Hobat Hoi still found it insufficient because the circumstances in the north continued to worsen. Famine, cold, drought, and natural disasters occurred frequently. Not to mention the many foreign enemies eyeing them. So, to survive, they had to abandon many things. Only by leaving this place would the clan members truly be safe. A child who had to bear too many burdens on his small shoulders gradually developed the fierce yet kind, contradictory personality of Hobat Hoi. After many trips to the Central Plains and countless views, the sky in the Central Plains remains as beautiful as ever. When Hubuhui learned that the princess had suddenly fallen ill, he realized this was a great opportunity, an opportunity to sacrifice himself for the chance to secure peace and prosperity for his people. So, no matter what, I must defeat you, Sa Tianshu. Oh my God, look! The prince, he's standing up again. How strong must his will to fight be to break through the illusion's attack? Although he managed to stand up, Hubuhui's berserk state has been dispelled. This fight is unjust. Even if he fights to the death, or gravely injures the royal consort, it no longer has any meaning. On the contrary, continuing would endanger the entire tribe. Sa Tianshu truly is a talented individual, both scholarly and martial. Prince Hubuhui stands still, with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Now, the only thing left to consider is whether there's another way, besides becoming the royal consort, to bring peace to his people. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky begin to part, allowing warm rays of light to shine upon the earth. There is still another way. In the blink of an eye, Hobat Hoi realized that he had once again fallen into another illusion. Meanwhile, Sotian Thursday stood silently in front, pointing in a direction and saying, "Look over there, that's another version of you, Hobat Hoi." Following the direction Sotian Thursday pointed, Hobat Hoi saw a familiar person. As mentioned before, Lai Huintan has helped you all a lot, hasn't he? If you can get the court's approval for Lai Huintan to trade with Bakyu, it would be a great opportunity. Hearing Sotian Thursday's words, Hobat Hoi silently pondered. Expanding trade would slightly improve the lives of the people of Bakyu, wouldn't it? Prince, I know you have a kind nature, and it's for the sake of your people that you work so hard in Taitan. You should apologize to Lai Huintan. He will surely forgive you and agree to cooperate. With Sotian Thursday's introduction, Hobat Hoi once again looked towards Lai Huintan in the distance, then smiled wryly and sighed. Your relationship with him is really good. Before he could react, Sotian Thursday had already approached and pushed Hobat Hoi, causing his body lost balance. But at that moment, another hand caught him just in time. Facing the astonished gaze of the northern prince, Lai Huintan smiled warmly. Don't worry, I forgive you. Returning to reality after the conversation, the treasured sword in Hobat Hoi's hand was coldly thrown to the ground. The decisive and sudden action of the prince quickly caught the attention of the spectators. As if realizing what his prince intended to do, the national teacher suddenly stood up. The young man with snow-white hair, like the son of the snow god, looked up at the warm blue sky and smiled, declaring, "I concede." The unexpected concession struck everyone's hearts like a bomb, and at the same time, the sound of battle drums echoed triumphantly. The prince admits defeat, and in this martial arts contest, son-in-law Saw has won. The happiest person right now must be Li Xianqing, as he was the only one who bet on Sa Tianshu's victory. Haha, I've hit the jackpot, this money is all mine. Hurry up and hand it over, haha. Behind him, Princess Jiru Xian silently gazed at Sa Tianshu's elegant figure in the arena. Sa Tianshu, this princess knew you would win. Sensitive to her daughter's unusual expression, the Empress and the Emperor simultaneously glanced over, causing the princess to stiffen. To cover her embarrassment, Jiru Xian pretended to cough, then casually remarked as if nothing had happened. What? What's the matter? This princess is just happy for herself. The Emperor easily saw through his daughter's thoughts, but he didn't mind. More importantly, the son-in-law's martial arts have reached a transcendent level. Truly a talented young man. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Not to mention the genius like the Northern Prince, he has only mastered a superior sword technique. Meanwhile, Sothien Thursday is both a martial artist and a mystical practitioner, truly a once-in-a-century talent. The unexpected outcome completely overturned everyone's predictions about this match, leaving many people still in shock, especially the stepmother Mo Dung Jang Noyet and her father Mo Dung Fook. This unfilial son, who for years pretended to be foolish and absurd, seemed like a different person during the duel. Now, am I the one who's become the laughingstock of the world? To think that right under my nose someone could turn Sothien Thursday into such a talented and patient person. Only she could have done that. Who could Mo Dung Jang Noyet have been thinking of, making her so terrified that she broke out in cold sweat? Seeing through his daughter's thoughts, Mo Dung Fook coldly reminded her. Don't overthink it. Although that unfilial son hit it well, it's fortunate that he was exposed early. It's still early, so he hasn't been able to stir up any real trouble yet. In a corner of the courtyard, Thuan Quan Yen closed her fan tightly. Then, under the astonished gaze of the two maids, she turned and left. Miss, you're not watching anymore? Hearing that, Shangguan Yen shook her head. I've confirmed my feelings, so there's no need to watch. As she walked away, she pondered what she had just witnessed. So, it was a mental power technique. Looking at the demeanor of his aunt, she really raised Sothien Thursday like a pig, huh? Enduring and hiding his skills until now, there must be some expert guiding him behind the scenes. Sothien Thursday was about to leave with the crowd when he was suddenly stopped by the voice of his stepmother. My son, you've exceeded my expectations. You even defeated the Northern Prince. Impressive. I saw you were hurt by Ho Bat Hoi earlier. Are you all right? She stepped closer, smiling kindly like a loving mother. This display was so irritating that Sothien Thursday coldly shook off her hand. Seeing his reaction, Mo Dung Jang Noyet froze, stunned, then furrowed her brows in anger. Mother, after today's martial arts match, I'm exhausted. I'd like to go back and rest early. Please forgive me, Mother. Sothien Thursday's etiquette was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism from outsiders. But his voice was entirely cold, a stark contrast to his attentive demeanor. Watching the interaction between mother and son, Prince Hobat Hoi silently admired Sothien Thursday in his heart, recognizing him as an extraordinary talent. For someone who could feign ignorance and mediocrity for so many years, enduring the status of a powerless prince consort cast aside by the So family, to achieve such a day, that kind of mindset and wisdom couldn't belong to an ordinary person. Of course, Northern, you must secure this precious gem as an ally and support. With these thoughts in mind, Hobat Hoi approached the emperor, bowed, and reported. Your Majesty, Tai Tan is indeed the cradle of talents. Moreover, this humble prince has one more request, and I hope your Majesty will grant it. It's unclear what they discussed or what Hobat Hoi requested. For now, let's return to the princess's residence that night. The princess invited New Tom and the prince consort Sothien Thursday to dine together, with a table of delicious, steaming hot dishes. At this moment, a eunuch rushed in from outside and loudly announced the arrival of the imperial decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, today, the prince consort has demonstrated both wisdom and courage, serving the nation with distinction. The prince consort has exhibited the spirit of our Western Qin, and his military achievements are significant. In addition to saving the princess's life the other day and repelling the assassins who attempted to attack at night, these are two major accomplishments that must be recognized. Therefore, the emperor has decided to confer upon you the title of Marquis, bestowing you the title of Marquis of Yanho County, with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold. Sothien Thursday respectfully responded with, Kem Thursday. I obey the decree. Prince Consort, you may now accept the decree. Thank you, your Majesty, for your generosity. Receiving the imperial decree in his hands, Sothien Thursday couldn't hide his excitement, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. The eunuch, who had not yet left, stepped forward and whispered, Prince Consort, His Majesty has another message for you. His Majesty hopes that in the future, the Prince Consort and the Princess can live together in the Princess's residence. The Princess has been pampered since childhood and is somewhat stubborn, sometimes a bit quick-tempered. You must be understanding of the Princess in your daily life. Moreover, you must wholeheartedly care for the Princess and live in harmony with her. The Emperor and Empress also hope to have a grandchild by next year. Each word of the eunuch left Sothien Thursday so overwhelmed that he spat out blood, then weakly nodded. Thank you, eunuch, for conveying the message. You've worked hard. Please stay for a meal before you leave. Haha, I cannot. I must return to the palace to fulfill my duties. Prince Consort, you must have much to discuss with the princess after all your hardships. I dare not disturb any longer. Please allow me to take my leave. Though angry, Sothien Thursday had no choice but to bid farewell. Your Excellency, please take care not to trip and fall on your face. Sothien Thursday cheerfully examined the treasures he had received. He stared at the golden imperial seal in his hand, lost in thought. He gently bit it to see if it was real gold, which made the princess next to him shout in frustration. Heavens, that's real gold! No need to test it. The emperor wouldn't put on a show. Sothien Thursday's eyes lit up as he teasingly asked back. Hee, princess, aren't you happy? Now we have such a vast territory. The prince consort's greedy and lustful demeanor made the princess even more furious as she scolded him. Humph, I knew you'd think that way. But I must tell you, that territory was granted to me by my father and mother. It has nothing to do with you. What? Princess, you can't just burn the bridge like that. His Majesty awarded it to both of us, and I even defeated Hobat Hoy for you. Although our feelings are not yet in harmony, Sothien Thursday tightly held the princess's hands, making her blush. But we can still hold hands and move forward step by step together, can't we? Upon closer look, Sothien Thursday is quite handsome, making the princess so embarrassed that she quickly pulled her hand away. You jerk, who would want to go with you? Who would want to try a new life with you? Admiring the beautiful yet shy and stubborn expression on Ko Nu Tom's face, Sothien Thursday mischievously teased. I heard that this morning, a matchless beauty promised me something over breakfast. She promised that if I defeated Hobat Hoy, she would call me husband. Now that I've won, it seems that the beautiful princess still hasn't kept her promise. His words were like soft feathers gently brushing against the princess's trembling heart, making her angrily shout. I won't keep my promise! What can you do about it? I just received the emperor's decree that the princess, being spoiled, has become stubborn. The emperor asked me to take special care of her. He also mentioned that he wants to hold a grandchild next year. The emperor's orders are hard to defy, princess. I, too, am just following orders. So, do you think I dare to give the emperor a grandchild with you? Faced with the direct and bold words of the man, Kanu Tam momentarily didn't know how to respond, her face flushed with embarrassment. Sothien Thursday, you scoundrel! I'll definitely remember this grudge and take my revenge on you. The usually quiet princess's residence was lively today with the quarrels of the young couple. But no matter what, it's important to rest after a long day, isn't it? In his study, Sothien Thursday lay quietly on the bed, drifting into a deep sleep. Of course, while his body is resting, his soul has entered the space of the great dream pearl heaven to reflect on today's achievements. As for the fiefdom and the title of Marquis, naturally, Sothien Thursday understood what these meant. Looking at the 3D model of the territory that the system had constructed before him, Sothien Thursday thought to himself, clearly the emperor is planning for his daughter's future. Later on, when both of them are no longer in this world, and a new king ascends the throne, it's certain that he won't pamper and indulge this princess as before. However, being acknowledged by the emperor and becoming the consort of the princess does afford him a certain degree of freedom, Sothien Thursday thought while still focusing on practicing mystical arts and mystical energy. This Vimhong County is 1,300 miles from the capital, 800 miles north is the northern Yu Kingdom, and 300 miles southwest lies the high mountains and plateaus filled with monstrous beasts. In fact, historically, this land had been invaded by foreign tribes many times, though now the Taitan Kingdom has expanded its territory far beyond what it once was. Vimhong County is no longer a frontier, but it remains an extremely desolate and barren place. The territory spans over 400 miles, with mountainous forests frequently visited by monstrous beasts. The people are often forced to leave in search of sustenance, and occasionally, officials have to provide subsidies to the local government. Those who have not reached the level of a mystical master cannot safely survive there. Why did the emperor choose this place as the fiefdom for Sothien Thursday? He couldn't have made this decision without careful consideration because every action of the Son of Heaven in this world carries deep meaning. In his dream, Sothien Thursday was pondering intensely, while in the outside world, in reality, his appearance was that of a man deep in sleep, unaware of the world around him. At this moment, the door quietly opened, and the soft sound of footsteps approached. Princess Ko Nu Tom, still awake late at night, walked to the bedside of Sothien Thursday. Seeing his sleeping face with a smile, the princess couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. You silly man, what are you smiling about? Suddenly, Sothien Thursday, who was sound asleep, abruptly opened his eyes and stared directly at Ko Nu Tom. Haha, why is the princess here at this time? And what do these actions mean? Could it be that you are also anxious, right? His teasing words made the princess's face blush as she quickly stepped back. Don't get me wrong, I just felt that since I agreed with you during the day, as a princess, I must keep my promise. I wouldn't take your little trivial matters to heart. Ko knew Tom's hesitant and shy demeanor left So Thien Thursday utterly bewildered, prompting him to ask. What? Ko knew Tom's voice became hesitant, adding to the ambiguity, making it hard for others to hear clearly. You listen carefully. So Thien Thursday husband, the word husband, was spoken so softly that it was almost inaudible, but naturally, So Thien Thursday, being right next to her, heard it loud and clear. But what caught his attention was the neckline that was slowly slipping off the shoulder of the beauty before him. Immediately, he put on a cheerful expression, gave the princess a thumbs up, while his eyes creepily glued to that shoulder, saying, "Thank you so much, princess." Ha! Seeing this strange expression on So Thien Thursday's face, Ko knew Tom was a bit confused. Following his gaze, she noticed her own bare shoulder. Both embarrassed and angry, the cute princess yelled like a tigress. "It's not that, So Thien Thursday! You are such a pervert!" Their shouting echoed through the dark night, causing Lu Yen, who was keeping watch on the rooftop, to sigh and remark, "This couple is really noisy." Early the next morning at the princess's residence, and today is still a peaceful day. So Thien Thursday woke up and stepped into the courtyard to bask in the warm sunlight. He waved at Thursday Knock and Dong Knock, then looked around in confusion and asked, "Why is it so quiet today? Where are the princess and Lu Yen?" Hearing their young master's question, Dong Knock and Thursday Knock couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile before recounting everything to So Thien Thursday. Early in the morning, when she woke up, the princess was furious, saying that last night, the young master behaved like a rogue. She even said she wanted to go to the emperor to demand that he issue a decree to execute the young master. After that, Lu Yen got up early to escort the princess to the palace. So Thien Thursday listened and could only smile wryly and shake his head, thinking that the princess's way of speaking could easily lead to misunderstandings. Besides, he and she were already husband and wife. No matter what happened, the emperor wouldn't execute him for that reason. The princess probably just went to the palace to chat with the emperor. It's likely related to the land matter. Just as So Thien Thursday finished speaking, a familiar laugh echoed as two figures approached. "Ha ha ha, I guess the princess must have regretted it by now. She might actually want to be the Prince of Baku at this moment." This remark immediately wiped the smile off So Thien Thursday's face as he angrily shouted. He yelled at the 7 generals around him. "Where did you come from? Someone, protect me! A monster has appeared, some hairy freak who doesn't even know how to look in the mirror." Listening to this string of insults, Hobat Hoi smiled cheerfully and shook his head. "Haha, I was just joking, young master, so don't take it seriously." At this moment, Lai Huintan also stepped forward, gently nudging Hobat Hoi with a laugh. "Haha, brother So, don't be so modest. In yesterday's match, Prince Ho was completely convinced by your prowess. You don't know, but yesterday, in front of the emperor, Hobat Hoi used his royal status to pledge allegiance to Taitan. Now the territory of Taitan has grown a bit larger. Though it can't be realized immediately, he has also requested to open trade routes. From now on, the people of the two nations will be free to interact, and the border areas will become more prosperous. Most importantly, Prince Ho plans to share the overall profits from this trade route with you, brother So. He told me he's planning to give you 1/10 of it. Let me calculate for a moment. This amount is actually enough to fully equip 2 large cavalry units. This is no small commission, brother So. Lai Huintan explained on one side, while So Thien Thursday stiffly listened to every word, then eagerly and familiarly called Hobat Hoi his younger brother. 2 armed cavalry units? Younger brother Bat Hoi, you truly are a brave and generous man, haha. Brother So is the strategist who paved the way for Baku. This small benefit is nothing worth mentioning and is something brother So rightfully deserves. As he said this, Hobat Hoi's tone became solemn and serious. However, there's still something I'm unclear about. I need young master So Thien Thursday to clarify. A moment later, something unknown happened. All that could be seen was Lai Huintan and Hobat Hoi exchanging blows with the familiar martial arts form of So Thien Thursday. After a while, the two of them simultaneously stepped back, then stopped and silently stared at each other for a moment, sensing each other's movements. Only then did Hobat Hoi speak up with praise. "Haha, so that's how it is. Brother So is indeed an extraordinary talent. It was just as I expected. This Tai Chi technique is truly marvelous. Please instruct me further. This time, I, the little prince, have achieved all the objectives I needed to in Tan. Time is of the essence. I must hurry back to Baku to handle state affairs. As he spoke, Hobat Hoi clasped his hands in farewell to So Thien Thursday, then immediately leaped onto his mount. I plan to depart before dusk. During this time, Brother So and Brother Lai Huintan have taken great care of me, and I am deeply grateful. If we get the chance in the future, let's gather again. The words had barely left their lips when the person quickly vanished beyond the horizon. There's no feast that doesn't end, and every joyful moment has its conclusion. Oh, I almost forgot, Brother So. This morning, I asked the Grand Master to return to Baku to fetch a special gift. In a few days that gift will be delivered to your residence. I'm sure you'll love it. Watching Hobat Hoi's departing figure, So Thien Thursday smiled and nodded in approval. Suddenly, I find myself liking this rival. He's honest and upright, far surpassing those noblemen in Tan. Moreover, he's 800 times more capable than those idlers. Clearly, So Thien Thursday wasn't referring to Lai Huintan, but standing nearby, he felt extremely awkward and angrily shouted, "Who's an idler? I'm very busy too. Lately, they've been forcing me to study with all kinds of tutors. I only took a little time to visit you, you jerk. Fine, I'm leaving now. You stay here and idle around by yourself." Yet another person left, leaving the courtyard quiet again. So Thien Thursday stood there and murmured, "I really am just idling around. Others take the opportunity to practice martial arts, but you take the opportunity to sleep so you can level up." In the hazy dream, So Thien Thursday's power grows stronger and more stable, like a young tree gradually growing up. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall of the Mo Dung family, Mo Dung Jiang Noya weeps beside her son. "Oh, my poor child! That child has been waiting for you to return for so long," Thien Dung. The two of them stand silently before Mo Dung Teet's memorial tablet. "Thien Dung, you see it too. That unfilial child never cared about us. Do you remember when you were young, Tuetni always clung to you, wanting to go to the Lantern Festival with you?" Listening to her words, Thien Dung slowly closes his bloodshot eyes. "Every time we came back from the festival, Tuetni would cling to me, talking about one thing after another, and she was incredibly happy. When she got a little older, whenever she had new clothes, she would come to you, wanting you to help her choose. Whenever something happened, she always thought of you first. That year, you insisted on going with your father to the frontier to join the battle, which worried everyone. Snow just quietly cried for a long time, saying she would wait for your return, but now the two of you are forever separated by life and death." The more he listened to his mother, So Thien Dung clenched his teeth in anger. That rebellious son must have wanted to harm your sister for a long time. He spends all day playing and fooling around, never doing anything proper. Who in the world doesn't know that? That day, Snow's cry was to protect her brother, yet who would have expected that night she would lose her life, her body not even left intact? It could have been an assassin, but it's also possible that rebellious son killed her, using the assassin's story as an excuse to burn both her body and the assassin's. He's been relying on his status as a royal consort, arrogantly bullying his own sister. You know how powerful Snow was, so with her martial skills she couldn't have been killed by an ordinary assassin. 2 days ago, So Thien Thursday even revealed exceptional martial prowess. He must have taken advantage of Snow's kindness. So it must be him, it must be him. Amid his mother's tearful accusations, So Thien Dung's hands clenched tightly, trembling with rage. "Son, back then when that rebellious son's mother left our home, she said that if anything happened to So Thien Thursday, she would kill our entire family. Even your father didn't dare say a word against her. In my estimation, this is the reason So Thien Thursday dares to act so arrogantly. You weren't here at that time. If we don't kill So Thien Thursday this time, our family's lives will be in grave danger. Everything is caused by So Thien Thursday." The mournful cries of that wicked woman echoed through the space, blending with the pristine white funeral money. At that moment, a servant came in from outside and loudly announced, "Young Master So, it's time to return." So Thien Dung's eyes, bloodshot like a demon's, glanced back, then he screamed, unleashing a terrifying power that blew the roof off. "Get out of my sight!" Standing silently in the courtyard, watching the golden funeral money flutter down, So Thien Dung spoke in front of Mo Dung Tuet's memorial tablet. "Mother, don't worry. Things like titles and ranks are fleeting to me. If I want to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant." Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to visit the princess. When the time comes, I will personally cripple that useless fool's martial arts. Early the next morning at the princess's mansion, Sothien Thursday welcomed a guest from Baku and received the gift that Ho Bat Hoi had mentioned. Oh wow, this little one looks quite lively. Wow, this little one has such fluffy fur, white, soft, and so adorable. I wonder what they are looking at that makes everyone so delighted by its cuteness. Consort, this beloved creature is called the one-horned wolf from our Baku. One-horned wolves are rare, and a white one is even rarer. It's the only white one-horned wolf among the 1,000 captured. This little one-horned wolf can understand human speech and can bring blessings and longevity to its owner. Before the prince departed, he specifically ordered me to bring it here for the consort. Sothien Thursday smiled shyly. Prince Ho is truly generous to give me such a rare gift. Haha, consort, don't be so modest. As long as the consort likes it, our prince will be very happy. Let's see, how should I handle this beloved creature? After all, it's still a wild wolf and we must be cautious of its dangers. At this moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The princess, after visiting the royal palace, has returned. Consort, we are back. As Ko Nu Tam stepped into the room, her eyes immediately caught sight of the small, delicate figure of the one-horned wolf confined in the cage. The one-horned wolf instantly noticed the beautiful princess. It suddenly went berserk, extending its sharp claws. In an instant, its tiny body, no bigger than a puppy, unleashed a terrifying strength that shattered the cage, causing the royal advisor to scream in fear. Princess, it's dangerous. Sothien Thursday's worried shout was quickly drowned out by the ferocious roar of the one-horned wolf as its terrifying appearance fully emerged. But contrary to everyone's fear, the wolf transformed into a tiny puppy and dashed into the princess's embrace. Lu Yen calmly let out a quiet sigh of relief upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the royal advisor and Sothien Thursday were left stunned and petrified by the shocking scene. Ha ha, what a good and adorable puppy! Seeing this scene, the little wolf Sothien Thursday gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell, damn it! So he's a lecher after all! Ha ha, it seems they were born to meet each other. For the princess and the prince consort to be favored by this beast is no easy feat. I humbly wish you both a long and blessed life together, holding hands until your hair turns gray. Receiving such a precious gift, Princess Ko Nu Tom was naturally delighted, thanked the envoy, and ordered Thursday Nak and Dong Nak to quickly serve tea. A cup of warm tea with a fragrant aroma cleared the mind. They continued chatting and enjoying tea together until the tea was gone and the gathering ended. Thank you, Princess and Prince Consort, for your hospitality today. However, I must return to Baku to report on my mission, so I cannot stay long. The people of Baku are truly generous and straightforward. As soon as the envoy finished speaking, he immediately jumped on his horse and rode away. In that case, I shall take my leave, Prince Consort. Sothien Thursday stepped closer and waved. Of course, safe travels. Suddenly, as Sothien Thursday was seeing off the envoy, an elderly voice called out from behind. Thursday knock dong knock. And the prince consort as well. Hearing someone call him, Sothien Thursday had a bad feeling and immediately turned to look back. When he saw who it was, Sothien Thursday's eyes widened, showing the unease in his heart. And the prince consort too. The young master has returned and says he misses you very much. The madam also said she hopes the prince consort can return home. Standing before them was an old man with a stern expression, showing no goodwill whatsoever. Sothien Thursday naturally recognized him. His name was Lai Trongdyun. This old man was a trusted aide of Mo Dung Jang Noyet, a lackey of Mo Dung Tuet. Moreover, he's a formidable expert, a level 9 practitioner, and extremely dangerous. After a moment of silent thought, Sothien Thursday coldly asked, You said my brother has returned? That's right, the young master said if you don't come back, he will personally visit the prince consort. But this old servant feels that the young master is neither a prince consort nor a marquis, so in front of family, all of them are just trash. Moreover, the eldest young master is still your elder brother. Both emotionally and logically, you should visit your maternal family. These words naturally made Sothien Thursday angry, but before he could say anything, Princess Ko Nu Tom's voice rang out. She held her beloved wolf in her arms and coldly ordered Lu Yen. Lu Yen, slap his mouth. Immediately, a dark shadow approached Lai Trongdyun, startling him as he screamed out. Before he could say anything else, a slap from Lu Yen sent the old man flying far away. Lai Trongdyun's entire face was slapped so hard that his mouth was crooked, spitting out blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Gently placing the wolf down on the ground, Ko Nu Tom coldly questioned. So what you're saying is that it doesn't matter if he's a marquis or a prince consort. Does a prince consort really have to visit the son of a lowly official with no title? Lai Trongdyung was momentarily startled, then slowly stood up and explained. Your Highness, this old servant had no such intention. I only felt that, according to custom, the prince consort should visit his home. Even a married woman can visit her parental home, so it stands to reason that a man like the prince consort can do so as well. Isn't that right, Your Highness? Seeing the sullen expression on the old man's face, Ko Nu Tom recalled what she discussed with the Empress Dowager this morning. When she visited the royal palace this morning to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, she learned that this family of General Huin Vu didn't treat So Thien Thursday well at all. This old man probably doesn't even care about So Thien Thursday being the young master, which is why he dares to speak so rudely. Thinking this, Ko Nu Tom became angry and turned away. You should leave. At this moment, I do not allow the prince consort to leave the princess's residence. If So Thien truly wishes to see his younger brother, then let him come to the princess's residence himself, she said. This decision by Ko Nu Tom caused Lai Trongdyung to frown in frustration, but he persisted. The princess and the young lord have given orders. I can only obey. Please, princess, don't make it difficult for me. How does your matter concern me? As for So Thien Thursday, come back to the room with me. The princess's forcefulness didn't make So Thien Thursday uncomfortable or upset. Instead, he smiled softly, feeling quite pleased. Of course he could smile, but how could the old man do the same? He was filled with utter rage. Without saying a word, the old man immediately sprang up, attacking So Thien Thursday. Son-in-law, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Being attacked unexpectedly, So Thien Thursday was startled and thought to himself. Does this old man really dare to strike in the princess's mansion? Someone's causing trouble at the princess's mansion. Lu Yen, with his profound martial arts skills, was the first to step forward. Son-in-law, step back, and let me handle this. In an instant, the two of them clashed with opposing forces. Although the old man looked frail, he fought on equal terms with Lu Yen, and for the moment, either could gain the upper hand. This surprised the princess because being able to fight evenly with Lu Yen showed that the general's residence indeed harbored hidden talents. The battle between the two became increasingly fierce. But then someone else approached, loudly calling Li Chongyang. The appearance of the newcomer naturally surprised those who recognized him. Li Chongyang, upon seeing the princess, quickly stepped back. Unexpectedly, So Tien Duong, with a grim expression and his fur cloak, entered the princess's residence like a divine general. His gaze was sharp and cold as he looked at So Tien Thursday. Fourth brother, it's been a long time. With the appearance of So Tien Duong, So Tien Thursday's eldest brother, the meaningless fight between the two guards was forced to halt. At this moment, they all gathered in the main hall, preparing to talk. The warm tea gently flows into the cup, spreading a fragrant aroma. At the main seat sits So Thien Thursday, alongside Princess Ko Nu Tom, while So Thien Duong is seated below, waiting. The two maids, Thursday Nak and Dong Nak, perform their duties meticulously, serving tea and water to the visiting guests. So Thien Duong receives the warm tea, takes a sip, and says nothing. So Thien Thursday uses the system's ability, hoping to see So Thien Vong's current cultivation level. However, what he sees baffles and shocks him. What is that inside him? Could this be a whirlpool of mystical energy? Just as So Thien Thursday observes, So Thien Vong's sharp gaze immediately turns toward him. Catching that look, So Thien Thursday is startled, thinking, did he notice? How could that be? Though this is his first encounter with a high-level mystic warrior, this time So Thien Thursday uses the system's scanning function. Could this really provoke So Thien Vong? This makes So Thien Thursday a bit panicked, while the elder brother in front of him coldly steps closer to his younger brother. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appears on his lips. Oh, this is quite interesting. Isn't this the legendary one-horned wolf from Northern Yu, the one that can understand human speech? So the thing that King Tian noticed was actually this tiny wolf, like a little puppy at your feet. I've heard that the pure white ones are extremely rare, appearing only once in 1,000 years. Fourth brother, where did you get this extraordinary beast? Upon hearing the question, Tian Shu let out a sigh of relief and gently patted the beast's head. That was close. I almost thought he had figured it out. Thankfully, he just noticed the puppy. Elder brother, you might not know, but the other day, I had a battle with the Prince of Northern Yu. As he spoke, Tian Shu couldn't help but think to himself, it seems that even a high-level mystic can't detect the system's interference. Unexpectedly, after that battle, we turned conflict into friendship. This was a gift from the prince to me. Hearing this, Tian Wang's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, I didn't expect fourth brother to have such a fortunate encounter. I was planning to visit Northern Yu myself before returning. Tian Shu slowly stood up and continued. Elder brother, are you interested in this wolf? If so, that's an easy matter. Go to the North Yu, capture one, and bring it back as a tribute from Urong Shui. At worst, I can ask Prince Ho for help again. He can assist you in finding it, but now, there's no need since the person is already gone, right? In response to the words of unknown provocation or probing from Suo Tian Shu, Suo Tian Wang immediately burst into anger, unleashing terrifying energy. In an instant, that strange energy surged, seemingly covering the entire mansion in a fiery red. The power was so immense that Suo Tian Shu was involuntarily pushed back. The system continuously flashed blood-red warnings, alerting that this was a high-level mystic skill. Of course, Suo Tian Shu had no time to react before suddenly being drawn into a mysterious space with a blood-red sky. Everywhere was filled with a twisted, eerie aura, completely unlike the real world. An illusion? Where is this place? Wait a minute, why does this color feel so familiar? Could this be the world within that mystical vortex of So Tien Vang? Caught between reality and illusion, So Tien Vang suddenly appeared coldly in front of his younger brother and spoke. Fourth brother, since you mentioned Mo Dung Tuet, I have something to ask you. As he spoke, a strange, radiant sword appeared in So Tien Vang's palm. I really want to ask you one thing. How exactly did Mo Dung Tuet die? As his voice echoed, So Tien Vang, like a blazing arrow, charged towards So Tien Thursday. The terrifying aura and intense killing intent left So Tien Thursday at a loss for how to respond. And it seemed that So Tien Thursday's reactions were not as fast as his older brother's, leaving him only able to dodge in panic and struggle. As he tried to evade the attack, So Tien Thursday couldn't help but be amazed because this illusion was too realistic. He could clearly feel each gust of wind hitting his face, causing a sharp pain. In front of So Tien Vang, attacking his fourth brother without holding back at all, when previously our mother had said that upon my return, she would approve of the marriage between her and me. Unfortunately, now she's tragically passed away, her death shrouded in mystery. Yet you claim that she died protecting the fourth brother, So Tien Vang said, but he didn't stop his fierce assault for even a moment. Each wave of sword energy, both illusory and real, sharply cut across So Tien Thursday's body, leaving painful wounds on his flesh. Could the pain in this illusion be this real? After a moment of struggling to dodge and getting injured, So Tien Thursday suddenly realized something and said to himself, No, I shouldn't evade right now. It's better to retreat as a form of advance, turning defense into offense. In an instant, he adjusted his movements and executed Tai Chi, hoping to use softness to counter the fierce attack. So Tien Thursday's expression became as serious as that of a seasoned martial artist, each of his movements harmonizing with the soft yet resilient yin-yang of Tai Chi. Now I will turn my teachings into a weapon to fight you, So Tien Vang. So Tien Thursday gently moved his hand in a strange pattern. That gesture carried a balancing power, and in an instant, it controlled So Tien Vang's weapon-wielding arm. So Tien Vang, feeling the movement becoming awkward, was slightly surprised and frowned in discomfort. Oh no, not only was it controlled, but So Tien Vang's sword-wielding arm also went numb, forcing him to drop his sword. At that moment, So Tien Thursday seized the opportunity, grabbed the sword from his elder brother's hand, and counterattacked. With sharp eyes and a powerful aura, he let out a shout. In that instant, So Tien Vang's vision was completely covered by a brilliant, dazzling slash. But strangely, the attack did not hit So Tien Vang at all, as he suddenly turned into a strange mist and disappeared. Now, it was So Tien Thursday's turn to be shocked because everything was becoming increasingly bizarre. What? Did it miss? Why is the illusion of a high-level sorcerer so strange? When the young man wasn't paying attention, King So Tien descended from the sky, gathering back from a cloud of smoke into his original form, displaying his skill of weak chi transformation. A sword with a different color once again formed in King So Tien's hand. Without hesitation, he descended from the sky, aiming directly at the top of his brother's head to strike. Sensing the imminent danger, So Tien Thursday quickly felt the terrifying killing intent and immediately responded. The two blades of light clashed, with one attacking and the other defending. Struggling to block the strike, So Tien Thursday was forced into the ground by the sheer power, causing the earth to shatter with dust flying everywhere. Quickly retreating from the cloud of debris, he realized the secret behind the enemy's movements. So that's it. When King So Tien gathered the blood mist to form that sword, the surrounding fog thinned slightly. It seems the way to resolve this situation immediately is to condense the blood mist into a weapon. Frankly, the only option now is to temporarily fight and wait for an opportunity to turn the tables. The two of them clashed again, creating terrifying shockwaves. King So Tien's eyes, with pupils as red as a blood moon, stared intensely at So Tien Thursday, questioning to himself. I find it very strange that with the cultivation and combat strength you've shown, you still couldn't defeat a mere assassin. Why couldn't you handle it, and had to let Mo Dung Tuet protect you? And worse, it cost her life. The more I think about it, the more I suspect, and the killing intent in So Tien Vong's heart grows stronger than ever. So Tien Thursday was forced back, feeling the overwhelming killing intent, and was extremely terrified. This killing intent is terrifying, and the threat in this illusion is real, making it highly challenging. Just as he didn't know what to do, the system's notification popped up again, reminding the host that the accumulated experience points had been completed, and the mastery of the Taiji sword intent had been achieved. Immediately, a flood of information about the Taiji sword intent emerged in So Tien Thursday's mind, making him secretly delighted. Good, this skill came just in time. Using the Taiji sword intent technique to counter might bring hope. The Taiji sword intent can borrow force to strike force, using the enemy's power against them. It can use the enemy's force to break their own illusions. While figuring out how to respond, So Tien Thursday didn't forget to dodge each of his elder brother's attacks. From the beginning, you've been avoiding a lot, right? At that moment, So Tien Thursday suddenly smiled and spoke loudly. Yes, big brother, I also feel like there are many strange things. It's really strange that Mo Dung Tuet lost her life, isn't it? I also feel deeply sorry for her. Someone so young like that died so early. As So Tien Thursday spoke, he cleverly used the weight of gravity to drive the sword in his hand into So Tien Vong's body. But the situation from earlier happened again as So Tien Vong's body turned into a cloud of blood mist, rendering the attack ineffective. This is bad, he's turned into blood mist again. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist gathered into So Tien Vong right behind So Tien Thursday, and his cold voice echoed, calling out to the fourth brother. Fourth brother, don't think that just because you're a royal consort or a marquis, you can do whatever you please. His hand gripped So Tien Thursday's robe tightly, then he immediately spun a few times and slammed him straight to the ground. A horrifying collision occurred, causing the bloody mist around to scatter while So Tien Thursday struggled, kneeling on one knee and coughing. The Tai Chi sword technique is indeed a clever way to use force against force, but the opponent could turn into a bloody mist at any moment. Facing an opponent without a physical form made it extremely difficult to unleash the true power of the Tai Chi sword technique. The strong smell of fresh blood filled So Tien Thursday's brain as blood seeped from his mouth. At that moment, So Tien Vong descended from the sky. Regardless of now or later, do you fully understand yet? If you kill, you must pay with your life. He looked pensively at So Tien Thursday for a moment, then coldly asked another question. Do you think Mo Dung Tuet's life is something you can easily take? Fourth brother, this world is far bigger than you can imagine. You've been too absorbed in your identity as the prince consort. Listening to each question from his eldest brother, So Tien Thursday pressed his sword into the ground, trembling as he stood up while the bloody mist once again gathered and surrounded him. So Tien Vong opened his mouth as if to say something more, but So Tien Thursday loudly interrupted him. Even those at home don't believe me, boss. Everything is meaningless. What is the vast world even worth? In his fury, So Tien Thursday pulled the sword from the ground and shouted. Clearly, you all have harbored ill intentions toward me from the start, driving me to my death. The Mo Dung family, and you too, that bastard of a boss, you're all a bunch of wretched scum. It's all because of you. You've always forced me. You don't even bother hiding your murderous intent. I can feel it. Weren't all those ridiculous rumors on the streets deliberately spread by you? My life has been treated as a tool to exploit for power. You forced me to grit my teeth and walk a path where I knew the outcome. All the competition, jealousy, and even hatred along with all the mocking and sarcastic remarks never seemed to stop. There's even a chance he could be bitten to death by that savage miles away. All the pent-up emotions suddenly erupted, and he helplessly said everything in his heart. So Tien Thursday slowly closed his eyes, feeling it all. I just thought I could live a peaceful life, without fighting against the world. But it was all because you forced me, to this point. So Tien Thursday's eyes widened like those of a wild beast, staring fiercely at the man in front of him. The power within every cell of his body seemed to explode, surging violently outwards. So Thien Thursday raised his face to the sky and roared, and the system notification appeared, announcing that the host had berserked infused with the Taiji sword, unlocking a new skill. So Thien Vong, who was highly educated and experienced, upon seeing So Thien Thursday's condition, quietly guessed, could this be berserk? But something still felt off. If this state is berserk, then what is that strange purple-blue flame? Yes, an unnamed fire was engulfing So Thien Thursday's body, burning him. Not wanting to keep So Thien Vong waiting, So Thien Thursday, after falling into a strange state, charged toward his womanizing scumbag of a brother like a crazed nymphomaniac. Receiving the brutal strength of the fourth brother, So Thien Vong watched with a heavy expression. In front of him, So Thien Thursday rushed forward, unleashing the technique of the two forms giving birth to four symbols, transforming into three different clones attacking simultaneously from various directions. The scene was incredibly intense as So Thien Thursday used his exquisite movement skills to swiftly attack with the form of the Tai Chi sword. His speed kept increasing until So Thien Vong felt as if he was trapped in a cage of light, unable to move. A sharp slash passed across his calm face, causing him to panic as fresh blood flowed. As for So Thien Thursday, he was in a frenzied state, merging with the essence of the Tai Chi sword, causing his strength to multiply many times over, fully committing to the battle. Letting out a fierce roar, So Thien Thursday unleashed countless sword energies, enveloping So Thien Vong, cutting into his body, making him cry out in pain. The tide of the battle completely turned when So Thien Vong was overwhelmed by So Thien Thursday, and couldn't defend himself. He could only stand there helplessly as his fourth brother's sword came straight at him. This time, So Thien Vong couldn't turn into bones and blood like before. The sword pierced through him, causing black blood to flow from his body. The earth-shattering battle only ended when So Thien Vong fell backward, motionless. So Thien Thursday also gradually regained his composure, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily. His strength had reached its limit, and he couldn't endure it any longer, collapsing to the ground. The pain was excruciating. His entire body felt like it was falling apart. The side effects of the berserk skill were indeed too much for So Thien Thursday's body, which had only recently undergone training. But fortunately, the technique finally. It had also succeeded. Thinking about this, So Thien Thursday looked at his elder brother and witnessed a bizarre scene. He saw that So Thien Vong's body was enveloped in a blood-colored flame. In So Thien Thursday's horrified eyes, So Thien Vong, who had just been defeated, slowly stood up and shouted loudly, "Fourth brother, do you really think your move just now succeeded? Is this the time for you to breathe a sigh of relief?" In the blink of an eye, So Thien Vong was almost unharmed, revealing a power more terrifying than ever before. This was a power surpassing everything he had displayed up until now. The clearest sign was the terrifying notification from the system. "Warning! Warning! The system has detected an enormous energy fluctuation. Oh my god, is this really a mystic sage? It's even harder to deal with than I imagined." The energy converged at a single point with all the blood mist in this space, forming weapons and armor that enveloped So Thien Vong's body. Like a grand deity, he raised his sword high and declared loudly, "The game should end here. Now let me help you remember your mission." These words immediately made So Thien Thursday wonder in astonishment. What mission? What on earth is going on? What are the So family plotting? But of course, no one answered his questions, and instead, a massive slash with unstoppable force came at him. "Alright, let's stop here, fourth brother." So Thien Vong's voice echoed through the space as if from nowhere, blending with the system's alert in So Thien Thursday's mind. "Warning, warning, extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous." The power was too immense, beyond imagination, and So Thien Thursday felt like a tiny boat drifting in a raging flood. Moreover, he had just used the berserk skill, draining all his strength, so now he couldn't hold on any longer. It was an indescribable scene as if the entire world had been swallowed by the vast energy, engulfing So Thien Thursday as well. His body had lost all ability to move, floating aimlessly in this mysterious space. Is this the power of a warrior who can single-handedly take on an entire army? The proud eldest son of the So family, possessing unparalleled power. Yes, this is the latent strength within So Thien Vong's body that he has never unleashed until now. Silently looking at So Thien Thursday, he finally spoke, offering a reminder. "In a few days, father will return to the capital. Fourth brother, choose wisely and handle things well. Once you fall into sleep, you'll never wake up again." So Thien Thursday fell into a void without end, then suddenly woke up with a start. Everything that happened just now felt like a vivid nightmare. In So Thien Thursday's sight was the focused face of Lu Yen. Consort, you've finally woken up. You were talking with So Thien Vong for a while, then suddenly fell asleep. Trying to regain his composure, So Thien Thursday awkwardly and reluctantly explained. Well, I understand, but why are you here? Are you displeased with my presence, Prince Consort? The princess is a noblewoman. Do you really want her to take care of you all afternoon? Lu Yen's words, filled with anger, made So Thien Thursday embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. Haha, how could that be? Is King So Thien still at the princess's residence? Not anymore. King So Thien saw that the prince consort was asleep, so he returned to his own home. Upon hearing this, So Thien Thursday lay back on the bed with a sigh of relief. As he lay down again, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to everything that had happened so far. Perhaps Taitan is about to change eras, he whispered to himself. That night, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the sound of thunder. The cold air rising around made it impossible not to shiver, while So Thien Thursday silently stood under the eaves watching the rain fall. Indeed, those assassins who seemed so formidable before were just martial artists of a lower rank. Although at that time, So Thien Thursday felt a threat to his life. Now, compared to the overwhelming power that King So Thien displayed, that incident seems insignificant. This time, if it weren't for King So Thien showing mercy at the last moment, I fear that So Thien Thursday has died suddenly and unexpectedly. The more I think about it, the more urgent it feels, but for now, I don't know what to do. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that Lu Yen had been watching him from behind for a while. She spoke up, calling out to the royal consort. In broad daylight, you suddenly fell asleep. Could it be that you've been attacked by the dark magic of So Thien Vong? Oh, is it that obvious? So Thien Thursday sighed softly, then nodded and asked how Lu Yen had figured it out. Of course, I guessed, royal consort. During the day, So Thien Vong wanted to speak privately with you, but the princess didn't allow it. After that, you suddenly fell asleep while talking, so I figured it had something to do with So Thien Vong's tricks. After all, So Thien Vong is not like you. He was exceptionally gifted from a young age and became a famous mystic cultivator in Taitan, receiving complete inheritance and meticulous training. Because of his outstanding talent, King So Thien has been favored since birth, receiving countless natural treasures to aid him. His strength naturally grew rapidly and terrifyingly. Listening to the explanation, So Thien Thursday felt annoyed and waved his hand. All right, you're just guessing, but you still have to criticize me? Why is the way you talk so annoying? As you know, cultivating the arcane arts of an arcane master and training the body of a warrior are very different. The arcane arts that arcane practitioners cultivate are also very mysterious. After becoming an arcane master, one gains arcane skills that every arcane master takes pride in. These skills are incredibly profound, containing many secrets and strange effects that outsiders find hard to understand. Therefore, I deduced from that point, and it wasn't hard to guess that King So Thien used arcane techniques on you. A few years ago, it was said that King So Thien ascended to the realm of arcane master, and then followed King So's army to train in battle. Indeed, one truly matures on the battlefield. It's a place full of dangers but also where a young tree can quickly grow into a great one. For some reason, Lu Yen's words at this moment seemed deep and carried some complex emotions. So Thien Thursday keenly sensed her mood, realizing that even someone as strong as Lu Yen strives to become better each day. Regardless of the realm, only with enough power can one control their own destiny. So Thien Thursday clenched his hand tightly as Lu Yen continued sharing her thoughts on the current situation. The sound of raindrops forming puddles mixed with their conversation in the late night. This time, with the border riots quelled, the So King is about to return triumphantly. So Thien Dun, the eldest son of the So King, had achieved brilliant military success on the battlefield, so it's understandable that the court awarded him the honorary title of Grand Mystic Master. Hearing a new term, So Thien Thursday couldn't help but wonder what an honorary Grand Mystic Master is. It is a distinguished mystic master recognized by the nation. They receive the best cultivation resources and are granted priority access to many things. The most coveted privilege is undoubtedly the right to establish their own sect. They can found a sect, recruit disciples, and build their own influence. Seriously? They can actually found their own sect? I thought it was just an ordinary title. I didn't expect that title to have such power, being able to use the country's money for personal matters. Thinking about this, So Thien Thursday began to ponder, unsure of what he was calculating. Lu Yen, standing beside him, sighed, clasped her hands together, and bowed. If the prince consort is all right, then I'll take my leave first. Huh? Oh, okay. Are you going back to the princess's place? No, not yet. I still need to make a trip to the Vu Lam Guards, Your Highness. This morning, His Majesty suddenly decreed that he wants to mobilize the troops. But aren't you the princess's bodyguard? What does the Imperial Guards or the Vu Lam Guards mobilization have to do with you, Lu Yen? Haha, I'm also on the roster, didn't you know, Your Highness? Besides, this time the campaign might be quite large, so even the Vu Lam Guards from the princess's residence will be mobilized. At that time, the defense of the princess's residence will be weakened, so we'll have to rely on you, Your Highness, to reinforce the defenses here. Of course, all the expenses will have to come from Your Highness's own pocket. What? Lu Yen's request was like a bomb dropped straight into So Thien Thursday's heart, leaving him stunned. Me? Are you joking? Where am I supposed to get the money to maintain the guards? Yen Liuli immediately covered her mouth, laughing, then jumped onto the fox. Su Tianshu tried to stop her in panic, but she had already vanished right before his eyes. Wait, don't go, come back here! Su Tianshu's anguished cry echoed amid the pouring rain. The rain fell as if the heavens were weeping, forming beautiful shimmering puddles in the courtyard. Su Tianshu walked in the rain with an umbrella, sighing continuously. Who would have thought there'd be a day when I'd have a headache over money? After winning the martial arts competition, the prize was confiscated by the princess for her private treasury, and the commission promised by Hu Buhui isn't likely to come any time soon. There's still the general's wife at the mansion, so there might be nothing left in Su Tianshu's room that could be sold for money. In a few days, Prince Su will return to the court victorious, and the border crisis will be completely resolved. Or maybe I should just deduct a little from the military budget of Yanhan County now. As soon as Su Tianshu thought of this, he immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. No, how could I think of such a thing? That would make me just another corrupt official. Oh God, why do the princess's guards always have to flee in moments of crisis? There's no other way. Instead of transferring money, why not ask Li Xiantian for help and see if he has any ideas? But it's already dark now. I wonder if he's asleep. So Thien Thursday slowly steps out of the princess's residence, closes the door, and suddenly sees a carriage parked in front of the mansion. Huh? What's going on? Could it be that an enemy has already found their way here? But they don't look like an enemy. Noticing the son-in-law had left the mansion, a soft and gentle hand slowly pulls back the curtain from inside the carriage. A stunningly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure steps out. She steps out of the carriage and slowly approaches So Thien Thursday. It isn't until he sees her face and attire clearly that he remembers where he has seen her before. Ah, I remember now. She's a famous courtesan under Shangguan Yan's command. But why has she come to the princess's mansion so late? Under So Thien Thursday's attentive gaze, she approaches, then politely bows. Greetings, Your Highness. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Cough cough asterisk, what brings you to this residence? So Thien Thursday pretends to be serious, trying to look the part of the son-in-law. Your Highness, I have been ordered by my lady to invite you to be a guest at the Huayu Pavilion in a few days. I wonder if Your Highness would be willing to accept. Upon hearing this, So Thien Thursday was momentarily surprised. This invitation was from Shangguan Yan. Strange, what on earth does she want him to do? This woman is always so mysterious, half true and half false, making it difficult for people to grasp her intentions. She even gave So Thien Thursday an inexplicable sense of unease. So, it would be better not to have much contact with her right now. After thinking it through, So Thien Thursday found an excuse to decline, saying, I've been quite busy lately and don't have time. Haha, then when might Your Highness have time? Despite refusing, this maid was still persistently asking, which annoyed So Thien Thursday. Why does everyone like to push me to the edge? If that's the case, I might as well refuse outright. Don't blame me for it. He immediately clasped his hands and spoke in an extremely cold tone. I'm sorry, but I can't say for sure when it will happen. It could be 10 days or half a month. I just humbly beg your pardon, and ask the young lady to forgive this incompetent person. Faced with So Thien Thursday's irritated expression, the maid not only didn't get upset but continued to smile warmly and gestured for another maid to bring over a black box. I understand, but before she left, the young lady instructed me to bring something here. The young lady also said that the prince consort might find this useful. Having just refused a favor, Now receiving a gift made even someone as thick-skinned as So Thien Thursday feel a bit embarrassed. However, first, he had to use the system to assess what was inside the box, just in case it was something dangerous. The system received the command and immediately activated, causing So Thien Thursday's eyes to become strange, allowing him to see through the glass box. Reporting to the host, the identification system has been activated. In that instant, he saw inside the box was a green plant with a faint glow. Huh, so it only contains a plant with 7 leaves? It seems like this plant isn't dangerous. Although I don't know what it is, it should be fine to accept it. But more importantly, what could Thuan Quan Yen mean by sending this here? Seemingly noticing the doubtful look in So Thien Thursday's eyes, the maid suddenly spoke up to explain. The young lady told me this is a gift to repay the prince consort. Repay the favor from when the prince consort had pointed the lady toward the path of swordsmanship. I hope the prince consort's family will not refuse this gift, she said as she immediately shoved the gift box into So Thien Thursday's hands, not giving him a chance to decline. Staring at the gift box in his hands, So Thien Thursday was puzzled, wondering when he had ever taught her swordsmanship. But it wasn't convenient to ask at that moment, so Thien Thursday remained silent. While the maid smiled and excused herself, her duty was done since the gift had been delivered. Hopefully in a few days I can meet the prince consort at Yanvu Pavilion. And with that the carriage once again left this place, leaving So Thien Thursday standing silently in the rain. Suddenly, the voice of Princess Nu Tom echoed, making So Thien Thursday's hair stand on end. He had just seen off one ominous figure, and now an old general was paying a visit? That voice. So Thien Thursday was startled and immediately turned around in panic. What caught my eye was the furious face of the princess. You really are something, consort. Ah, princess, please don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and Shangguan Yen. The princess's fair hand slowly picked up the umbrella and began tapping it. Nothing, you say? If there's nothing, then why did that person send a gift to the consort in the middle of the night? Wait, princess, don't resort to domestic violence. I can explain. You must believe me, princess. Don't be angry. After hastily explaining, So Thien Thursday suddenly calmed down and burst into laughter, confusing the princess. What are you laughing at? So Thien Thursday kept laughing for a moment before teasing. Princess, could it be that your anger is actually jealousy? Ko Nu Tom shook her head in denial. Humph, nonsense. Who's jealous? If you don't want to talk, that's your business. I don't care enough to bother. Oh, so the princess really doesn't care? Just as he finished speaking, So Thien Thursday opened the wooden box in his hand, revealing a herb inside, then asked. Princess, do you know what this is? Ko Nu Tom tilted her beautiful head to look at the herb in the box for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise. This is the Huin Lin Tao? Seeing the princess recognize it, So Thien Thursday seized the opportunity to ask. Huin Lin Tao, isn't it? You're also proficient in medicine, so how could you not know this? Well, haha, I really don't know this one, he said, embarrassed. Ko Nu Tom, amused by his awkwardness, kindly explained. That's understandable. Only the elders of the great sects know about this. Legend has it that the Huin Lin Tao contains the mystical energy of heaven and earth. Just by using it, you can quickly increase the mystical energy in your body. A single Huin Lin Tao is worth at least 10,000 gold coins, and even then, it might not be available for purchase because even if someone is willing to pay, no one would sell it. What? Over 10,000 gold coins? So Thien Thursday's small heart trembled before such a vast fortune, just like any ordinary person. Your luck is good, consort. This mystic spirit herb should greatly increase your mystical energy. Hearing the princess say this, So Thien Thursday put his hand on his chin and pondered. Judging by her appearance, even the royal treasury wouldn't have this mystic spirit herb. Thinking of something, he suddenly smiled and placed the wooden box containing the mystic spirit herb into Princess Ko Nu Tom's hands. If the princess likes it, I'll just give it to you. Ko Nu Tom was stunned by his actions. Huh? You're giving it to me? Are you serious, consort? Haha, of course. Why would I joke about this? Ko Nu Tom stared intently at the mystic spirit herb, lost in thought. For cultivators, this herb is an invaluable treasure, yet he casually gives it to me? After thinking for a while, Ko Nu Tom gently pushed the box back to So Thien Thursday. I don't want your stuff, take it back and cultivate yourself. Being rejected after giving a gift, So Thien Thursday wasn't very happy as he looked at her. The wooden box was pushed back toward the princess once again, and he loudly said, Princess, listen to me, I've already given it to you. If I give you a gift, you must accept it, don't reject it like that. We're husband and wife now, let's not fuss over these things. Besides, your current cultivation level is so weak, how do you plan to wander outside with your husband in the future? I don't want you to become just a burden to me. Glancing at the princess's flushed face from embarrassment, So Thien Thursday gleefully left to find that Lai Huintan. In the dark night, Ko Nu Tom stood quietly at the door, gently gazing at the gift box in her hand. Who's husband and wife with you? Who's a burden to you, you jerk? At the same time, in the general's mansion, So Thien Vong was quietly sitting at his desk in his study. A moment later, Mo Dung Zhang Noyet approached from outside and asked bluntly, Thien Vong, did the princess cause you any trouble on the way? So Thien Vong remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, mother. It's just that I didn't expect the fourth brother to improve so much in such a short time. Suddenly, he has gained such formidable power that even Ho Bat Hoi swore brotherhood with him under a different surname. Moreover, Ho Bat Hoi gave So Thien Thursday a rare wolf demon. Hearing this, Mo Dung Zhang Noyet exclaimed in shock. What? That rebellious son has grown so quickly? Damn it, he's been hard to deal with ever since. Moreover, I have the feeling that the princess really wants to protect him and seems very fond of this son-in-law. However, if we kill So Thien Thursday now, it will affect So Vong's plan. Father probably won't agree to let us kill So Thien Thursday just like that. Mo Dung Zhang Noyet paced the room angrily and muttered. What is there that he wouldn't agree to? We're not necessarily planning to kill So Thien Thursday. We just need to make him a cripple who can't cultivate. Mother, don't worry too much. My master has given me a powerful protective charm, but outside the princess's residence, it's inconvenient for me to take action. Right now, I can only wait for So Thien Thursday to come out and then figure something out. Yes, that's the only way. Just now Yenvu Pavilion sent someone to invite us to a gathering at the general's residence in a few days. You should go too this time, Thien Vong. I believe the princess's residence will also send someone. Hearing this, So Thien Vong placed the teacup on the table and nodded. Yes, at that time, I won't give them any more chances. By the way, since coming back, I haven't visited grandfather yet. I'll go see him now, he's missed me a lot. Then I'll take my leave, mother. Please don't worry too much about these matters. The next day, at Mo Dung Fook's estate, So Thien Vong's grandfather, he was playing chess with a guest. Haha, combining 3 stones with 5 stones leads to certain victory. You can't hold out much longer. The blonde-haired man sitting across from Mo Dung Fook sighed and then praised him. Indeed, the grand scholar is exceptionally wise and highly skilled at chess. I'm no match for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them laughed together, exchanging polite thanks. The man with blonde hair, who doesn't resemble the people of the Central Plains, is called Tat Bat Hai. He politely greeted Murong Fu and then shifted the topic. Great scholar, how do you feel about this martial arts contest? Murong Fu laughed and said it's just a game among youngsters. Tat Bat Hai listened and nodded in agreement, saying, That's right, but the two nations take it seriously. I also know that So Thien Thursday is your grandson. Hearing the mention of his grandson, Murong Fu indifferently shook his head. He's just an illegitimate child, at most, considered as my daughter's adopted son. So if he dies, you wouldn't care? Murong Fu was silent for a moment, then suddenly nodded and shook his head. But that is His Majesty's concern. So, what do you think about the alliance between the two nations? Murong Fu laughed. Of course, an alliance has its benefits, but it's the same without one. I don't like giving definitive answers. We should all listen to the Emperor's guidance. Having somewhat gauged Murong Fu's stance, Tat Bat Hai's tone became more relaxed. Today, the prince has already set off back to Beiyu, and the matter of the alliance between the two nations has been entrusted to the national advisor. According to the Queen's wishes, if we cannot arrange a marriage with the princess, there's no need to discuss the alliance further. But now that the prince has voluntarily withdrawn, our nation is not in a position to discuss a marriage alliance. However, the Queen still wants me to relay this message to you, great scholar. The Queen asked if you still remember the aspirations of your youth? Upon hearing this, Murong Fu finally spoke. What does the Queen mean by that? Sitting across from him, that Bat Hai smiled deeply. The Queen said that you could help him achieve that ideal, and I believe that with the great scholar's knowledge and the strength of the Mo Dung family, it wouldn't be hard to reach that goal with a well-laid plan. Besides, I can reveal a secret to you. Soon, the Southern Tran Kingdom will advance north, a shocking piece of news that made Mo Dung Fook rise in anger and ask, Is that true? Of course, the queen has no reason to deceive the great scholar. At that moment, an elderly steward entered from outside, reporting that the Prince of Thien Vang had arrived to visit. All right, I'm not against supporting you, but you need to show sincerity first. Of course, but how exactly should we show it? They asked. And Mo Dung Fook stood still and, with a voice as cold as ice, uttered 4 words. Kill So Thien Thursday. Those words reached that Bat Hai's ears, making him carefully observe the old man before him. Could it be that the great scholar wants his descendants to marry the princess? There was no answer to this question as So Thien Vang entered and greeted his grandfather. And Mo Dung Fook's demeanor immediately changed from cold to affectionate. My dear child, you're finally back. Come here, let me have a look at you. Thien Vang, let me introduce you. This is the North Yu's young state preceptor, Lord that Bat Hai. Following his grandfather's gesture, So Thien Vang noticed a man with golden hair. So Thien Vang stepped forward, bowed his head to pay respects to the elder. His complete and proper etiquette made that Bat Hai laugh with joy and praise him, saying, Indeed, a heroic and majestic young man, not bad at all. The grand scholar truly has a grandson to be proud of. You're too kind, elder. So Thien Vang responded modestly. At this moment, seeing the attitude of the grandfather and grandson, that Bat Hai concluded that the person Mo Dung Fook wanted to support was this young man in front of him. The grand scholar's suggestion has been agreed upon. That Bat Hai said as he stood up and stepped away from the chair. In 7 days there will be a result, but I also expect the scholar to keep his word. Haha, rest assured, young master. Someone, escort the national scholar out of the residence. Seeing his grandfather happily bidding farewell to the young national scholar, So Thien Vang sensed something and asked. Grandfather, what did you ask the Northern Yu's national scholar to do? Haha, of course, it's to help you with the So Thien book. And Mo Dung Fook straightforwardly replied. Grandfather, does that mean you know Mother's intentions? Of course, how could I not know what she's thinking? The best outcome is that So Thien book died at the hands of an outsider. All right, don't worry about it anymore, sit down, and stop concerning yourself with these matters. I won't allow your hands to be stained with the blood of your own siblings, even if they are only half-siblings. Otherwise, this will be an indelible stain for 1,000 years. Before you establish great achievements, someone will use this as a weapon to threaten you. So Thien Vang, you must remember my advice. No matter how far you advance in your cultivation, this is still your home, your origin. A sapling must root deeply into the ground, absorbing plenty of nutrients to grow tall and touch the sky. Otherwise, you'll be like a sandcastle in the air or a water hyacinth floating on the surface. It may look glamorous, but a slight touch can topple it at any moment. In this world, besides cultivation, you must also strive for fame and fortune. They will become a stepping stone for your greater growth. This is a ruthless world where only the strong survive. Be cautious and don't let your heart soften. Taking his grandfather's words to heart, So Thien Vang solemnly bowed and said, I understand, I will heed your teachings. At the same time, the maid who delivered the gift to So Thien Thursday returned to report. Miss, you were right. So Thien Thursday has no intention of coming here. Thuan Quan Yen wasn't surprised by this, so she asked, Did he receive the gift? The maid's voice became hesitant as she replied. He received it, but he gave it to the princess. It's fine, I originally intended it for the princess anyway. Now go and prepare. In 5 days we will hold a poetry and wine gathering by the Thien Tom Lake. Invite all the young noblemen and ladies in the capital. Also, bring an invitation to the princess's residence. Remember this time, give it to the princess, not to So Thien Thursday. Yes, I understand. By the way, I heard that the eldest son of So Vang has also returned to the capital. Should we invite him as well? Thuan Quan Yen wasn't surprised by this news and immediately nodded. Of course, we must invite him, and not just him. All the Xian Tu disciples returning home must receive invitations. Thuan Quan Yen glanced deeply out the window. The rainy season in the south has arrived with the summer solstice. As soon as the water rises, the creatures below will be able to swim upstream. My forces have been waiting for this day for a long time, and cannot fail. The only obstacle now is the group that descended the mountain to eliminate demons and uphold justice. Thuan Quan Yen seemed to be speaking to someone, or perhaps to herself, while the maid beside her pretended not to hear and took her leave. Yes, I understand. I will take my leave now. After the maid left the room, Shang Wan Yen turned to the screen in the corner and called out. Suddenly a girl appeared from behind it, knelt down, and greeted Shang Wan Yen, addressing her as Master. Hong Yan, you planned the princess's assassination, yet it failed. You only survived this time thanks to Sui Tianshu defeating Hu Buwai. Hearing the accusation, Hong Yan trembled in fear and weakly replied, I understand, mistress. We don't need you here anymore. Find a way to infiltrate the Grand Xian sect, preferably as an inner disciple. Shangguan Yan's expression was grim, her voice cold as ice. Remember, don't betray the trust that the Qin kingdom has placed in you. A glimmer of hope flashed in Hong Yan's eyes, and she quickly nodded. Yes, Hong Yan accepts the mission and will succeed. Today, in the bustling streets of the capital, Sui Tianshu strolled along with her 2 maids. Lord, this is all of our money. What should we do with it? So Thien Thursday smiled as he walked ahead, answering, There's nothing to do, so I called you out for a stroll with me. Thursday Knock spoke, but she looked downcast and somewhat panicked, not daring to look around. If you wanted to go for a walk, why did you come here, Lord? This place is for buying and selling slaves. The emotions of the 2 maidservants were too obvious, causing So Thien Thursday to take notice. He had forgotten that these 2 maids had once been sold here, so their fear of this street still lingered. It seems I need to pay more attention to them. Don't worry, you two. I'm just here to see if I can buy a few capable subordinates, or perhaps a 9th-rank beast or something. Although this place is mainly for slave trading, many people also come here looking for work. Many noble families' guards originated from here. So, I'm here to see if I can pick a few people to use. As he spoke, he didn't forget to stealthily grab an apple from a street vendor and took a big bite. It's best if we can find someone at a cheaper price. Right now, there's no one defending the princess's residence, so we can't just sit and wait for Mo Dung Jiang Noyet and her mother to come kill us, can we? So, do you understand now? After So Thien Thursday kindly explained, the 2 maids finally seemed to calm down, smiling slightly. At that moment, on the road ahead, Old Man Lu, with a broad smile, spotted So Thien Thursday and cheerfully called out, Son-in-law! Son-in-law, are you here to buy people again? So Thien Thursday nodded as he stepped closer. Lately, I need to buy a few bodyguards with extremely high cultivation levels, preferably 9th or 8th level. Oh my, you're not joking, are you? How could someone who has cultivated to the 9th or 8th level become a slave? Even in ancient times, if they were servants, their masters would have pampered them with delicacies. How could they be sold like slaves? That's true. Anyone who could reach that level, if they joined the military, could become a general. How could they sell themselves? Even if 2 forces were fighting and captured many experts from the enemy, they would likely be tightly imprisoned, and certainly wouldn't be sold like merchandise. So, Lu Big Mouth, do you know where to buy high-level spirit beasts or some other substitutes? Lu Big Mouth silently thought for a moment, stroked his goatee, and replied, I do know, but for beasts like that, you need to place an order a month in advance. Because such fearsome beasts are costly to maintain, only custom orders will prompt someone to go into the deep mountains and dense forests to capture them. So Thien Thursday rubbed his hair in frustration and sighed deeply. An entire month? By then, my corpse might be cold. Do you know of any wounded mystics or any random mystic masters or something like that? So Thien Thursday posed another question. This time, Lu Big Mouth didn't immediately answer but stood there silently, rubbing his hands. Seeing the man's appearance, So Thien Thursday naturally understood. He turned to take the bag of money from the 2 maids. Now he had to pay for the information, right? All right, Thursday Knock, give him 5 taels of silver. After receiving the silver coins, Lu, with a wide grin, started speaking nonstop as if a valve had been opened. Thank you, Your Highness! Haha, I suddenly remembered someone. This person might have been a mystic cultivator before. Huh! Speak clearly. Who is this person? Yes, actually, he's a beggar. I didn't really know him, but once, he was bullied by Loi Tam Ho, the tyrant of this neighborhood. At that time, he sat in the corner of the street mumbling for a long time. He said something about a poor mystic master being worse off than a chicken or a dog. If his cultivation hadn't completely disappeared, he wouldn't be in such a state. At that time, I just thought he was talking nonsense, so I didn't pay much attention. Only today, when Your Highness asked about this, I reconsidered and thought he might have been telling the truth. So, Your Highness, do you want to go see him? If it's true, with your status, you might be able to recruit him. So Thien Thursday pondered for a long time, weighing the pros and cons of this matter, before finally nodding in agreement. All right, then lead me there. So, under the guidance of the wide-mouthed Lu, they kept turning into narrow alleys, leading to a deserted neighborhood. "Son-in-law, just cross over there and you'll reach the place." At that moment, the sound of shouting from afar caught Sothien Thursday's attention. "Beat him! Beat him to death for me! Hit him hard!" It turns out that in this alley, a group of people were surrounding and brutally assaulting someone. The person being beaten was an elderly man with salt and pepper hair, looking extremely frail. Opposite him stood a stout woman with a loud voice that sounded almost masculine. "This despicable scoundrel dared to steal food in my shop. Beat him to death. I'll take the blame if anything happens." Receiving the command, the henchman rushed in again to strike the old man, but Sothien Thursday, unable to hold back, shouted loudly from behind, "Stop it!" which startled the attackers. They turned around and saw a somewhat handsome young man slowly approaching. The stout woman glared at Sothien Thursday and yelled, "Who are you, brat? What business do you have interfering when I'm teaching this beggar a lesson?" Sothien Thursday didn't respond to her. Instead, his gaze was entirely fixed on the old beggar lying on the ground. Although the old man had been beaten terribly, his expression remained grim and unwavering, completely unlike that of a street beggar. This old man was indeed a sage, but his mystical aura had been severed. Sothien Thursday could only sense a faint remnant of it within his body. Moreover, an expert could easily detect that his mystical energy was like a leaking boat. In other words, he could no longer cultivate. But if this man was truly once a monk, then he must know a lot about the world of mystics. If the price isn't too high, bringing him to my side as an advisor or something similar wouldn't be a bad choice. After careful consideration, Sothien Thursday made his decision, then turned to the fat woman and asked, "How much does he owe you for food?" The fat woman heard this and sneered, replying, "No, 3 taels of silver." "Why, does this young master want to pay for him?" Before Sothien Thursday could say anything, Lou Bigmouth, who was standing nearby, loudly scolded, "Hey, Lei Tam Ho, do you even know who this young master is? How dare you spout nonsense in front of the imperial son-in-law?" Contrary to everyone's reaction, Lei Sanhu not only wasn't afraid when he heard the title of consort, but he also smiled disdainfully. "Oh, I see. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the one known as the consort who failed in literature and became a cripple in martial arts, Sothien Thursday. Others might fear the young master of the Xuanwu family, but I, Lei Sanhu, am not afraid. What now? Do you want to rely on your status to bully others?" Sothien Thursday glanced at her, and realized why she dared to act so arrogantly. Her energy could be felt 6 feet away. So, this fat woman is a martial artist with a body refinement level of 6. With such strength, it's no wonder she speaks so loudly. But causing trouble is better avoided when possible. Thus, Sothien Thursday smiled amicably, clasping his hands together. "I wouldn't dare to bully others with my status. If you say it's 3 taels, then it's 3 taels. Thursday knock, give her the money." After receiving the money, Lei Sanhu coldly turned to leave, but not without throwing back. "Old beggar, today you were lucky to have the So family's trash backing you up. If you dare try this again, I'll smash your dog legs. Let's go, everyone, back to work." And with that, she led her underlings away quickly. Suddenly, Sothien Thursday turned his head in shock to look at the old beggar, and noticed that he seemed to be seriously injured. Amidst his coughing, the old man spat out mouthfuls of dark red blood. "Oh no, sir, are you all right?" He was about to rush over to support the old man, but was stopped by him. "Cough. Many thanks to the prince for saving me. But this old man is penniless and has nothing to repay you with. I'm afraid I've let you down." "Old man, I, Sothien Thursday, have always enjoyed doing good deeds, respecting the elderly, and loving the young. I can't stand by and watch an elder like you be bullied." Whether these words were true or not, the old man couldn't be sure, so he remained silent for a moment before expressing his gratitude. This old man is deeply thankful to the prince for his help. Seeing the old man's expression, Sothien Thursday felt a bit awkward, because although the old man's words were respectful, his demeanor seemed indifferent and cold. It seemed that the notorious reputation of Sothien Thursday as a playboy had truly left a significant impact. He gently placed his hand on the old man's shoulder. "But you know, people have a strange habit. When helping someone, they like to see it through to the end. Today, how about I take you for a full meal?" The beggar was slightly surprised by this suggestion, so he looked at Sothien Thursday curiously. "Does the prince have something he needs to instruct me on? Please speak plainly." "Haha, there's no need to be so guarded. There's nothing else going on. Can I just invite you for a hearty meal?" Before he could finish, the old man had already brushed off So Thien Thursday's hand from his shoulder. The So family's food is too much for me to swallow. If there's nothing else, this old man will take his leave. What does he mean by that? Could there be something hidden in this matter? Once again, curiosity surged within So Thien Thursday. He grabbed the old man's arm, preventing him from leaving. Please wait a moment, sir. This meal is to make up for what my So family owes you. After this nice meal, we'll be even. How about that? Perhaps seeing So Thien Thursday's sincerity, the old man finally agreed. They wandered around the streets, and stopped in front of a modest-looking shop. After a whole day, this seemed to be the most suitable place. The old man sighed. All right, sir, please come inside. Thien Thursday said as he led the old man in. But Aunt Loi Tam Ho inside was utterly shocked when she saw the old man and So Thien Thursday. Son-in-law, what are you doing? It's one thing to pay him, but are you really planning to invite him into my shop for a meal? Why, is that not allowed? Loi Tam Ho fumed and shouted. Absolutely not. This old man stinks to high heaven. If you let him into my shop, how could I possibly serve other customers? The old beggar suddenly became strong and unusually determined, thumping his chest and loudly declaring. Ha, today Loi Tam Ho, I insist on eating at your shop. What are you going to do about it? After saying this, the beggar turned to So Thien Thursday and clasped his hands. Your Highness, if you can let this old man have a meal here today, I'll do anything you ask. Facing this situation, So Thien Thursday smiled and nodded slightly. Then he took a dazzling gold bar out of his pocket, and placed it on the table in front of Loi Tam Ho. The blinding gleam of the pure gold captivated Loi Tam Ho's gaze, completely overwhelming her. She looked at the gold bar as if it were a delicious dish, swallowing her saliva before quickly clutching it to her chest, smiling warmly. Ha, Your Highness, you are indeed generous. Today my shop Loi Tam Ho will serve only you. Whatever you need, just say the word. Loi Tam Ho will follow your orders. So Thien Thursday looked at her helplessly, thinking that with such a quick change of attitude, she was indeed unmatched. In this world, what can't be solved with money can certainly be solved with a lot of money, haha. But what So Thien Thursday paid more attention to was the attitude of this old beggar. It seemed he was also a petty person, otherwise, he wouldn't come to Loi Tam Ho's restaurant every day to cause trouble. All right then, you said it yourself? If that's the case, take off your clothes. So Thien Thursday's suggestion startled Loi Tam Ho, then she smiled excitedly. Could it be that? Could it be the prince consort has taken a liking to me? If the prince consort truly agrees, I can go to the back courtyard and… Damn, that's disgusting. Am I really that attractive? Even a woman like her has improper thoughts about me? Suppressing the nausea in his heart, So Thien Thursday awkwardly stopped her. Stop. I only wanted you to take off your clothes so that the old man here could wear them. Immediately, Loi Tam Ho's expression filled with murderous intent as she shouted loudly. Humph. Then stop talking so much, and get out of here. If you want to eat, go eat now. So Thien Thursday was dumbfounded by the scolding, about to call out to the old beggar but realized he had already stepped onto the stairs. Halfway up the stairs, the old man didn't forget to turn around and compliment her. What a good girl, knowing how to manage the household. Then, after a while, the two of them sat down at the table to have a meal together. So, Prince Consort, you've insisted on keeping this old man here repeatedly. What is it that you want? It's nothing much, I just wanted to ask. Were you a Xian master before? The old beggar remained completely calm when he mentioned the words. Xian master? Casually pouring tea as he coldly asked. Has the prince consort's father mentioned me before? So Thien Thursday's voice carried a hint of surprise. You've met my father before? Could you tell me about that time? Slowly raising the warm teacup to his lips, the old beggar sighed. Prince consort, you're here to find this old man, aren't you? Or are you really unaware of my story? Haha, you've misunderstood, elder. I only heard about you from Lou the Blabbermouth. My father never mentioned you. That's why I came here today out of curiosity. So Thien Thursday listened intently to the old beggar, while also sharply assessing the so-called useless young master before him. Is that so? Suddenly, the old man set the teacup down on the table, became serious, clasped his hands, and said solemnly, This humble one, Lu Van Dao, was once a Xian master in alchemy. As for my background, please don't inquire further, Prince Consort. So, the senior's name is Lu Van Dao? And senior, you must have once suffered a severe injury, right? That's why you lost all your cultivation. Holding the chopsticks in his hand, the old beggar picked up some food and nodded in confirmation. That's right. My meridians are shattered into pieces, and there's no way to heal them. So if the prince consort wants something from me, let me remind you of one thing. Perhaps it's too late for you to seek my help now. So, prince consort, don't beat around the bush anymore. Just speak plainly. So Thien Thursday remained silent for a moment. After holding the teacup in his hand, he sighed. Lu Lao, if I say I have a certain way to treat your injury, then would you be willing to follow me? Prince consort, please don't make a joke out of me. I know my body best. My mystic energy has been completely severed. I can't use mystic arts. There's only a useless seed of mystic energy that's continuously withering away. Master Huin, why would the son-in-law keep someone by his side who no longer serves any purpose? Haha, old beggar, you're in such a hurry. What if what I said is true? After eating, taking a sip of hot water, and using a very serious tone, unlike joking, he responded. If I can truly cure you, would you consider it? Haha, if the son-in-law is sincere, then in this life, old Lu will wholeheartedly serve you, ready to obey your commands at any time. So Thien Thursday certainly knew that the old man in front of him still couldn't fully believe his words, but just getting this agreement was enough. All right, your words are enough for me. Later, follow me back to the princess's residence. But for now, if you're full, go take a bath and change into a new set of clothes. With no other choice, the old beggar reluctantly followed So Thien Thursday, but kindly gave a reminder before leaving. Son-in-law, I'm grateful that you trust me and keep me around, but this old man has warned you already. If my mystical energy and cultivation cannot be restored, I will know when to leave on my own. So Thien Thursday smiled gently without worry. Of course, I know, I'll step out first. Once you're ready, we'll depart immediately. Outside, So Thien Thursday and Madame Loi Tam Ho were waiting for the old man to change his clothes. At that moment, his voice echoed as he stepped out of the room. Sorry to keep you waiting, son-in-law. Loi Tam Ho turned around, blushing with excitement as she looked at the old man's new appearance. Oh wow, I didn't expect this. Not only do you look much younger than before, but you're also quite dashing, she said while circling around Lu Van Dao, admiring him. Strange, why were you a beggar before? If you dressed like this back then, I might have hired you as a waiter. Lu Van Dao calmly clasped his hands towards Loi Tam Ho. Thank you for taking care of me recently. If I ever achieve success, I'll definitely repay you. Loi Tam Ho cheerfully waved her hand and smiled. All right, I don't need your repayment. Just don't hold a grudge against me for making things difficult for you. If you do get rich in the future, don't forget to visit my shop often. Of course, I'll definitely drop by. So Thien Thursday stood from afar, watching the two of them say goodbye, and couldn't help but feel startled. Why does it feel like these two are flirting with each other? Ugh, this is too much. I need to ask Thursday Nak and Dong Nak to escort him to the princess's residence, while I have to go find Lung Huin Rong to ask if there's any news about the Huin Su. A little while later, in a nearby street, the panicked voice of Lu Ming Rong rang out. What? He hasn't shown up for 2 days? Do you even know where he lives? What? You don't even know where he lives? As Lu Ming Rong was conversing with someone. Why is Lu Ming Rong so loud? Seeing the consort, Lu Ming Rong hurriedly explained. Consort, Ho Vien Jiak isn't here right now. So Thien Thursday tilted his head in confusion. Ho Vien Jiak? Who is that? I forgot. Earlier I suddenly remembered, not long ago, a drunken man came to the trading street. He just happened to meet the requirements you set, consort. I heard that he was once a master who reached the 9th level of body cultivation. He even once served as a general, but later on, for some reason, he fell on hard times. Now, not only has he lost all his official positions, but he has also been demoted to a commoner. The young and old in his family, some have died, and others have wandered off to make a living. Now they are no different from cripples. During this time, I heard that he has been working here, so I came here to find him, sir. Upon hearing this, So Thien Thursday fell into deep thought because the name Ho Vien Jiak sounded very familiar to him. It seems that he had once heard the old lady mention it when talking to others. Let me see, what did she say back then? Something about a disgrace to the military family? 3 years ago, Ho Vien Jiak was a general stationed at the southern border, but he was unfortunate to be attacked by a beast and the forces of Tran Quoc. In that battle, not only did he lose the fortress, but he was also seriously injured. Although he managed to protect the people and help them retreat safely, he was still stripped of his rank and demoted to a commoner by the court for losing the fortress. A person like that must hold a deep-seated grudge against the court. Given that Sothien Thursday is currently a royal son-in-law, he might also be on that person's blacklist, so whether he can be persuaded or not is uncertain. Just as Sothien Thursday was pondering, a nearby building's wall suddenly cracked and exploded, startling him completely. From the shattered wall, a frail man fell straight to the ground. Seeing him miserably crash from above onto the road, Sothien Thursday was shocked, his mouth agape. What's going on here? Are people really fighting with weapons in a human trafficking street? Out of the wall that was blown apart, a young man emerged, loudly provoking. Ha, Ho Vien Jiak! If you agree to sign the contract to sell your house now, maybe I'll spare your pathetic life. But if you refuse, then I'll break both your crippled legs today. Sothien Thursday looked on in astonishment at the man lying on the ground. What? Is this Ho Vien Jiak, the person I've been searching for? Struggling to drag his weary body up, Ho Vien Jiak coldly retorted. You knack! Even if you begged or kowtowed to me, I still wouldn't let you have your way. You say you want my house? If you have the guts, try taking it from me. You were just born a few years earlier than me, so stop being a dog licking someone else's boots. Ho Vien Jiak's words struck straight at the other's heart, making his face turn extremely ugly. Immediately, he signaled his subordinates to attack. Humph! You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill him for me! In the blink of an eye, the two henchmen beside the young master turned into lightning and struck down at Ho Vien Jiak. In a critical moment, Sothien Thursday suddenly jumped in front of Ho Vien Jiak and countered with Tai Chi techniques. His hands spun, carrying both yin and yang energies, creating a soft yet firm force that blew the two henchmen away. Ho Vien Jiak looked at Sothien Thursday in amazement, about to say something but was cut off. Ho Vien Jiak, let's talk after we finish things here. Suddenly, Sothien Thursday's words stopped as a louder sound echoed in his ears. Isn't this the prince consort, Sothien Thursday? You have a magnificent princess mansion to stay in, so why are you still free to come here looking for trouble? Just as he finished speaking, the young man with pink hair jumped straight down from the roof with his fist ready. Who gave you the right to meddle in other people's affairs? His fierce attack was dodged by Sothien Thursday, but the blow accidentally struck Ho Vien Jiak, slashing his face and causing it to bleed. Witnessing this scene, Sothien Thursday loudly questioned. In broad daylight, under the Emperor's feet, how dare you act so brazenly? The young man sneered, turning around to unleash another ultimate move, his voice growing increasingly furious. Under the Emperor's feet? Do you really think you're the prince consort? Everyone in this capital knows you're just a facade. Or do you think that defeating Ho Bat Hoi makes you a master now? You're just a fake fighter. What right do you have to show off in front of me? From the beginning, Sothien Thursday had been calmly defending himself, but by now, the young man's relentless aggression had stirred up the killing intent in him. I told you to stop, but you didn't listen, you bastard! Sothien Thursday shouted as he grabbed the young man's arm tightly. Then a terrifying palm strike hit him, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. A thunderous sound echoed as the young master was slammed to the ground. What now? Are you going to stop now? The young master coldly looked at Sothien Thursday without any intention of stopping and shouted loudly. Sothien Thursday, do you really have to interfere in my business? Do you even know who I am? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the great general of the nation? Unable to win, the young master had to reveal his identity in hopes of intimidating him. Indeed, Sothien Thursday was truly shocked by his status. The great general of the nation? Yes, the great general of the nation. His surname is No, and his full name is No Nakluan. He commands 50,000 imperial guards in Tandu and is considered immensely powerful in the western Tan kingdom. Compared to General Huin Vu, he's even more superior. Moreover, the great general of the nation is highly trusted by the emperor. He has 50,000 imperial guards by his side, serving as a stabilizing force to protect Tandu's safety. Realizing that his declaration of identity had been ignored by the young prince, the young master angrily shouted. Sothien Thursday, I advise you to step aside. We don't need to interfere with each other's business. Today, Ho Vien Jiak offended my aunt, so I am only here to help her teach him a lesson, not to take his life. If you continue to interfere in other people's business, don't blame me for dealing with you too. Hearing these threats, Sothien Thursday didn't back down. Instead, a dangerously menacing smile appeared on his lips. What if I insist on interfering? The young master's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes red with rage, gritting his teeth. Are you looking for death? So Tian Thursday calmly raised 3 fingers, emitting a terrifying aura like an awakened lion. I'll count to 3. If you haven't left by then, I'll break both your legs. The young master was, of course, enraged, his face flushed as blood rushed to his head. But since he couldn't defeat So Tian Thursday earlier, he dared not act recklessly now. All right, So Tian Thursday, just you wait. If you have the guts, stay right here. I'll bring someone now to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he led his men away. Meanwhile, Ho Vin Jiak, after stabilizing his injuries, sat still and clasped his hands towards So Tian Thursday. Thank you, young hero, for saving my life. Suddenly, someone called me Hero So Tian Thursday, which made me laugh excitedly. Haha. Hero. Huh. This term sounds so new to me. Haha, a hero who acts with righteousness. I don't know how you want me to repay you, but alas, I, Ho Vin Jiak, have become so impoverished that I fear I can't give you anything. How about I owe you this debt of gratitude instead? Through Ho Vin Jiak's words, So Tian Thursday was pleased to realize that Ho Vin Jiak didn't see him as some prince consort or someone from the general's mansion. He regarded So Tian Thursday as a completely independent person. While thinking, he opened his mouth to answer Ho Vin Jiak's question. If I needed repayment, I wouldn't offend others for the sake of someone as impoverished as you. But why are they causing trouble for you? There's no reason to hide it. They trouble me because I once offended General No Nakluan. So, the reason you've ended up like this today is because the Emperor didn't show mercy. Instead, you've been wronged by others. Aren't you planning to take revenge? Hearing this, Ho Vin Jiak coldly stood up and shook his head. Little brother, are you joking with me? I know you're the prince consort, but even your father, So Diem Hong, would have to respectfully address No Nakluan as Marquis. Did you know that I was also granted the title of County Marquis by His Majesty, and even received fiefdom? Haha, everyone has heard about your situation, but you're the prince consort, so how could you not understand? The situation in the capital is chaotic and complex. I dare say, if the factions go to war, you'll be immediately expelled from the princess's mansion. I've advised you over and over, but you won't listen, and yet you still want to entice me? So Tian Thursday sensed the rejection from the person in front of him, but he still wanted to persist in asking, Are they planning to demolish your house? If it has nothing to do with you, then you can go. After saying that, Ho Vin Jiak returned to his house and firmly closed the door, but So Tian Thursday broke the lock from the outside, then poked his adorable head in. Oh my, your door lock isn't working. Let me intrude for a bit. Ho Vin Jiak, frustrated and speechless, turned coldly to ask, What exactly do you want? Facing him, So Tian Thursday pointed his finger directly at him. I just want to invite you to be my personal bodyguard, to protect the princess's residence. I've heard about you. You're at the 9th level and were once a great general commanding troops. In the future, I'll make you the commander of the warriors in my fiefdom, to protect its peace. Ho Vin Jiak sighed and shook his head. That's all in the past. Don't worry. In return, I can heal your injuries and help you quickly regain your former strength. Then, you can personally take revenge on those who wronged you. So Tian Thursday's promises were exactly what Ho Vin Jiak had longed for. No one truly understands the horror of falling from a great height to the depths of despair. If his power were still intact, there'd be no need to fear those evil minions, and he wouldn't have ended up in this miserable situation. Logic told him not to believe what the prince consort said, but Ho Vin Jiak's heart made him speak. Can you really help me return to my former self? The fish had taken the bait. So Tian Thursday smiled and patted his chest. Of course. If you don't believe me, I can treat you right now. If it doesn't work, I'll leave immediately. Are you saying that you'll personally treat me? Ha, So Tian Thursday, do you really think I'll believe you? So Tian Thursday smiled and stepped closer, asking a question that stunned Ho Vin Jiak. Do you know why the princess and I were able to come back to life? After a moment of silence, Ho Vin Jiak finally couldn't resist the strong temptation and nodded. All right, I'll believe you this one time. But if you can truly heal my wounds, I'll agree to your request. But how do you plan to do it? After entering a private room with Ho Vin Jiak, So Tian Thursday handed a purse to 2 maids and instructed them. This might take some time, so would you two like to go outside for a walk and maybe buy some snacks? The 2 girls smiled and shook their heads. No need, young master, we'll wait for you. Their gentle and understanding demeanor melted So Tian Thursday's heart as he put the purse back into his coat. So considerate of my money, It's almost heartbreaking how thoughtful they are. Looking around the bare room where most of the valuable items had been sold off, Sothien Thursday asked curiously. Ho Vien Jiak, do you have any wine here? Of course, do you want some, son-in-law? Not me. Who would want to drink at a time like this? Just bring it to me, and then lie down on the bed and take off your clothes. Hearing this, Ho Vien Jiak quickly covered his rear with his hands, blushing as he asked. What are you trying to do? Sothien Thursday angrily shouted. What are you thinking? I'm only interested in beautiful women. My goodness, what is that motion of covering your butt supposed to mean? Because I once heard the young lord of the ministry say that you love to have fun, son-in-law. People say that you enjoy both men and women, and spare neither the old nor the young. Sothien Thursday was so furious that smoke almost came out of his ears, silently cursing that bastard Lai Huintan. But never mind, I have more important matters to attend to now. As for that money-laundering machine Lai Huintan, just lie there and wait for me. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Sothien Thursday placed his acupuncture needles into the newly acquired jar of wine. He then closed his eyes and used the mystical energy within his body to connect with Ho Vien Jiak's body in front of him. Ho Vien Jiak's blood and energy were still blocked, preventing him from fully utilizing his power. The key issue lay in Ho Vien Jiak's heart, along with his severely injured liver and lungs. It was obvious that some sealing magic had been cast, but this magic was rare, and it could be considered a curse. Therefore, relying on medical skills alone would not suffice. The root cause must be found. No other choice. It's harder than expected, but I must take a chance. With this thought, Sothien Thursday waved his hand, using mystical energy to control the acupuncture needles, making them rise from the jar of wine. With a slight wave of his hand, the needles flew through the air on their own, piercing straight into the acupuncture points on Ho Vien Jiak's body. At that moment, a strange power emerged in Ho Vien Jiak's body, making Sothien Thursday realize something. That spell was growing stronger and even wanted to devour my suppressing needle, then it tried to counterattack me as well. If that's the case, I need to be more forceful. As he finished speaking, more golden needles, controlled by Sothien Thursday as if he was wielding swords, flew towards the muscular body of Ho Vien Jiak. The mystical energy within Sothien Thursday was unleashed, piercing through Ho Vien Jiak's body, healing each of his wounds, and clearing all blockages. Meanwhile, he had to fend off the mysterious spell's counterattack, making it seem as if he was fighting an invisible opponent. Until the energy exploded, all the negative states within the body were destroyed. Ho Vien Jiak, like a demon god with blazing eyes and flowing hair, roared, shaking the entire surrounding space. At this point, it seemed the mission was accomplished. Sothien Thursday wiped the sweat from his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it wasn't in vain, everything's stabilized now. Ho Vien Jiak opened his eyes, feeling the strangeness in his body, and involuntarily smiled in amazement. I can feel it now. A moment later, after putting on his clothes properly, Ho Vien Jiak sincerely bowed before Sothien Thursday. I am deeply grateful to you, Prince Consort. No need to thank me. I only contributed a little strength. Most of it was due to your own breakthrough and restoration of your cultivation. I didn't interfere with the core of your spell at all. Prince Consort, don't be so modest. Although I've only recovered half of my strength, that's enough. As I said earlier, as long as the Prince Consort could heal me, I will become your shield from now on, without any regret. Sothien Thursday nodded in satisfaction. All right, if you've decided to follow me, I will keep my promise. As for the spell that still seals your core, I will definitely help you investigate and completely resolve it. Earlier, I only temporarily suppressed it without daring to touch it. Suddenly, while the two were chatting, an arrogant voice shattered the quiet night from outside the courtyard. Ho Vien Jiak, Sothien Thursday, come out here! The two hurriedly stepped outside upon hearing the shouting and found the son of the great general dragging a large group of subordinates with him. Sothien Thursday, well done! So you haven't left yet. How dare you disrespect the great general? Men, charge and attack both him and the maids for me. Before they could finish their words or make a move, a mysterious shadow, as swift as a ghost, suddenly appeared right in front of them. Ho Vien Jiak's sharp eyes and overwhelming aura were completely different from his pitiful state earlier that morning. In the blink of an eye, he sent the advancing subordinates flying. Not stopping there, Ho Vien Jiak's hand, infused with his internal strength, waved and summoned a spear that flew out from the room. Ho Vien Jiak caught his familiar spear in his hand, while Sothien Thursday was startled, as the spear had nearly pierced right through him. With the weapon in hand, Ho Veen Jiak's combat power became terrifying, and almost none of that young master's subordinates could withstand even a single move. The once silent courtyard was now filled with screams, while the young master stood frozen, staring at the fresh blood splattered on his face, wondering, "What is happening? How is this useless guy so powerful?" After taking down the lackeys, Ho Veen Jiak stepped forward, his voice cold. "Naktan's son, if you leave now, you'll still have time. I'll spare your miserable life." Of course, Naktan's son couldn't back down, so he desperately rallied the remaining lackeys behind him. "You're too arrogant, Ho Veen Jiak. All of you go. Cut him to pieces for me." Ho Veen Jiak's spear-wielding hand trembled, causing the surrounding space to shake as well. The power within his small body erupted outward like a tornado, transforming into a gigantic battle form. Not sure what happened next, but a while later, Sotian Thursday and Ho Veen Jiak were walking down the street with a bulging money bag. "You sold such a nice house for only 10 taels? This is the inner city, and although the 3-room house is quite dilapidated, the land is valuable." Ho Veen Jiak smiled, holding the money bag. "My house would soon be demolished anyway. Now that I'm following the prince consort, I don't need to worry about food and drink. More money would be useless. Wherever the prince consort goes, I have to follow." Sotian Thursday listened and burst out laughing, asking, "Do you not regret it?" "Regret what? If the prince consort hadn't valued and treated me, I'd still just be an errand boy on the street of human traffickers. Haha, having a great general struggle like this is truly a waste of talent. I've really found a treasure." The two of them laughed, and talked intimately as they happily walked back to the princess's residence under the moonlight. At night, Sotian Thursday entered the dining room at the princess's residence, exhausted. At this moment, the table was already set with incredibly fragrant, steaming hot dishes. Princess Ko Nutom sat coldly at the table, eating her bowl of rice. Seeing this, Sotian Thursday approached, sat down with a sigh, and said, "Busy all day, finally we can rest a bit." Suddenly, his eyes caught something on the table. He picked it up and asked, "Is this an invitation? Who sent it? Let me see. A tea tasting and sightseeing event at Tam Tam Pavilion in 5 days? The person who sent the invitation is Shengguan Yen from Huawulu." When Sotian Thursday read that name, his hand holding the invitation stiffened slightly. Strange, why is it her? He hadn't interacted with her much recently. With countless questions in his mind, he couldn't help but ask the princess, "When was this invitation sent?" Ko Nutom, who was eating, replied, "It was sent this afternoon." "So, will the princess go then?" "Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? I also want to see what she's up to." Seeing the princess's determined demeanor, Sotian Thursday awkwardly advised, "Maybe we shouldn't go. I'm not comfortable going out right now." The princess, still eating, retorted, "This is the capital. What are you so worried about? At most, we'll just bring more guards with us." "Princess, are you sure? Why are you talking so much? Just eat your food." Sotian Thursday picked up the bowl of rice and smiled. "Haha, alright then, if the princess wants to go, I will go with you. Oh, by the way, princess, does my mansion have any cultivation books or anything like that?" Ko Nutom shook her head. "No, but if you, my prince consort, need it, I can send someone from the palace to find it for you." Using the chopsticks to pick up a piece of delicious tofu, Sotian Thursday smiled happily. "Yes, I'm planning to read more diligently soon. It would be best to find some books related to alchemy, weapon refinement, and oh, I almost forgot, also beast taming." Ko Nutom stared absent-mindedly at Sotian Thursday's smile for a long time without saying anything. Noticing her intense gaze, he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, princess? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ko Nutom was slightly startled and, with a somewhat hesitant and awkward tone, shook her head. "No, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be serious about reading books, and you want so many different types, so I'm a little surprised. By the way, have you made any plans regarding the guards at the princess's mansion? The Imperial Guard's duty is to protect the royal palace, so they can't stay at the princess's mansion forever. Father also mentioned that they would be summoned back in a few days. We already have the Grey Wolves, so what is there to fear?" Sotian Thursday replied, "The Grey Wolf is the affectionate wolf always beside the princess, don't you remember? With it here, ordinary assassins definitely can't enter the princess's mansion. But conversely, if the assassin has extremely high skills, then no matter how many people there are, it would be useless. Of course, if the princess is concerned about her safety, I have a brilliant suggestion. So Thien Thursday pointed his chopsticks at himself while eating and said, Actually, we could stay together. Ko Nu Tom, after hearing that, gave the prince a look of disdain. Say any more nonsense and I'll kick you out right now. So Thien Thursday helplessly laughed. Nu Tom, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I just feel that since we're staying in two courtyards quite far apart, if someone really came to assassinate you, I might not make it in time to save you. So I simply suggested moving to your courtyard. At worst, I'll just sleep in the side room. That way, it'd be easier to protect my incredibly beautiful wife, wouldn't it? Oh my God, we were having a serious conversation, and suddenly it turned sweet and ambiguous like this, making the princess blush and gape. Seeing her adorable look, So Thien Thursday secretly felt happy inside. Look, she's wavering. Haha, it seems the princess isn't that uncomfortable with me calling myself her husband anymore. To hide her awkwardness, the princess took a sip of tea and looked away. Don't you dare dream, who is your wife? She thought. Haha, I'm serious, princess. Finding a bodyguard for this residence isn't something that can be resolved in a day or two. When the imperial guards are reassigned, the safety of the princess's residence will definitely be threatened. So we have to stay close to each other. We can at least fight together if something happens. As long as your husband is in the main hall, those thieves won't dare come near. Isn't that right, my wife? After pondering for a while, the princess sighed and loudly called out to Lu Yen, who was sitting on the roof drinking tea. Lu Yen wasn't surprised at all since she had already overheard their conversation. After finishing a cup of tea, Lu Yen sighed and replied, Yes, your highness, having the consort stay in the same courtyard with you can indeed be beneficial. If I'm not around, the consort could certainly take the place of more than 10 imperial guards. Even if he can't defeat an assassin, in critical moments, the consort can lead the princess to escape. For the first time, So Thien Thursday received direct praise, making him puff out his chest like a proud pig. He silently thanked Lu Yen. Haha, Lu Yen is indeed a godsend this time. It seems I must repay him properly. With this thought he looked towards the princess, and continued to persuade her while the iron was hot. Your Highness, aren't you curious about the Tai Chi and Tai Chi sword techniques I created? Both of these martial skills are of high caliber. Even in the royal family they are considered quite precious, aren't they? Now that we are staying in the same courtyard, we can discuss and share these martial skills regularly. This will greatly benefit both our cultivation and combat abilities. At this point, Ko Nu Tom didn't hold back and nodded. Fine, if you want to stay in the same courtyard as me, it's okay. But you must agree to a few conditions first. Aha, there's an opening. So Thien Thursday excitedly nodded. Alright then, don't just mention a few conditions, even if there are dozens, I'll agree with the princess. Cough asterisk cough. Consort, stop boasting and listen carefully to the conditions here. First, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter my room. So Thien Thursday quickly nodded. Of course, princess. Don't worry. And second, I haven't finished thinking yet. So Thien Thursday, who was overjoyed to the point of death, was so startled by these words that he almost fell. Third, aren't you supposed to be a man of letters? Before, you even gave Hobat Hoi a line, the forest fire never ceases, yet spring winds bring forth life anew. And later, when Thuan Quan Yin came to visit, you even guided her in swordsmanship. Now I demand you compose a poem for me. If you can't satisfy me, don't even think about staying in this courtyard. So Thien Thursday, instead of being upset, was extremely happy because this little girl actually knew how to get jealous. Quite the progress indeed. Your Highness, writing a poem is no problem. After all, didn't I once compose a verse for you? Heavenly fragrance, the nation flourishes, igniting hearts throughout the world. The princess, when pointed out, became flustered and then arrogantly turned away, denying it. That poem? I didn't really like it. With a shy expression, the princess looked toward the prince consort and questioned. Can you do it or not? If not, then leave. You talk too much. All right, of course I'll do it. Your Highness, don't be angry. Give me a few minutes to think it through. So Thien Thursday remained silent, pondering for a moment, recalling the poems he could remember from his previous life. I've got it. Someone, quickly bring me paper and ink. His eyes lit up as he thought of a poem, eagerly calling for paper and ink. Today, I must personally write the most beautiful love letter for the princess. When the maid brought the paper and ink, So Thien Thursday stood quietly before the desk. With the refined demeanor of a scholar and poet, So Thien Thursday dipped his brush into the black ink and began writing each word like pearls on the white paper. His brush strokes are graceful like a dragon flying or a phoenix dancing, carrying with them beautiful imagery that makes the princess and the maids around her fall silent, watching in awe. After finishing, he looked at his work with satisfaction and read each word aloud. "Oh, what is love in this world that makes couples vow life and death together? Oh my goodness, it's perfect. The handwriting is beautiful, and the words are even more so. His strokes are bold yet strangely fluid and sharp. The words are smooth, touching the listener's heart. Though it isn't poetry, it's more moving than any poem. The princess is truly blessed." Ko Nu Tom felt as if she turned to stone at the whispered emotions that the consort had just written on paper. For some reason, memories from before suddenly replayed rapidly in the princess's mind. After she died, her posthumous marriage almost resulted in her being buried in the same grave with the young man in front of her. After coming back to life, although she intended to maintain her status with him, it was merely a temporary plan to reduce external troubles. But even so, he never uttered a single word of complaint. Later, she and he went through so many joys and sorrows, and now they've officially become husband and wife. Is this considered a life and death vow? Ko Nu Tom wondered as she slowly closed her eyes, feeling her heart pounding. Meanwhile, So Thien Thursday grinned smugly, haha, judging by her attitude. She's probably more than 80% in love with me by now. He then moved closer, winking playfully. "So, my beloved wife, are you satisfied?" the princess stammered, pretending to stay calm as she replied. "I suppose you barely meet the standards." "Haha, alright then, let me go pack my things and move in right away." So Thien Thursday rushed off like the wind but was loudly stopped by the princess. "Wait. I still have a fourth condition." "What? You haven't even thought of a second condition yet." So Thien Thursday protested. "But there's a fourth condition. Do you have any objections?" Feeling helpless, So Thien Thursday had no choice but to endure and nod. Fine, whatever you want. Go ahead with the fourth condition. Listen carefully, and don't forget this condition. The fourth condition is that from now on, you are not allowed to write poetry for any other woman." So Thien Thursday was bewildered by this condition because the princess's tone was so serious. Why is she so formal? Could she be declaring her intention to monopolize me? Noticing So Thien Thursday's probing gaze, the princess blushed and shouted, "What are you looking at? Are you going to agree or not?" "Haha, if the princess wants it, I'll definitely agree." "So, is there a fifth condition?" "Humph, that's more like it. As for the fifth condition, I'll tell you once I think it through. I haven't decided yet." So Thien Thursday originally asked just for fun, but who would have thought there really is a fifth condition? Damn, he's utterly exasperated. "That's right, So Thien Thursday. You must think carefully about choosing a bodyguard. I guess that the Emperor and Empress are using this as a way to test whether we are capable. Whether or not we eventually move to our fief to live, we will still need someone to help us manage and defend it. Selecting a bodyguard also means recruiting followers, and one lone wolf demon can't handle all that." So Thien Thursday nodded as he listened, then continued the princess's words. "Huin Vim Hon is truly no ordinary fief. We certainly need a useful group of followers. So, princess, do you have a plan?" Ko Nu Tom slowly shook her head. "No. The Empress has already given me all the maids who have served me since childhood, and those who are with me now are sufficient, so the household and bodyguard matters are all left to you, my husband." So Thien Thursday nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly realized, could it be that she already completely trusts him? Only with trust would she entrust everything like this. Perhaps she just isn't good at expressing herself, right? Thinking about this, So Thien Thursday couldn't help but smile sweetly, and cheerfully continued. "At the moment I only have a few ideas, so I'll think it over carefully later." "Princess, don't worry. It's fine, son-in-law, just make sure you don't quit halfway." "Oh right, Ko Nu Tom, have you used that Huin Lin herb yet?" So Thien Thursday suddenly remembered and casually asked. "I haven't used it yet. I'm about to become a Huinsi, so I plan to use it after I fully become one for the best effect." "She's already advanced by one level? If she uses it now, it would waste a lot of the herb's medicinal power." Pondering, So Thien Thursday opened his eyes again and observed her body. Indeed, she already had more than 90 threads of Huin Qi in her body. Perhaps by tomorrow, after gathering 100 threads and wrapping them around the seed, she could advance to Huin Qi. Now really isn't the best time to use it. Thinking about it, So Thien Thursday quickly bid farewell and ran outside. Alright, I'm full. I'll go pack my things and come back later. Thursday knock dong knock, hurry and help me pack. We'll be moving to the princess's courtyard soon, the two girls joyfully exclaimed. Really? The princess is letting you stay with her now? So Thien Thursday walked closer, smiling and nodding. Not exactly together, just in the same courtyard. At least we can protect each other from now on. Well, that's good enough. The distance between the two of you has gotten much closer. At least now you can see each other every day, have meals together, so it should be easy to develop feelings. Hearing the two girls console her, So Thien Thursday blushed shyly. Oh my, you're making me embarrassed. Their laughter echoed from the courtyard, reaching the princess's ears, causing her to feel uneasy. She then transmitted a message to Lu Yen on the roof. Lu Yen, go lock the door and don't let him in here. These two are clearly in love but are still acting coy, which gave Lu Yen quite a headache. That very night, So Thien Thursday moved his belongings into the princess's residence, and stayed there. All night long, even in his sleep, So Thien Thursday couldn't help but smile. The joy of moving into the inner courtyard was evident on his face. Of course, he didn't neglect his important cultivation. Besides constantly training in the Dai Mong Thien Chao to create more threads of mysterious energy. Now he saw that the fusion of the Cuc Kim technique and Tai Cuc Gwyn was beginning to reach perfection. And so, he had a good night's sleep until the early morning. By the time he woke up, the sixth stream of mysterious energy had finally condensed within So Thien Thursday's body. A mystic cultivator practices by taking the tree of life as the foundation. The seed of mystical energy will slowly grow, nurturing the tree to become bigger and stronger. The mystical energy streams are the branches, while the mystical threads are the leaves. Therefore, each person's mystic skills are different. Lu Van Dao, though being a mystic cultivator, had most of his branches cut off, meaning his mystical energy streams were destroyed. As a result, his mystical energy leaked out and couldn't be transformed into mystic skills. This indicates he had reached the level of a mystic master, but So Thien Thursday is different. He currently has 6 mystical energy streams. Silently sensing the energy within his body, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Great, my cultivation is increasing steadily, maintaining the pace of advancing one minor level every 2 to 3 days. Now, he is getting closer and closer to his goal of becoming a mystic master. After finishing breakfast, So Thien Thursday sat under a tree, poured a warm cup of tea, and began to converse. Alright, let's start talking. I want to ask, how did both of you get so badly injured? He asked, staring intently at Lu Van Dao and Ho Vien Jiak, who were sitting in front of him. Ho Vien Jiak was the first to answer. He recounted the story of how, years ago, the city he guarded was ambushed by beasts. His injuries at the time were severe, and he barely escaped with his life. Unfortunately, while external injuries were easy to treat, the spells embedded within him were difficult to dispel. Ho Vien Jiak's internal organs were so severely cursed by the demonic beast that even after 3 years of healing, there was no progress. If it weren't for So Thien Thursday's intervention the other day, that curse might have haunted him for life. So now, Ho Vien Jiak rarely uses his energy or practices martial arts. Then it was Lu Van Dao's turn, and he sighed in exhaustion. He had encountered an undefeatable enemy, so he used forbidden elixirs to boost his martial arts. Although he eventually defeated his opponent, his internal channels were damaged to the point that he could no longer continue his training. Now, he can barely keep his remaining energy alive until his final moments. And because of that battle, he exhausted too much of his vitality and energy, which is why he aged so rapidly. Oh my, after all this time, I've suddenly become a useless old man. Lu Van Dao's voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness in the face of fate. As the two of them talked, So Thien Thursday focused on the cup of tea in front of him. Treating Ho Vien Jiak's injuries was difficult, especially in breaking the curse, which still had no leads. So, he could only let him rest and recover as much as possible for now. But the situation with Lu Van Dao is different. This is a relatively difficult case that gives So Thien Thursday quite a headache. There still exists a seed of mystical energy, and he is still a mystic master. The problem is that his meridians are severed into segments, making it impossible to channel the mystical energy anymore. Is there any method in this world that can heal damaged meridians? At the very least, ordinary acupuncture and medicine cannot achieve such a heaven-defying feat. Suddenly, So Thien Thursday remembered that he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, especially easily absorbing the energy of the moon and stars in the night sky. However, because his body was too weak, he could not directly absorb all the energy into his body. But Lu Van Dao, having been a mystic master before, had undergone rigorous training. Perhaps he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Hovin Jiak is not entirely without a chance to cultivate mystical energy. So Thien Thursday himself does not have the talent for cultivation, but the essence within that peach pit could easily change this situation. So, could he take some mystical energy from the system and share it with Hovin Jiak? So Thien Thursday pondered for a long time, considering countless solutions to the situation of his two new subordinates. After resting, he looked up and asked Hovin Jiak, "Hovin Jiak, have you reached the peak of the 9th stage of body refinement? Is there really no way for body refinement to evolve like a wild beast turning into a demonic beast and reaching a higher level?" Hovin Jiak thought for a moment, then shook his head. "As far as I know, there isn't. The 9th stage of body refinement is the highest level for a martial god, as body refinement has its limits. However, combat power can be enhanced by relying on other techniques. This is similar to the Prince Consort and Hu Bat Hoi, or someone with a unique bloodline trait. Combined with superior martial skills, their combat power can be several levels higher than others of the same rank. If he has reached the 9th stage and activated the power of his bloodline, he would be even more formidable. Or by mastering a peak 9th stage martial technique and using a rare weapon skillfully, a martial artist's combat power could rival that of a Grand Master. However, that's not a normal method and has many limitations. For instance, bloodline power isn't always activated, otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to withstand it." After listening to the explanation, Lu Van Dao, who had been standing by, suddenly waved his hand and said, "No, that's not entirely true. In fact, I have a different perspective. Actually, I feel that even if you reluctantly break through, in the end, you still have to step onto the path of mysterious cultivation. My point isn't that training in body techniques to become a martial god is bad, but once you reach the level of a mysterious master, you'll understand immediately. That's right. The mysterious master level completely dominates the martial god level. Just training in body techniques will never change that dominance. In this matter, the Marquis and Ho Bat Hoi once fought each other, so he should understand this very well." After saying that, Lu Van Dao looked at So Thien Thursday, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems that for now, the only option left is to experiment on Miss Lu Van Dao. He only suffered damage to his meridians, and his bloodline and body weren't severely injured. If we use the moonlight essence to guide it into his body, it might help him heal his meridians. We don't know for sure, as no one has ever tried this method, so we'll have to test it to find out. After organizing his chaotic thoughts, So Thien Thursday suddenly spoke, startling the two people in front of him. "Brother Hovin Jiak, please step outside first. I'll treat Lu Van Dao now." The courtyard, where the wind gently blew and clouds drifted, was left with only Lu Van Dao and So Thien Thursday. "Lu Van Dao, I have something to ask you first. If I can heal your injuries, what is the first thing you want to do?" Lu Van Dao was stunned by this question but quickly calmed down and answered. "I've already said that if the consort can heal me, no matter who the consort is, even if it means suffering for the rest of my life, I will follow the consort without betrayal. Is that so?" "Very well. In that case, can you first tell me if you and my father had any conflicts in the past?" Lu Van Dao hesitated but then nodded resolutely. "Indeed, I was just an ordinary general under your father's command. But later, by accident, I entered the armory, unaware that it was a forbidden area where no one was allowed to enter. Your father didn't even grant me the chance to explain. He immediately ordered my meridians to be severed and expelled me from the military camp. After that, as you know, on the battlefield, I faced countless enemies. To survive, I constantly used elixirs to fight, which gradually weakened my body. I see, now I understand the whole situation. Let's go inside. Let me see if I can restore your meridians." So Thien Thursday said as he led the way into his study. The two sat cross-legged on the bed, with So Thien Thursday sitting directly behind him, channeling his profound energy into Lu Van Dao's body. Close your eyes and focus on sensing the seed of profound energy, then start circulating your technique. Although your meridians, calm down and control the mystical energy within your body. Guide my energy deep into your meridians. As So Thien Thursday spoke, he adjusted and coordinated with Lu Van Dao. In that instant, all the energy in the old man's body converged at a single point. In that moment, it was as if a withered tree encountered spring. A hint of vitality surged within Lu Van Dao's frail body. Lu Van Dao's eyes flashed with surprise because a pure energy was being channeled inside. Although most parts were fragmented due to damaged meridians, it still managed to strengthen the mystical energy somewhat, and there were signs that the meridians were starting to heal. This is truly unbelievable. How could Sothien Thursday, whom the world calls a worthless person, possess such abundant and pure energy? Even though Lu Van Dao didn't want to believe it, the abundant energy flowing into his body was undeniable. Sensing that Lu Van Dao was distracted, Sothien Thursday coldly reminded him to discard all distractions and continue channeling energy 10 more times. Lu Van Dao immediately complied, focusing all his spirit within his body. No one knows how much time passed, but his eyes brightened, and he eventually regained his composure, breathing heavily. If someone had a divine eye, they would see that the points of light in Lu Van Dao's body, where the strands of mystical energy converged, had become extraordinarily radiant. It's really a success, oh my god! I've already healed more than 80% of the damaged meridians. Now, even without the Prince Consort's assistance, I'm confident that I can heal my own injuries. Nothing can describe the shock Lu Van Dao is feeling at this moment. He quickly knelt before Sothien Thursday, thanking the Lord for his rebirth. From today onward I swear by heaven and earth that in this life and the next, I will only serve you, my Lord, and never betray you. If I do, may lightning strike me dead. There's no need for such a grand gesture, Van Dao. Please, my lord, let me bow in gratitude because this grace is like being given a new life. Besides, my lord, you expended all your cultivation for my sake. Lu Van Dao will surely repay this debt with his life. Hearing these sincere words, Sothien Thursday was extremely surprised and wondered in his heart. Expended all my cultivation? Could it be that he thinks I healed his meridians using my own cultivation? Although surprised, Sothien Thursday intentionally said nothing. It's better not to reveal the truth for now. Stand up quickly. There's something I must tell you. The truth is, I don't have much of a relationship with the So family. My aunt and elder brother even wish for my early death, and so Diem Hong doesn't care whether I live or die. I've had to endure humiliation since childhood just to survive until now. Lu Van Dao exclaimed in shock. Is that why you don't dare to show your superiority? Do you let others see you as a failure, as a worthless person, just to avoid your aunt's killing intent? Sothien Thursday nodded. Let's put it that way, because if I told him the real reason I ended up here, he wouldn't believe it, haha. To experience so much in just one evening, Lu Van Dao admires Sothien Thursday's patience even more. The Marquis has not had it easy. Right now, you're still willing to sacrifice so much of your cultivation for your subordinates. I really feel ashamed. Sothien Thursday chuckled, reassuring the old man. What's important now is that I lack a master like you by my side, Lu Van Dao. Don't dwell on this matter. My cultivation will recover soon enough. Alright then, don't worry about it anymore. In the future, when I'm in charge of my own territory, I won't be able to do it without your help. So that's how it is. Only now did Lu Van Dao realize his own value. No wonder the Marquis had the intention to recruit talented people. It was to prepare for the establishment of a new domain outside. At the same time, outside under the dim moonlight, a row of dark figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the princess's residence. A cool breeze blew past them, and their eyes were fixed intently on the residence before them. The leader of the assassins, wearing a mask that covered his face, looked at the time and sighed. The wind tonight is truly mournful, and it's all for Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin immediately jumped up and rushed toward the princess's residence. At the same time, in his room, Sothien Thursday and the old man both sensed danger. Someone's here? What's going on? The Vu Lam army was just deployed today. It can't be a coincidence. Lord, could the commotion outside be an assassin? Initially, Sothien Thursday was startled, but he quickly regained his composure, grabbed his weapon, and headed outside to investigate. As he hurriedly ran outside, panic set in, and he thought to himself. Did the assassin arrive so quickly? The princess better be safe. The moment Sothien Thursday opened the door, he was met with a barrage of dangerous flying darts coming straight at him. In his haste, Sothien Thursday couldn't react in time to the attack and could only stand there in shock. Fortunately, the old man Lu Van Dao pulled out his bow and arrow, shouting loudly. Lord, don't panic. Let me help you. With a swift motion, the old man shot an arrow straight toward the assassin's darts. The water arrow grazed Sothien Thursday, cutting a few strands of his hair and shattering the attack from the throwing knives. then aimed straight at the person on the rooftop. The masked leader of the assassins was grazed by the arrow but managed to dodge it. Not giving the opponent a chance to strike back, Lu Van Dao rushed out of the room with his mystical arts. This time, he didn't fire a single arrow but 3 at once, imbued with the power of mystical arts, raining down on the assassins below. In just a moment, most of the assassins, unable to dodge, were pierced by the arrows and perished. With an impressive leap, Lu Van Dao landed next to So Thien Thursday. Standing on the rooftop, the leader drew his sword and scrutinized Lu Van Dao, amazed. "He's a third-level mystic? I didn't expect such a master in the princess's residence." At this moment, So Thien Thursday used his divine eye to look at the assassin, who then leaped and split into 3 identical clones to attack. But it's truly unfortunate. Today, no one can save So Thien Thursday. He must die here, without a doubt. With numerous clones appearing, Lu Van Dao didn't know which one to aim at, but fortunately, thanks to So Thien Thursday's divine eyes, he was promptly reminded. "Shoot the one on the right." "Understood, Lord," he replied. As soon as he spoke, the arrow, enhanced by mystical energy, shot straight toward one of the assassin's clones. The assassin seemed slightly stunned, not understanding why he was recognized among the 3 clones. But because of his extraordinary skills, he quickly formed a seal against the incoming arrows. The short blade in his hand swung, deflecting the arrows, and he let out a savage laugh that echoed across the sky. "Ha ha! Old man, your cultivation is not bad. I see you have quite a lot of experience. It's just a pity that you seem to be injured, causing such a huge gap in our strength." His voice echoed as his body, like a wisp of black smoke, suddenly appeared right behind Lu Van Dao. "You're no match for me, old man. Not good. It's too dangerous." Lu Van Dao spun around, luckily using his bow to block the sharp blade. While defending, he shouted, "Son-in-law, run! This one is too strong." The assassin's terrifying power pushed Lu Van Dao backward. At the same time, the assassin used the force from Lu Van Dao to miraculously redirect himself towards So Thien Thursday. "What? He's using the momentum to get closer to me?" So Thien Thursday could only try to dodge because this assassin's cultivation was deep, his techniques were seasoned, and his strength was certainly on par with So Thien Vong. He might even be stronger than So Thien Vong, making it very difficult for So Thien Thursday to deal with him. The situation became extremely dangerous, but fortunately, a white wolf leaped up from the roof behind under the moonlight, distracting the assassin. Seeing the wolf appear, So Thien Thursday joyfully shouted, "Grey Wolf, you arrived just in time!" The grey wolf had fully revealed its true form, no longer a cute pup, charging at the assassin. Seeing the grey wolf, the masked assassin angrily shouted, "Beast! This is none of your business! You, step back now!" After driving back the white wolf, the masked man couldn't help but mutter to himself, "So it's actually a rare pure white horned wolf beast. A treasure like this falling into So Thien Thursday's hands is such a waste. I might as well knock it out first and claim it for myself after dealing with So Thien Thursday." As he thought this, he struck the white wolf with a palm, sending it flying backward. Taking advantage of this, So Thien Thursday executed his Taiji sword technique, launching a sneak attack from behind. However, the powerful strike was easily blocked by the assassin with just 2 fingers, and he tightly gripped the sword. The assassin's cold voice echoed as he pulled So Thien Vong's entire body forward. "Let go of the sword. Die for me!" The assassin shouted, sending a lethal palm strike towards So Thien Vong, but just then, So Thien Vong loudly questioned him. "That bad high, are you planning to assassinate the princess and consort of the Western Qin dynasty?" The echoing voice in the night made the assassin freeze in shock, then become terrified. "What? No way, no way! I've disguised myself and covered my face. How could he recognize me so easily?"